Hello, hello! Welcome, legends one and all, or aspiring legends, or just people who just want to watch stuff going on in the game of Legends. Hello, and happy Friday to you. Hopefully you're doing well. We got a heads up from Baldric that he has consumed copious amounts of alcohol, and therefore will be showing up a little bit late. I told him that such things are not an excuse for tardiness, and hopefully he won't make a habit of it. But since there is no punitive measures I can take, I guess I just have to hope and believe he will find his way to us somehow. But Tiago's here in the house. Bright and early we had, I believe, it just was letting me know in the chat there that he is in the tournament. For those who don't know, is it Dark Night Wolf? Oh man, I feel so horrible. I remember that there's a combination of things. Let's see. I can find it. It's either Night Dark Wolf or Dark Night Wolf. Let me see. Let's see. All right, so it's not dark. Yeah, it's not Evening Wolf. That's a different one. Night Dark Wolf. There we go. I was close. Night Dark Wolf. He's got a tournament going on. Okay, so Tiago was saying in Portuguese, the tournament is called Great Combat. An apt name. It's crazy how in different languages, I don't know if this is universal or if this is just how it seems in English, but like it seems like a lot of things that sound very pedestrian in English sound really cool in other languages. So like Great Combat in English is like but the phrasing of it or the way the word sounds, or I mean, again, as I watch a lot of stuff in Korean, in Korea, like you hear the word and you're like, whoa, that sounds really cool. And then you see the translation, it's like, oh, that means toilet paper. And it's like, well, it sounds really cool in Korean, dagnabbit. And I think some languages are more disposed to that than others. And of course, it depends on your bent. Some people like how certain languages sound. I mean, I like how a lot of, not all of it, and not necessarily like listening to a ton of it. Although I just watched, I mentioned it before, but I finally got my hands on the Blu-ray of Das Boot and watched it for the second time, director's cut. So I got exposed to a lot of German. And it's not necessarily like, I enjoyed it, but honestly, it didn't sound as cacophonous as I thought I remembered it. And there are some really cool words in German. Like really cool words. Oh no, he silenced a chicken. How dare you, sir? That chicken had, well, not a lot to say. Let's be frank. It's a chicken. I'm sure its dialogue was something akin to buck 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 or buck. So silencing it probably did us all a favor, but still, our Louis Vuitton friend. I'm not saying he's our friend. I mean, he is our friend, but that's also his affiliation. He's in the same group with Brave and other such commands. And speaking of Brave, hello Denise. Hello. Good to see you. How are you this fine evening? You're back at work, right? So is this got off work a few hours ago? Just got off work a few minutes ago? Let's see. Oh, wait. Louis Vuitton is said. Let's go back up here. Parth Online, maybe? I think that's what he's saying. Parth Online. It's going to be close, though. Woobin is looking to finish this off, and he's getting close. I mean, Call Dragon, unless it's it can be what's his face. Well, never mind. He's not playing that, but he drove Wilds Incarnate mad, and so he died. Wait, 4 out of 9, 0 defeats. So wait. Oh, you mean the tournament? Tiago, do you mean this tournament, the gauntlet run? So you're 4 and 9 in this one with no defeat so far. Is that right? I'm gonna play a little and go to the cinema with my wife. Nice. What are you gonna see at the cinema? That sounds like a nice date night. Oh, is that enough to finish it off? That's 15, 24, 27. It might be enough. Well, yeah, because he's got the Nord Fiber, and it might be enough to finish off. But such a sweet interact. Oh, awesome. Okay, I will let him know, Denise. Let's see. Denise and the live 5 crew are cheering you on. And the deformed, scantily clad Homer Simpson takes to the field while Shadow Lane, looking very, very creepers. Darn Grummites. Darn them and their hideousness. Let's see. System online. So we had Parthenax was online, and now the system is online. You just got to hope that Tazcad does not come online. And I think he's going to finish it off now. Bam, and handily. Nicely done. Nicely done, Louis. Or Louis, I suppose. All right, let's see if we can see Tiago playing here. Well, we'll give him a GG. A powerful blow. And we've got, let's see. There he is. Battling an event. Yep, so he is in the tournament. So we are going to take a look at Tiago. Oh no. Wait. Ferreira. Dag nabbit. I can go back. I can go back to the VOD and pull it up. I just right now I don't have it. I had to do that actually because I totally forgot what book or books my homework was from Honey Badger, because there were a lot of books mentioned. Dano referenced a lot of them. A lot of KOTOR references flying around. There was Darth Bane, Darth Plagueis, yada yada. Bad game to start with. I mean, that is, if you listen to people like Bodybag Beezy, there's never a right game to start with me, because no matter what we watch, we're going to behold a falling of the mighty. But I do not think that is the case. I think that is poppycock and nonsense, perhaps to use a phrase from Denise's neck of the woods. Poppycock and nonsense. That said, it doesn't look spectacular for our friend at the moment.
Nice try.
Care to go again?
I'll take them with me.
Has it enough? 8, 10, 11, 17. Yeah, he's got enough easily for lethal next turn.
Some thieves have manners.
And Gentleman Jim, much better when there's fewer cards to pick from, because your opponent could be holding on to 2 stuff. Yeah, he could just give him. So I guess that means that he's running Old Salty's Assault. And in fact, we may have actually. Ooh! Now, see, that actually would be a good card if it could be in play early. Oh my gosh, well, no, I mean, his opponent still has 17 that he really can't do anything. Oh, wow. Wow. RNG. What up? I don't know what this was. Maybe I should have said this. But that is some clutch RNG for Tiago right there. Baloney is a better word than poppycock. So was poppycock a thing? It's because bologna is actually a thing. It's processed meat. I mean, you can get beef bologna. How interesting he went for. I mean, I guess he's still taking damage off the board. Oh, and I guess he wanted the extra health. So 6, 7, 8, 9. His opponent needs 5 reach, so Dawnbreaker won't do it. And not a lot of, well, we do have chargers in agility, so this still could be the end, but that was a great transformation. But yeah, so is poppycock a thing? I just remember it from Peter Pan. Disney's Peter Pan back in the day. He was like, poppycock. Poppycock. I can't remember how he says it, but. Sasasso has got crabs looking for a way to end the mighty blacksmith.
You fight like a child. Don't make me laugh.
But it is kind of interesting now that you think about it, or now that I think about it. I mean, I'll admit it. I won't eat just like general bologna, but I will have like pure beef bologna. But it's weird that I would eat something that is kind of so bad that it is equated with like crap. Like you're full of crap. And I'm like, oh yeah, bologna. Oh dear. All right. I mean, Razzle-Dazzle is there, but he's really not going to be terribly helpful. Ransack it would help a little, but it's really expensive.
It has been an engaging.
And he's got, yeah, he can't, I mean, the 4-3 will kill him just by, is he going to Ice Storm? If he Ice Storms, he's still dead. So he's, okay, he's not going to Ice Storm. That's a problem with that 4-3 without a silence. Any damage done to it is going to do it right to your face, unfortunately. So he's kind of hoping for, okay, I mean, he's got the system, and he's doing everything he can do, but I was gonna say I don't know what miracle would have to happen for him to be able to pull that off there. So okay, all right. So the first foray isn't great, but we know Thiago is 4-9 going into this, and now he's, in theory, unless we missed one game, he is now 4-9 with one defeat. It's okay. I have to build dramatic tension. That's why I would do it anyway. That's why I always, the game, when I lose, it's really just there to make you guys go, oh man, he's really down and out. Let's see if he can resurge. All right, so we're going to switch over to Broda here, and then we'll go back to Thiago. But yeah, I don't remember. I think maybe even in Mary Poppins they use the word poppycock, but I don't really know too much about it. I just thought that it meant bologna, and it doesn't make me hungry when I think about it. Until the last man, Thiago. You gotta. I mean, it's good practice. It's good practice to try to find the answers, find solutions, even if it looks a bit dire and pointless. I mean, that's one school of thought. My school of thought is, things are going not great for me. I'll just bail on the game. But there is something to be said for that. Mostly, don't do what I do. Body bag, hello. You must have been summoned. I was just talking about your ears were burning. We were just talking about the first game. Thiago was at 4-9 before we started spectating. Our first game, we jump in and he gets kind of rushed down. So I think he'll rebound and do very fine. But it didn't help. I was like, well, I said if Body Bag were to be believed, this would be a bad omen. It would be because we're watching. I was like, I don't think that's the case. And then of course, 3 turns later, yikes. Denise, polony is the meat you're referring to. Bologna means load of nonsense. No, Denise. In England, in America, it's BLOGNA, bologna. So okay, I guess we're talking about a different spelling, but we actually do have a food, BOLOGNA. It's even a song there. But Oscar Mayer has a way with BOLOGNA. So it's spelled differently, but it's still, it's the meat. So I guess your point stands that it is spelled differently than the word bologna. I can't believe this is actually a conversation right now, but hey, the word bologna, BLONEY, I guess specifically only refers to crap or what have you, whereas bologna, but spelled a different way, is the meat or the variation of meat. So yeah, so maybe bologna is the only, you call it polony. Of course you do. Why? Because we cannot, I think there's an unwritten rule. I think, once the Revolutionary War ended, I think there was an agreement on all parties. All right, we ended this, it wasn't pretty for either side. And no matter what happens, we have to make sure it's not too easy for us to get along. We must keep the hatchet from being buried. So first we're going to drive on the wrong side of the road here in the UK. Sorry, I should be doing this with British accent. You all drive on the right side of the road, and by right I mean the wrong side, and we'll drive on the left side, which is the right side, but not the right side, it's the correct side. You all are driving in the incorrect side, in case I wasn't clear. All right, so you do that first. We're going to call our trunk a boot. not the shoes that we wear. We're going to call it a boot. So if we say boot and you say your boots look fine, we'll say, no, you can't see my boot. It's in the back of my carriage. We're not going to call it a car either. We're going to call it a carriage, at least in Schwartz's mind. That's what we're going to say. And we're not going to say aluminum, damn it. No, it's got to be much more formidable than that. We've got to say aluminium. There must be more syllables. We need more syllables here. And if you say it wrong, we're going to wag our fingers. And jaguar? Ha, that sounds silly. It must be jaguar. We're making the damn car, so you have to say it the way we want it to be said. And another thing, you must use the worst measuring system ever. The rest of the world is going to use a really good measuring system, one that makes a lot of sense. But you in the States, you're not allowed to use our measuring system. You have to use this imperial crap, which is ironic because you are never actually under imperial rule. You start off with something of a constitutional democracy, or what the crap it is. Republic, I don't know. But yes, you are forbidden from using functional measurement, and you have to do crazy, stupid things that seem incredibly arbitrary. And no matter what, every single word we say has to sound different than yours or be spelled different than yours. Make a note. And we're all like, yeah, okay, we'll do what you want. Of course, I got to believe Americans had British accents back then, or something similar to British accents, that only got muddled when it became more of a melting pot and you had, marrying between different members of different countries or whatever. But I mean, a lot of us came from England. So, and we're only a few generations removed. So George Washington probably had an accent. He sure didn't talk like this. We're going to fight you all. We're going to fight you here. We're going to fight you in the hills. We'll fight you in the valleys. We'll fight you everywhere we go. I'm George Washington. And for some reason, I've developed this crazy accent from nowheres. It ain't from the Native Americans. Ain't from the UK. Ain't the French. This is just the accent that we have to have. That's just what it is. And he says, but the difference between Brits speak and Americans speak are funny. Yes, they are. I mean, when I first started watching YouTube, people would talk about buying pants, and I thought wow, they are comfy talking about underwear in public. Oh, that's something I see. I didn't know that either, but exactly. And Denise, I'm not going to say it on here because I think YouTube doesn't even allow it, but there is a slang term, I think, that you all use for cigarette that means something very different here. So if you say fancy up, in the UK, it means, would you like a cigarette? But you say that, we hear it here, and it sounds like you are asking for a specific kind of relationship or encounter. Let's see. But yeah, I didn't even think of that pants. So what do you guys call them? So we call them panties. So it's pants, even though it's a pair of pants. I guess the pant is a leg. So it's a pair of pant legs, or just a pair of pants. And panties are abbreviated pants specifically for women. But yeah, it's interesting. Delicious polony in it, Governor. Delicious polony. Is it polony? Polony? Delicious polony in it, Governor? Quite it is, yes. I do like me some polony in the morning. Nothing like the smell of fresh polony in the morning, eh? Right. Sorry, got carried away. Still makes me laugh because UK speak is trousers, not pants. Okay. George Washington impersonation is George W. That's very true. Hey, Joe, good to see you. That's very true. I think it was skewering in that direction, which is funny because I don't watch the news, so I don't really I hear people do impressions, and I kind of get them a little bit, but I kind of don't because I never really actually hear them talk because I find it to be terribly droll. Wait, no, droll is entertaining, isn't it? No, it's terribly droll. I don't think it's as no. It's not the. It is droll is entertaining, right? Or it's fascinating. It sounds like it wouldn't be. It sounds like a very boring word, but I think it actually means amusing and entertaining. But yeah, but I've heard enough of George W. to be like, yeah, okay, I see how that's going there. They both defeated evildoers. Truth be told. I wonder, is he in Texas? Yeah, because it wasn't Camp David or whatever it's called. Isn't that in Texas somewhere? Yeah, I don't know. I tell you what, I don't know. I'm trying to think, like, if I had the liberty to establish a base of operation somewhere, or like a homestead in any place in America, where would it be? Like, I would like to check out Alaska. I've heard Alaska is really beautiful. I mean, it's a bit hard to get to. And I mean, it is very much an outlier. You're not quite as, I guess, insulated. But I mean, Texas might be as good a place as any. I mean, as long as you got air conditioning and some generators to make sure you don't lose power. I mean, I think I could choose. Maybe not this, but well, who knows? I don't know. I'm talking out of my ass right now. Look, man. Gosh, what is that line from Office Space? That's what I was thinking of. You know what? I'm talking out of my ass, man. It's that guy with the other guy in Office Space. You know what I'm talking about? That scene where he's like, "Yeah, I get that impression too, man. Like you could just." I'm sorry, man. You know what? I'm talking out of my ass. And Broda falls to his opponent that I don't. Do song. I'll give him the LOL. And we will check out Tiago battling. And then we do have a message from Broda. We'll check that out as well. But yeah, I just found that, Joseph, I like Texas. I like Texas. Fishing in Alaska would be a blast. Oh, so Joe, you're a fisher, eh? A fisherman? Is it purely sport? Is it? I mean, are you catch and release? Do you eat the stuff? 'Cause I think that would be kind of trippy. I'm not necessarily keen on dressing down a fish. I believe that's do you only dress down animals, or can you dress down fish too? Any which ways, making the fish not look like a fish anymore. I'm not interested in that process, but I would love to be able to catch something and give it to an actual chef who can then cook it. Oh, crapola. I just noticed. Oh, Tiago. You know, you're really not helping the case against Body Bag's superstition here. You know, you're going to give him, you're going to sustain the complex, dagnabbit. And at some point, I'm going to have to actually wonder. We just saw Broda eat it. We need to make sure nobody goes back and looks at all of the Live at Fives and does an actual counting of how many games our friends win when we're spectating. Because pretty much all of our friends are legends. They all get into legends, sometimes top 100. And yet when we actually see them playing, you know, when we're watching here, a lot of times the games are going south, which is kind of encouraging. It means that, you know, even the good players have to go through a bunch of crap to get to legend. At the same time, I mean, well, to be fair, Endazoa has been a regular high-end performer. And Tiago's not done yet. He can shackle. He's got a guard. He's got the amulet. I'm pointing out the obvious. Oh, let's see. Oh, no. Okay, good. Body bag. The neighbor and the coach about his girlfriend. Yep. On the couch. Yep. Exactly. Body bag. I'm glad you know that scene. I'm glad you like it. The neighbor was one of the best parts of the movie. Yeah. Yeah, that was, he really was. I'm trying to think. He had some other lines in there too. Was it like, hey, Lawrence? I think it's his name, right? Lawrence? Hey, Lawrence, you want to come over? No, man, I'm good. Don't want you screwing up my life too. There was that other line. Was it? He said, "I like to do two girls at once," and he said, I can't remember. He said something. He's like, "Well, the kind of girls that would double up on a guy like me would," or something like that. It's a little crass, but it's pretty darn funny. That's crazy. The guy who did Beavis and Butthead did Office Space. I mean, it's got a little crassness to it, but really it's a very like normal comedy. Like I said, there's a few parts that probably wouldn't, you know, aren't exactly PG, but it's got you know, Jennifer Aniston in the earlier part of her career. What's his face went on to big stuff. One of the Bobs. Obviously, there's one Bob probably nobody else remembers, but the other Bob, like, he was on Scrubs. He had an amazing run on Scrubs, and has done a bunch of other stuff. But he played like your reputation precedes you. Oops. See, that's the thing. If it was me, nobody would concede against me, but it's Tiago. They're like, oh dear. Well, can't win them all. Okay. Let's see here. All right, Edmorn. Edmorn, his match has ended. Just kidding. That guy was so bad. It does sting a bit when you're not playing you're playing somebody who you really think is not doing well or doesn't deserve to win. I mean, I had some games, as long as I wasn't getting, lambasted by all kinds of just jerkiness, it was fine to say, hey, we got a good game going here. Whoever wins, like it's been a good back and forth. It just, you wish there was a way, without making it artificial, there was a way to increase the game parity. And some of it does have to do with, how you build your deck. You can't force people to build effective decks, but oh my gosh. Speaking of which, almost as if summoned, we have the workshop. Broda, I hear you, but all right. So Broda's not having a good evening. I think that is becoming very clear. He is not having a good time with Legends at the moment. And I can relate. But he is ranked number 10, legendary number 10. So he's got the top 10 card back. So he's finished in the top 10. And I mean, we are towards the end of the month. I guess that is the thing. We are at that, I was going to say that time of the month, but you know what I mean. Okay. So Joe only catches bluegill. Joe says, I'm pretty new to fishing, honestly. Only been doing it like 4 years. We mostly just throw them back, but luckily my fishing buddy knows how to clean and skin. Okay. Clean and skin. So it's not dressing, I guess. The fish. So when we do keep them, he does it. Awesome. Yeah. And the Beavis and Butthead guy's a legend. He did King of the Hill too. Exactly. Yep. Broda is the number one Tessel villain. So let me ask you, Body Bag or Joe, is there a hidden meaning to bluegill? Is that like an insult, or is that because typically there's verbal jousting. Body Bag has a great sense of humor, and so usually he kind of pokes fun at folks. I don't know if bluegill is not a respectable fish for some reason, or it's considered to be a less impressive way of fishing, or if that is actually true. And Joe, you mostly catch bluegill. Let's see. But yeah, Mike Judge, I believe is his name, Joseph, the guy that we're talking about. Yeah, but yeah, he also did. He did the King of the Hill. I swear, this game is kicking my butt every single day. I will have my vengeance one day upon the sons of Tessel who put workshop in this game and poop stone. I like to burn them all with my propane tank. You got to throw a propane in there somewhere, right? It can't be. I didn't watch the show a ton, but I do remember. I remember, and I said this I think before, but I remember watching. My mom didn't know we were sneaking it because I was not allowed to watch Beavis and Butthead growing up. But my friend rented Beavis and Butthead to America, and I just remember that was the first time I saw Hank Hill. He was like, "Damn it! Stop, you kids! Stop whacking off in my van." That line stuck with me. It was just the way he said it. It was a whack. Oh man. Good old Hank Hill. Let's see. But that's cool that you do fishing, Joseph. I mean, I said it before. I'm a pampered kind of guy. I would do fishing like on a really, really nice boat. As long as I had, a place that I could go for cover, because I hate being out in the water, just like burning alive. But if it was like a whole thing, we were eating crab or something. It was kind of like a hangout type thing. I could do that. I've only gone fishing like twice, just fishing just on a boat with a rod. And to me, it really is who you're with and the atmosphere. I think really makes it a thing. And yeah, I mean, worms and all that kind of stuff, not my favorite thing to mess with. But like you said, I mean, and like having to pull fish off the hook. I mean, I would like to think I would be a completely different person if I'm fishing for survival. I think I could get my hands dirty and make it happen. But, all right, so Broda is experiencing the ugly. I mean, I don't know what the workshop is doing there. It's really not necessary. The good thing is with what's her face, the Black Dragon, can't he get rid of all copies of the bat? Isn't that what happens? Is it all copies, or is it just? Yeah, goodbye, bat. No more bat. So I think that means he can't bring him back, right? I guess we'll find out. But as let's see. But yeah, as Joseph has said, Broda is kind of the Tessel villain. Again, it's weird. Like Azura's like Cobra Kai. It seems to be. I'm not saying definitively, because I know we've got Denise, your friend, Death Row. Like I mean, blanket statements are worthless, but like Broda's one of the more amicable, other than Death Row. Broda's one of the more amicable, and he's still, like you're saying, a little bit of like as Joe says, a kind of a villain. He's so angry, and it's great for everyone who gets to spec his chats on streams. Like, that's the thing. It's just unbridled rage, which, I mean, I get angry too. I guess I just package it a little bit differently. He's definitely not alone in his frustrations. But he's also good at the game, which I am not. So he's got a little bit of that going for him. I think I have more of a right to be angry than he does, just because I'm getting an L all the time. If I had a spiffy top 10 card back, I would be. But it doesn't change. It doesn't change the fact that games can be very frustrating. So I cannot decry him too much for that. I just express myself a little bit differently. That's all. Let's see. Bodybag can joke all he wants. New York has nothing on seafood compared to where I am. Well, now, Joseph, you're not in Missouri then anymore, are you? Because Missouri is not really known for its seafood. Like, landlocked? Is Missouri landlocked? My geography is so bad. I mean, to be fair, Texas isn't landlocked, and I don't know that we're known for our seafood either. More of our barbecue and whatnot. Let's see. Okay, so, and Bodybag is clarifying, it was an insult. The bluegill was an insult. Bro, I get zero fresh seafood. All right, so the potential competition between Bodybag and Joseph for the best seafood died a horrible death as Bodybag just admits, I don't get any fresh seafood. Well, I guess he's not saying that New York doesn't have it or that it's not good, just that he doesn't get fresh seafood. Which, honestly, aside from sushi on occasion, I don't really either. Which is weird. Like the neutral. Like I'm a very vanilla guy when it comes to sushi. Like the craziest I like to get is eel, because eel has that like the dark sauce with it. Other than that, I just like straight up fish. But I mean, everything is tempura these days. Every time you go to get like sushi, like I look on a Japanese menu, like a Japanese restaurant, and it's like salmon, tuna, maybe yellowtail, and everything else is, shrimp tempura or crab tempura or whatever tempura. It's like, can I just get normal sushi? I would love to try red snapper as sushi. Can't do it. I mean, you can, but you're paying $5 a slice. I kind of want the roll, One more game, that's it for today. All right, so we'll check that out really quick. Let's, we don't see him on here anymore, so let's jump in. Hopefully Tiago is in a good spot here. Denise says, you guys, you can fight over seafood all you want. Fish is creepy. Okay. Denise. Denise. Lover of the furry, what do we call them? What are spiders now called? Eight-legged cats. Which even that is too whatever. You cannot call a fish creepy. You just can't. The ground you are standing on is crumbling beneath you. You are amorous towards, well, not amorous in any real sense, but you like spiders. Those are, by definition, if you read the definition of what makes a spider, it's 8 legs, segmented body, ugly as sin. That is how spiders are defined in the dictionary. The universal symbol of creepiness is a spider. Fish. Have you seen a little fish that sings? It's like, well, I can't remember the song that he sings, but I couldn't sing it anyway, even if I could, because I'm a horrible singer. But what is he? So, anyway, but it's like a little motorized fish, and he little wags his tail and he kind of sings, and I don't know, it's entertaining anyway. Joe, but Denise, haven't you seen the little crawfish throw their hands up, ready to fight? Yes. Oh, Joe. Oh, where do I have it? Oh, I don't have it here. So I crap you not. When I went to a shoot in that place that you live, Alabama. Went to an Alabama thing. We're in the middle of this like just park, just a park, and it's got grass and it had these little puddles because it just rained. And there was a little crawfish there and a little turd muffin. Like when we walked past him, and he rears up on his back legs and throws his claws up. And it's like, fight me. And I'm like, dude, you don't even come up to you don't clear the sole of my shoe. Like I could punch you and not even realize it. And you're trying to throw down with me with your little arms in the air, like, all right, like you have absolutely zero clue. Apparently, all they can do is detect that there's something moving nearby, and they have no idea how big it is. I'm like, you would be better off just keep on walking, little crawfish. Just keep on walking, because you like you're picking a fight. It's not even like a chihuahua that can maybe nibble your fingers or something. I guess maybe if I got down close enough and stuck, flared my nostril at it, it could grab a nose hair and maybe make me cry. But other than that, the little turd is not going to do nothing. But he's all in there like, Wah. But I actually took a picture of him. I was like, because he stayed up there. He's like, oh yeah, I'm here. Bring it on, guy. And I'm like, okay, little guy. Anyway, it's so funny that they do that. And yes, that was actually very adorable. But to be fair, Joseph, that's not a fish. I get it has the word fish in it, but a crawfish looks more like a lobster than it does a fish. Come on, Tiago. He's gonna close this out. I missed. How in the world did that trigger? And he still has that much magicka left. He did something. Desperate Conjuring. There you go. That's what I figured. All right, and Tiago is going to have his last game. Tiago is going to be having dinner with his wife or watching a movie with his wife, going to the cinema, as it were. So a good time to be had there, and this is a great way to end his foray into Tesla for the evening. And now you can tell your wife. So is this the end of your run? Which would be, well, at least you're 5-9 with one loss, or maybe with 2 losses, unless I missed a win. But 48 really took a long time to ponder what card he was going to play there. Stuff can happen, but is he going to put the guard down? Oh no, he's not. Okay, he can't. And Parthenax with just enough firepower to finish off 48. Nicely done, sir. Nicely done. Hail the conquering hero. Gee, whoop. Great way to end the night's run. Okay. That said, look how many. This is like the nightmare of Tuesday all over again. Oh no, there we go. Okay. Nope. Oh yes. Oh, Ed Morton is playing. Good. Okay. All right. Good. Yeah, I get on here and there's like 20 people online and nobody's playing the game. I mean, it makes me sad on principle, but it makes me even sadder functionally, because, folks. Yes. Yep, Tiago, you have a great evening, sir. Have a great evening. It was great to see you before you head out and enjoy life outside of the game.
Rimmon is only the first step on my path to greatness.
Yoink, she seems to say. All right. Creepy and chips. Good call there, body bag. That is actually, the fish are creepy. Literally, it would be translated instead of fish and chips. It'd be creepy and chips. They're so adorable. They are. I just hate the smell of seafood and serving fish with the head on is creepy. Not going to argue with you there, Denise. We can agree on that. Fish, head on fish. We actually went to a restaurant here for kind of a belated Mother's Day. It was like a Portuguese restaurant, I think. But it was apparently very good. I didn't try it, but it was very, very good fish. But it was the whole thing. Like you had to peel the skin off, and I mean, you pretty much had to eat it yourself. You even had to watch out for the bones. And it had the head on there. Luckily, the eye was kind of just gouged out, just kind of like the socket. But it's still disquieting. Not gonna lie, like it nearly killed my appetite. Of course, now I'm like, oh, I would eat that thing whole. I would eat it whole right now. But hey, only 3 days left. 3 days left. Tuesday morn. Well, I'm gonna stick to a fasting window. A fasting window is a hard thing to adapt to if you come at it cold turkey. If you've been eating whenever you want 3 meals a day, fasting windows are very difficult to pull off. But for somebody like me who hasn't been eating anything all day, this is like the ideal time for me to go to a 4 and 20 fasting window. So I'll eat between noon and 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and no else during the day. So I will get to eat, but not early. I don't know. I kind of want to make an exception. Like I'm just like potato chips. I don't know. I don't know what I want to eat, but I want it to be delicious because, eating bad food is not great. As Don Knotts would say, I like good food. Good food beats bad food any old day of the week. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Is this how it ends for Edmore? Okay, no, he can get the drain off the board and trigger his Daggerfall. Get the card draw for that. Yep. Goodbye. Was he running 3 copies? He was running 3 copies. For crying out loud. I mean, if you're going to do it, at least have the decency to self-regulate and say, you know what, there should only be 1 copy of this card in my deck, so I'm only going to run 1 copy. Anywho. But yes, Denise, I can agree. Fish on the head, not great. And yeah, most fish, the fishy smell is not on the top of my list. Like you smelling a steak. Oh my gosh, that's probably going to be the first thing I eat if my stomach can handle it. Is going to be a nice, juicy steak. But yeah, fish doesn't necessarily have the most appealing scent, but like I said, I do like sushi. Cod is pretty darn good. I had some of that in Maine, but yeah, there is definitely some very pungent fish out there. Justice says, I deal with my anger from this game by complaining on Discord. Exactly. See, and that's what I say. That's what it's there for. That is what Discord is there for. It's to commiserate and to celebrate, but also to commiserate when the game kicks the crap out of us. And I know we had that one fella, I don't remember his name, it's fine, who was disappointed to find that, there was a lot of kind of bad-mouthing Tessel on, but it's all done good-natured. Like, I mean, if you don't play the game and you jump on, which I don't know why you would, why you'd be on a Tessel Discord and not play the game, but if you're playing the game, it means you like it well enough to keep playing. You're not enamored with every aspect of it, especially when it seems to be screwing you over. Ed Morn is able to close it out with a clutch and Kano, despite the new era. All right, and we're going to give Edmorn new era, can't stop greatness. All right, Mr. Punk 90. Oh, Poof yes, there we go. Poof yes. Oh, and Ratapias. Okay, so we got some people jumping on. They heard the call. They heard that my cry of distress. In my moment of distress, they heard my cry and answered my prayer. And now there are plenty of people playing Tessel. Hopefully they don't all stop at the same time too. But so Poof yes. Oh, this is a wait. Yeah, but hold on. What are we watching here? With the cards I'm seeing, this has to no, it can't be. Maybe it is. That's a deck I've been playing. Edmund is referring to this one. So I'm just trying to this is constructed, right? Or no, this is the event. Well, the event is constructed. The event is Grand Melee, so you can play whatever you want. But I mean, this with Worldly Wanderer and what I'm sure is probably no? Wait, he has to pick it, right? Maybe? Isn't it the card that you gain +2 when you take damage? Is that what we're seeing here? I'm confused. Short trip, I know. All right. But whatever he's running looks like it's going to prevail here. Poofiest, I've been very busy fishing. Oh, hey, speaking of fishing, wow, today's just a fishing day. Oh, wait, so Edmond says, that's a deck I've been play testing and ranked, and it's taken a while to be in a spot I want. Looked great from what I saw. I'll say we, because we saw it together as a team. All right, so Poofiest is...
A clash for the
still has... Oh, no, okay. All right, so Joe was talking about fishing and Poofiest. I believe Poofiest, you were on a boat last Friday as well, right? Somebody, or was it Dano? We had somebody that was fishing, like they were playing from the boat, and they were doing a pretty good job. It might very well have been Poofiest. Let's see. That's some deft multitasking right there. Fishing and Tessel. That ain't too shabby. Oh, Carbon 77, a classic. Oh, Ratapia. Okay, we'll check out Ratapia because Carbon 77 we have seen a little bit more. Ratapia is is not as frequently seen on the ladder. Poofy, not sure if I will make Legends this month in town for one day and need family time. I'm sure your family would want you to be a legend this month. Oh, let's see. Starlink let me play about 3 games on the boat each day. Very nice. Oh, cool. Okay. Sweet. All right, so it's not a permanent connection, but it's enough that he can get some Tesla playtime in, which is important. It's part of a balanced breakfast. It's part of a balanced approach to life, is being able to have access to Tesla, even if you don't play it. You have to have access to it. Otherwise, that's when you know you're in dire straits. You know you're in a very odd place in life and possibly a bad part of the world if you cannot play Tesla. And I say that as a jest, but honestly, like the bare minimum that it requires, if in fact you do not have the ability to play, you very well could be in a bit of a tight spot. Pancakes and gravy could be pretty good. Poof, yes. Dag nabbit. I'm trying to think. It could also be the worstest thing ever. We found out later that pancakes are different. Have different variations. So certain cakes can work with gravy, but not my buttermilk fluffy. Out of the way, Iliac. Fluffy. I like buttermilk fluffy cakes. Don't let your texting cash checks your butt can't pay for. Poofyest. Don't try to start putting gravy on my pancakes. I mean, which is crazy that I didn't realize that, because potato latkes, which I grew up with, they're actually also called potato pancakes. And I mean, they're pancakes of sorts, but they're not like, you could put gravy on those. I mean, they're potatoes. It's like diced up potatoes. They're fantastic. To get it nice and crispy. Let's see. I was in Ohio, and no, I'm in Alabama. Texas has great seafood. Does it really? Joseph, I will have to, I mean, we're not far from the coast. Actually, my folks went out and checked out the beach. I believe it's in Galveston. And apparently it's pretty nice out there. So yeah, I mean, we've got, you wouldn't think. I mean, but I'd also never thought of Texas as being humid. I always thought of Texas as being dry. I think of it as I think a cactus and sand. Like that's, and Canyonero. That's what I think of Texas. But it's a lot more humid, and it apparently has great seafood. Just a lot of things you just don't know about Texas. Catch you by surprise. Let's see. Denise, it is quiet on Discord when you aren't venting, Joe. That is very true, Denise. That is very true. And every discussion is very amicable. It's like, what do you think about Tesla? Well, it's been giving me a spot of trouble lately. I understand. It also grieves me. What do you think we should do? Well, I'm just glad to have you, someone here to talk about it with me with. And then Joe comes in like, all this and their sweaty nonsense and their whatchamahoozits and what have yous. Damn the man. That's a pretty spot on impression of Joseph, I think. Flawless. Impeccable. Spot on. Let's see. Go to Baytown Seafood Short. Okay, Baytown. I will make a note of Baytown Seafood. Well, I got to figure out where that is, because if it's far away, I might not be able to do that. If I can ride the motorcycle there, that would be great. That would give me an excuse to ride. I like having destinations when I ride, just not driving around for no reason, because then it's like I'm putting miles on the tires and the bike for just whatever. But like, what is it called again? Bay Seafood. So pardon me, we're going to lose audio for just a second while I look up Baytown Seafood. Maps.google and Baytown Seafood. Okay. Looks like the closest one, it's only 4 point. Oh, wait. Where is that one? Okay, there's several of them. So it's a chain. All right, so it's not a single one. All right, I can directions. Sorry, I shouldn't be doing this. I'm very curious right now. Okay, I've got at least one location that's only 40 minutes away. So that is a possibility. I will try it, Joe, and we'll see how it goes. I swear, if all they serve is crawfish, though, I'm going to be very, very perturbed. Let's see. Crapola, we missed. Was it Ratapia? While I was looking at food that I still can't eat yet. Ratapia. Nope, it was not Ratapia. Crapola. Mr. Punk? Nope. Okay, well, let's see. We're going to Edmorn. We got Lanula. Saints. We haven't seen Saints in a while. It's been a long time, so hopefully we'll see what's going on here. Sower. Game's pretty much over, but the outcome is...
I've got one more memory for you.
Oh, he's playing. I was like, what am I watching here? What's going on? I don't know if... I mean, that's kind of cool. Like, we're getting to see his climactic... Never mind. Did we just get booted? Nope, we won. Yay! Okay, all right. So I need to pay more attention to what exactly our friends are doing. Let's see. Yep. All right, so here we go with Edmorn. We're going to see his polished and refined deck. See it in action some more, I think. Nope, this looks like a different deck. Currently, oh, wow. He's up against the Mighty Blacksmith, number 2 in the world. The number 2 heavyweight champion from Nerevar. Oh, no, I guess Nerevar is actually a person, right? But I'm going to pretend it's a place. The Mighty Blacksmith. And in the home corner, the war hero from the places wherever monk are, the monastery, Edmorn. And excusing himself as a particularly poor announcer, myself. Let's see. Bodybag, what I do is blame Joseph of being a jinx, and I kick him. It's a system. That is a system. It may not always work out, but that is a good. You have a system in place to address frustrating losses, and as long as it works for you, Bodybag, that's all that matters. And I'm sure Joe is more than happy to be the scapegoat for your defeats whenever they happen, which I'm sure is not all that common. Joe, I mean, Texas seafood still isn't Alabama sushi. No, Joe, I need receipts, man. And I don't mean literal receipts. I am having a very hard time of believing Alabama is cranking out some good seafood. How in the world is Alabama doing seafood? I just don't. Stereotypical Alabama is a truck. There's nothing else in Alabama. There's just trucks. There's just flatbed trucks. Nothing else in Alabama. And crawfish. I can vouch for that. Crawfish and pickup trucks. Where are you getting fish from, and sushi no less, in Alabama? I think you're getting it from another state and taking it back. It's like the ultimate carryout. Like, go to Texas or Louisiana, get your food and drive it back to Alabama. That doesn't count. It has to actually be in Alabama. Let's see here. Oh, here we go. At some point, you'll need to take a trip to Louisiana and get you some boudin, too. Boudin? Is it legal? If it is, I'll try it. And I would look it up, but last time I looked something up, it took me a second. I probably lost a lot of people just going, what the heck is he muttering to himself for? So I will consider boudin. I've been to Louisiana. I went, in fact, my best friend's bachelor and bachelorette party. It was the first time. We had both groups, and we went off into our own thing at different points. We spent 3 or 4 days in New Orleans because that's his favorite city. His dad's from around there, lives around there, and so it was him and his party and we all the wedding party, and we all hung out and had a good time. And his wife with her bachelorettes were there, And it was, we like every night we all came together as a group. There were sometimes during the day where we'd do different things together. It was very informal, but it was just cool to have everybody there. All kind of just one big party down in Louisiana. Not me per se. I went home early pretty much every night. My friend knew that. He's like, I was actually his best man, but I mean, he's known me since we were 15. This is Eric. And he's like, dude, I know you're only going to be good for, until about 10 o'clock at night. So don't worry about it. And he had other really, really good friends with him. They just hadn't been his friends as long. And so they were able to take up the slack when the best man went out. But I tried while I was awake to be the bestest of men. Let's see. No upstate New York seafood is trash unless you get a good seafood market overpriced. Okay, gotcha. Body bag. So even outside of like the city, just upstate New York, seafood is not great. All right, good to know. I always found New York City smelled of fish anyway. And to Denise's point, it's not a great smell. So fish is one of those things. Fish, cauliflower, broccoli. I'm trying to think of other ones. Brussels sprouts, maybe. There are definitely smells that if the food is there, okay, they may not smell great, but you're at least like, oh, that's the smell of broccoli, and there's the broccoli. If you smell cauliflower, if you smell fish, and there is no cauliflower or fish around, something has died or dying. There is some foul stench on the wind. It's terrifying. If you smell those smells and the food is not around, it's like, what am I smelling? What nasty foulness is this? What fresh hell have I walked into? Except for like something like cilantro that just smells like crap no matter when you smell it. If you smell it, you're just like, I don't care if it's here or not. If it's here, it's actually even worse. I'd rather smell it and it be something else than actually be cilantro, because it really is the devil's spice. Buddy Bag says, when I was in New Jersey, I would eat seafood all the time. Really? Okay. To be fair, I was fighting for my life in Newark, New Jersey for the 6 months that I was there, and commuting into Bridgewater, New Jersey to work at the Circuit City there. And all my food, because I was broke as a joke, was gotten from Walmart. And the Walmart that's close to Newark didn't even stock things regularly. So I'd be like, oh, I want bread today. Oh, guess what? That Walmart doesn't have bread today. I guess I'm not getting bread. I'll get something else. My friend lived off of hot dogs. Like literally, he just bought like 12 packages of hot dogs and just boiled them in water and just ate them straight. That was pretty much all he ate. I don't remember what I ate, but it was not anything much better than that. It was like a bunch of granola bars and bread and probably bologna and hot dogs. Yeah, it was a dark time. I made a good friend though, Larry Smith, the Laz I called him. He was a great guy. We worked in different departments, but he just a really nice guy. One of the like slick. He could be. I mean, he was a genuine person, but he could be that slick talking salesman. He bonded. He had a great mix of personal touch and like where he could relate to you personally, but also could keep the business at the kind of the forefront. But just a really, really swell guy. Has a great son. We used to talk, even after I moved out of New Jersey, we talked, he'd call me up 2 or 3 times a year, and we just talk, about our aspirations, what was going on in our lives. He was a much older fellow. And unfortunately, I lost Larry, I guess it was 2 years ago now, to health complications. And, his son actually called me. Because his son knew that we had talked about him, and then I knew who he was and everything. He called me up and just said, "Hey, I'm just kind of going through my dad's contacts and just letting people know, but that he passed away." So we were able to talk and celebrate his father a little bit. But he was at all his basketball games. He was a very involved father and just was a huge cheerleader for his son and his daughter. And farewell, Larry. Not farewell. I've already said farewell. I'll see you soon, Larry. That's what I want to say. I'll see you again soon, my friend. Let's see. But all that to say, I don't know why I got on that whole tangent, but that to say, I never got to try seafood in New Jersey. It's called the Garden State. I never got to see the garden part of it. I just saw potholes. It should have been just the pothole state. And crazy drivers. But that was one of my first out-of-state experiences from Virginia. And since then, I've discovered bad drivers are every freaking where. every freaking where. Joseph, my family's from Massachusetts. No kidding, Joe. I would not have pictured that. Would not have thought. But you were born. Were you born and raised in Alabama though? Because you got the accent. I mean, I know from our your one cameo in our D&D game, you've got a bit of an accent. So you do have a southern way about you. But interesting, they're from Massachusetts, so they have great seafood. It's a little different, though, clams instead of oysters. Okay, yep, and I'm not sure what the distinction is. I feel like I would be able to tell the difference, but I'm not sure. But yeah, the closest I came, I haven't anything from Massachusetts, but Maine, like I said, Maine, I had cod, lobster, of course. Lobster's big in Maine. Lobster's okay. I think it's overrated. I mean, for a long time, lobster was rightly considered poor people food because it's a scavenger. It eats crap. Crabs and lobsters eat feces. That's what they live on. And if you are what you eat, by extension, we're crap because they eat crap and we eat them. So it's like, ugh. But I mean, they're scavengers. So for a long time, they were the food of the poor. And then I don't know if it was a marketing strategy or what, but somehow they convinced the populace that they should be expensive. And maybe they became rare. I don't really know that they could, but that's a possibility, I suppose. This game is still going on. Wait a minute. Yeah, I feel like it's been going on for a while now, huh? Am I crazy? I mean, I remember doing that like 20 minutes ago. Edmorn is going the distance. He's going for speed. She's all alone in a time of need because he's racing and placing and plotting the course. He's fighting and biting and riding on his horse. Anybody know the arts? That is a song. I am doing lyrical poetry, but it's not my own. Body bag, to sum up, buffalo seafood, either a fish fry on Fridays from a local bar or sushi from Wegmans. Oh, Wegmans is the jam. Anybody else? Oh my gosh, are you familiar with Wegmans? Oh, Wegmans is like, okay, Disney World like 10 years ago, 15, 20 years ago, but classic Disney World, but for grocery stores. It is crazy. They got cobblestone walkways and they actually have like a legit fish market and a meat market. They have a restaurant upstairs where you can actually buy the food and have them cook it. Wow, that was quite a battle. Let's see. Endizoa, there we go. Hoping he was all right every time we've come on since see if I can get a friend request. That was a GG. Oh, nice. Okay, so cool. Yeah, Edmorn is going to try to friend the blacksmith fellow that we just saw, the currently number 2 player. Endizo, is he number 1 right now? Oh, we don't know. He is he's in an event. He's doing the event. He's doing the gauntlet run, so we don't know. Very well could be the number 1 player right now. But yeah, Wegmans, oh my gosh, it's amazing. Clock Tower, the one I went to had a clock tower. They're only in a certain part of the country. I think they're the Northeast. They don't really go, I think we just got one in Northern Virginia, maybe like 10 years ago or something, 5 years ago. But yeah, anyway, if you have not been to a Wegmans, if you can, it's a quite treat. I don't know that the selection is that great, but like you feel like you're royalty shopping for groceries in a Wegmans. Those are the bomb diggity yo. I think I said that right. Denise, who wants to see a dead fish on a plate with its glazed eye staring reproachfully at you? Exactly, Denise. I mean, I don't know that it's always reproachful. It might just be, like, hey, what's up? But whether it's trying to guilt trip me for my culinary preference or whether it is pleading for its soul because it's already dead, or whether it's just giving me the stink eye, or even if it's just going, I like your shirt. I don't like a fish looking at me. I mean, when it's alive, if I'm not prepared to eat it, if I'm not trying to eat it, it can look at me however it wants to. It can make faces at me, it can giggle, it can do whatever, but it cannot look at me when it is dead. I do not want to see a fish I don't want my food looking at me. But so yes, it's even worse if it's glaring reproachfully. Isn't that a type of fish, a reproach bass or something? No, what am I? Okay, I think I was trying to make a bad joke, but I was way too uninformed. And here we go. I'm already... Oh, gosh. Okay. Somebody said, poof yes. I don't know. I'm going to cook it for the crew sometime, and I'll get back to you. Sausage gravy. One out of every 10,000 fish or so that I see have no eyes, and it's super creepy. Ooh. Eyes on that fish on the plate. Ooh. I agree. If it's covered in gravy. But yeah. A living fish with no eyes would be very unsettling. But I always clean my fish. Head goes overboard. Nice. Okay. Okay. There you go. So Poofiest is in the realm of the rational and the sane. He lops the head off and does not serve the fish with it. Because the rest of it, I can dig on. Softshell crab can't touch those. Will not touch a softshell crab. Just swimming by following the nose. Yeah. Well, and I know a lot of fish at the deep. I think they've evolved or something where they don't even have eyes or their eyes don't even work because it's pitch black. You know, the anglerfish, I think, they're down in the depths, which is weird though, because the angler, ironically, I think, can't really see squat because I think its eyes are shot, but it's the one that has, I think it has a little, where it has like a little light, a little lantern that it hangs out in front of its face. So you think it's like a headlight so it can see, but it's just there to draw the prey in and then it just, so yeah. But I think the fish itself can't see. I don't know. Don't hold me to that. That may be a fun fact or it could be a fun fiction. I don't know. Baldric, hey, hello, or Haleo. Haleo, I'm alive. I'm here. I'm here to tussle the crap out of this Chad. Let's go, Chad. Copious amounts of alcohol. That's not a great Baldric impression, but good to see you, man. Good to see you. You did say you would, you had your spirits, and so you were going to be a little bit later, but still plenty of evening left to enjoy. So good to see you. Denise, have you ever seen James and the Giant Peach? I remember that movie. I've never saw it myself though. Crawfish actually live in the mud. Okay, all right. So I guess that would make sense. So the ground was soggy and wet and muddy, so the crawfish took up residence there, I guess. Again, just not a great endorsement for crawfish. I mean, they're crawling in the mud. Crawling in the mud.
One strike will be all that is needed.
I forgot this little monastic champion growls like that. Rawr. He's almost like a Tazcat, but Tazcat has more syllables in his growl. He's like, rawr. This guy's like, rawr. Either way, not very articulate in their battle cry, but I guess you don't have to be. When you've got 6 power and breakthrough, which is the common factor for them, then I guess that's all you need to do. People get what you're trying to say. Denise, body bag, what is the connection to creepy fish? Well, Denise, you said they were creepy, right? Or maybe well, let's see. I will continue reading before I question. So body bag says, whenever I think of the fish heads, I think of the scene from that movie. Gotcha. Okay, so yes. So Denise had a very abs question asking what the connection from James and the Giant Peach was to creepy fish. And there it is. Whenever I think of fish heads, I think of the scene from the movie. Apparently there's a scene, the evil aunt would only feed James fish heads. Oh gosh. Okay, so it's a horror movie. I mean, I kind of knew it was, right? Is that another, what's his face? Who's that quirky director? He did Batman. Not Tim Drake. Not the Toolman Taylor. Tim Burton. Knew I was going to get there eventually. Because didn't he do Nightmare Before Christmas? I think James and the Giant Peach is the same kind of not quite claymation, artsy type look thing. Also Creepers, kind of. Denise does not remember James and the Giant Peach. Baldric, seafood is great. I don't know what you're talking about. Well, Baldric, you took a stab at it and you came through like a champ, sir. They were, in fact, talking about seafood. Primarily fish, but we've got a little bit of crawfish mixed in. Although, to be fair, I mean, even though it does say fish, they're not really in the same boat, if you will. They live in the mud, as Joseph pointed out. They do not live in the ocean, which is where most of the fish do live. But Baldric, it is not a hot take. I mean, well, Denise thinks fish are creepy. She doesn't like the smell, and she thinks they're guilting her with their eyes, their mournful, sorrowful eyes. Baldric about to tell us the story of the Nile scatterfish. Is that the one before or after the death on the Nile? I don't know, but I'm ready for the seafood facts you'll give us. Yes. Okay, so there we go. I was like, wait a minute. What am I missing about Nile scatterfish? But yes, Joseph astutely pointing out a reminder that Baldric does have classic tales from the days of yore about many a topic and gets pretty much every reference that could ever be uttered. So, there you go. Seafood facts. Baldric, fish is good for you. Eat more fish. That is a good call. Lots of omega somethings in there. Omega reds. No, that's a villain in X-Men. Lots of good stuff in fish, from what I understand. Fatty oils. But also, is it mercury? Is in a lot of fish, or just certain fish? Mercury not being so hot for you, but in general, I think yes, fish are definitely. They definitely give you lots of good stuff. Let's see, body bag. I once seen Baldric catch a goldfish with his bare hands. You lie. You lie. No man alive has captured a goldfish with his bare hands. Such a thing is not possible.
I will be triumphant.
So, body bag giving a nice job to Edmorn. A little late there, body bag. I mean, that game was like 20 minutes ago. You need with my chat. You need to if you're gonna give somebody a GG, you need to send it when we first log into the game. When we first jump in. So like Mr. Punk 90, if you want to give it, well, you're too late now. He's already at 9 health. The opponent's at 9 health. Win or lose, if you give him a GG, he's not going to hear it for about 30 minutes. Let's see. There is no rank on the left in events. Right? Exactly, Joe. Yep. That's. It takes me a second sometimes because I'm just not used to. Off the ladder. Well, I mean, I should be, but I still overlook that. If you're short of players, I will go gaming later. Okay, thank you, Denise. I appreciate that, and I know it's a sacrifice because I know you're worn down and tired. But I mean, I would be happy to spectate one of your games more than I would be to play it myself. But I also think I should have more energy and whatever else, and should not need you to do it if you're feeling fatigued. All right, so the question is, does somebody who needs to buy a vowel, at least one vowel for his name, does he have a lightning bolt? That's the question. Or that. Right. We're in arena. So Dwarven Armaments is something that you should expect the unexpected. All right, Edmorn's in casual. Endozoa battling an event again. Let's see, Mr. Punk 90. I don't know why I'm doing this. It just feels good for some reason on my lips. Okay. All right. What? He's not battling an event. Stop lying to me, game. All right. Okay, Lanula. Haven't spectated Lanula in a while. We've reached out a few times to say hello. Haven't really heard back, so I've been reluctant to jump in because I'm not really sure if Lanula wants me in there. I think we got connected through a tournament. I don't remember. It's been a long time, though. Let's see. If you're short, okay. Speaking of events, I'm 20 core premium legendaries away from full core premium. No kidding, Joseph. Holy cow. Well done, sir. 20 core premium. But, man, 20... the math, let's see. Let's just... I think it's 4,200. It's something ridiculous like that. So, 80... Yeah. So it's what, like 80,000? Oh, my math is horrible. Forget I even said anything. But it's a lot. It's a lot of gems away. But it's still pretty gosh darn impressive. Because the full core obviously is the biggest collection that there is. So to be only 20 cards away from a full premium in that core is mighty impressive. So maybe around December if I don't have some awful runs. Yeah, man. That is awesome. Hopefully when you get some of these wins, these tournament wins, they can give you some of the, like, because you just get random premium legendaries, but hopefully they're going to be for the core set so that you can get that closed out. But good for you, man. That is phenomenal. Pure Willpower, hello! Hail, friend! From, 30 years ago. 30 minutes ago. 40 minutes ago. Baldric, now that's a story. The goldfish... Oh, okay, let's do the wise and men. Now that's a story. The goldfish told me it will grant me a wish, and I told her, no well, not exactly a classic story here, is it? But I mean, I think we're allowed to do it. This is not advertised as a child-friendly stream. If I do one of those, I would refrain from it. Let's just do the whole thing. Now that's a story. The goldfish told me it will grant me a wish, and I told her, no shitting, and the fish shortly after died of constipation. Probably should have read that last sentence before I decided to redo the whole thing. Not exactly classic, but this would be fairy tales as told by an inebriated scholar of ancient lore. That's what happens when you get too much ale in your scholarly in your scholars. It just that you get constipated fish. Oh no. Okay. Wow. You'll have to excuse my friend. Me. I'm a little slow. So that the profanity was actually a key part of the joke. You all probably got it. You're all probably shaking your heads. You're doing face palms. But it said, it will grant you a wish, no shitting, which the fish, because it's not very smart, took as the wish, and the fish died of... So it's a very tragic tale. And I think the lesson we need to learn here is don't use profanity, especially around a talking, wish-granting fish. So it was a joke. It was not just a random story from an inebriated mind. It was a joke that I missed despite not being inebriated. I am drinking, but I am not drinking alcohol. In fact, I need to... Doing my Zevia. Sorry, that was a little loud. I should have muted. We just finished. The only one so far that they have not done a great job replicating is they have a lemon lime version, which I think is supposed to be like Sprite. It's okay as it is, but it does not taste like Sprite. Whereas everything else is a fair proximity to what it is supposed to be. So I've got some grapes out, and they don't add. I mean, it's kind of a bummer in a manner speaking, but it makes it better, I guess. They don't add dye to it, so every stevia or Zevia is clear. So I just had their lemon lime. Of course, it was clear. Grape is also clear. Still tastes like not grape. I was so bummed. Grape is one of those flavors that the artificial version of it, I think it tastes very good. It tastes nothing like an actual grape. Like watermelon, you can kind of get it. It's a little more potent. I was going to say pungent, but more potent than like an actual watermelon, because watermelon is a lot of water. But it still kind of tastes like it. Cherry, same thing. You can kind of identify. But man, grape flavoring tastes nothing like grapes. Maybe some grape juice kind of tastes like it, but not really. But anyway, that was a great story, Baldric. Thank you for sharing the from the tome of ancient knowledge. And Bodybag greeting Pure Willpower, and Bodybag got the joke. I don't know if it took as long as it did for me to get it, but he did get it. Bodybag, just a fancy hash brown. Oh, I think you're talking about when I was referring to the potato latkes, the potato pancakes. Yeah, exactly. I will say, I mean, you can't eat a potato latke for breakfast, but I mean, they're different enough that I would prefer a hash brown over that for like breakfast. Oh no, I want a hash brown right now. It's so close, I can taste it. Oh, I might Tuesday. I might have to get a hash brown. That sounds really good right now. I don't know why. I feel like when you've been fasting, like you have like pregnancy cravings. You random food. You're just like, oh, this would be so good right now. It's like, well, it a lot would be really good. So I think it's going to be Russian roulette. It's going to be whatever happens to be in front of my face at the time that I'm able to eat again. It's going to be my first thing. I don't think I have enough fartitude to be like, no, I'm waiting. I'm saving myself for this. That said, I don't want to jump into a like hardcore dairy or like really heavy pasta or carbs, because I really don't want to lose the progress. I was at 238. I'm down to 215 right now. So what is that? 23 pounds? So about a pound a day. during a all liquid fast. So I blended strawberry and pineapple puree type stuff with a little bit of orange juice, a lot of Zevia stuff. Like I said, it has a flavor to it, but it's got nothing in it. And beef broth, chicken broth in particular as well, that has the fat and stuff in it. That was pretty much it. So you go on that for 21 days, you'll lose about a pound a day. If you are at my level of overweightness, if you're much fitter, if you're in much better shape, you're probably not going to lose as much, because that's the one good thing about being overweight, like grossly overweight, like keeping myself up with snoring late or waking myself up with snoring. I don't normally snore, but when I was at 238, my neck fat was like getting there, and I just do that little snort and wake me up in the middle. Oh, so bad. Ugh. Anyway, let us move on. There are spots of Texas that are flatland and dry, so dry in fact that my lips got chapped and my nose kept bleeding. Ooh, really, Joseph? So as much as I despise humidity for so many reasons, one good thing is I have not had to use chapstick since I moved here. So, and I guess ultimately, I would prefer humidity to a dryness like that, where your nose bleeds a lot. I mean, there were times in Indiana where I had, not a lot of them, but there were a couple days where I had nosebleeds, and it was purely just from that. Or I'd wake up in the middle of the night coughing because I hadn't drank enough water or something, and my throat was so dry. And I'm not a mouth breather. I sleep with my mouth closed at night, but it still got that dry. Ooh. That does save him from... No, it doesn't. Oh, you got to be kidding me. The pants are going to give Chewie G minus another prophecy. The win. Oh, another prophecy. Oh my gosh. Edmorn. That prophecy mattered. Oh, Chewie G. I mean, you got to give a quiet... Does he have a way to finish it? Oh, hey, that's some character from Chewie. A good game by Edmorn. Very, very well played. But Chewie, props to you, sir. It's hard cheese to swallow to lose to back-to-back prophecies, but you handled it with class. A true war hero. Wow. Yeah, start with the GG. You've been practicing your... Alrighty. And as we are able to see his event, so we will take a gander here. Let's see. Baytown is probably like 30 minutes away from Houston, if you miss traffic. Yeah, that seems to be 30 to 40 minutes, Joseph. But I guess you were saying that when I was looking it up, so... oh, boy. Yeah. Chandler Bing. We've seen Endozoa overcome. I mean, and I totally forget that they even discount the cost of the freaking cards. Like, oh, so busted. But if anyone can finish this off, it's Endozoa. Not necessarily the most stellar board, but yeah, there's a bunch in there. Okay, yeah. So Edmorn, I mean, obviously, when you've got that 2/4 guard, I can't remember what it's called, Corsair guy thing. So nice, quick math calculating there by Endozoa to get rid of most of that field lane. Still has a level crap gate. So I mean, everything coming out of Eldo Angst's hands is going to be, oh gosh.
We must protect the wellspring.
We must protect the wellspring. Well, screw you, lady, and your wellspring, and your little skirt, and your shin guards and whatnot. What are you, a footballer, as they say in the UK, or pretty much anywhere but the United States of America? Wow, that's... Aspect of our scene has been thrusting itself into every deck in the world. I'm here and I'm a big bear. But I was a deer a second ago. I'm an aspect. What do you expect? But yeah, yep. So Joseph, yeah. So I'll be able to get to Baytown pretty quick. I'll probably wait, and Endizo has had enough of this invade nonsense and just bows out. Don't blame you, sir. I'll probably wait until I get a job though, because it feels bad spending money on like going out to eat when I'm just kind of eroding at my savings. So once I get a job, I'll check out Baytown. All right. I'm guessing we'll see Endizo leap back into the fray momentarily. Denise, I hate to say it, but you might be up. If you're still awake, you might be up. No one's there. Oh my gosh. I mean, we can watch story match. I mean, it's not like, I mean, we are here for the games, but we'll give it about 10 seconds. Let me see a few more chats here. Dave's Hot Chicken is another spot you'll have to try. It's fast food. All right. I dig on fast food on occasion, so I would definitely be happy to check out Dave's Hot Chicken. Baldrick, now that was flashy. Crap. My book. So I don't know what that was in reference to. It's been a little too long, but I think it was probably one of our friends' wins. A stellar victory. All right. We're gonna for a moment we're gonna join Saints. Hopefully he'll let us watch his story match. He is still up against Shia Gorath, but it looks like he's about to prevail. Oh no, wait, he's not still up against. He beat him last time. I guess this is maybe the next match or something. Ooh, I'm running out of steam. Otherwise, I do another one. Hey, that's fine, Edmorn. That's fine. Brave, hello. Oh, good, my friend. You put up a great fight.
Brother, second cousin, just stop making me remember.
Hell, are you prepared to regale us? I had to get that off. That's when it does that, you lose everything you texted. So I had to get out there, even with bad punctuation. All right, so Brave is on, and she may very well take to the field when all the others are doing things other than playing Tessel. But they all have lives outside the game and like to do fun things on Fridays. Losers. Oh, gosh. Tell you what. What do you fancy? Silence and violence? Here, kitty kitty. Ooh, let's see. All right, anybody chat? Oh, crap. All right, I'm going to skip down to chat. I've never done this before. I'm going to skip down to see if I can get an answer on this so that y'all can let me know what you think. Oh, my gosh. Oh my gosh, it's like the Lord of the Rings in chat form. All right, so I'm here now, folks. Anybody who's listening, Denise, what would you like her to play? She's got Silence and Violence, kitty kitty. Oh, Saints was doing that on Master. Nice. Let's see. So Banana Schwab, hello. Wow. So I skipped down. I see. Oh, there's Inu. And there's Banana Schwab, hello, and Antoine is in chat. So yeah, we got and then Pure Willpower. I'm just taking a quick gander. You're absolutely right. Yeah, no, it is a big. Do you have a fish deck? I say teasingly. Let's see. Okay, so we're not getting a response. So how about some Silence and Violence? There we go. It does not have creepy fish tech. All right, so I'm gonna go back up on chat here. It's good to see just how. Okay, maybe it's not that far. Maybe I exaggerated in my brain. Let's see. Silence and Violence it is. All right. I haven't seen Fury. Do you mean the movie? The tank movie? I believe Fury is a tank movie. Pretty well done. It's got Brad Pitt in it, which Brad Pitt's one of those guys I never see. I'm not dissing the guy. It's just he's somebody that he's always Brad Pitt. Just always Brad Pitt. Maybe Legends of the Fall. There were moments where I kind of lost him in the character, but usually he's always eating. His characters are always eating something in almost every scene.
Bright moons light your path.
And he's just kind of Brad Pitt. He just kind of has that, okay, like very nonchalant, whatever. I mean, it was, anyway, like I said, nothing wrong with it. It's a brand. It's a style. But very much Brad Pitt. Anyway, but he's in Fury, and yeah.
Of course I'm on your side.
Bear with me, says Baldric. My vocabulary is a bit strange, so if you see parts of sentences repeating, bear with me. Oh, beer with me.
All power flows from the gods.
I guess that is the right word, bear. Okay. Bear with me. That's how you know. That's how you know the alcohol is truly seeped into Baldric's gray matter. He's starting to use the word beer in place of other words. Let's see. I didn't mean to say sushi. Whoops. Boudin. Oh, Boudin. Oh, Boudin is that's how you say Boudin. The thing you said I need to try from Louisiana. So Boudin. 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 Lieutenant Boudin. You got new legs. This Yankee. Wait, are you talking about yourself, Joseph? You're the Yankee here. I grew up in Virginia. I'm Southern. Only you Massachusetts and what have yous are Yankees. No, don't touch Kwama, you fiend. All right, I do remember the Kwama. I think it was a Kwama Queen, right? I do believe. So Baldric mourning the attack on the Kwama. In Greece, if you're near a port, you'd get fresh seafood with your alcohol in some of the bars. Now that's a paradise. Wow. That's interesting to think of, like, seafood being used as a side for alcohol. Like the main draw is the alcohol. And it's like, oh, and you'll get a free meal with it too. It's like, but you're going to pay for the alcohol. But that does sound actually really good. Everything sounds really good. Gosh darn it. Oof. I'm going to be so thrilled next Friday. Oh my gosh. Like, you'll all be making all these food references. It'll be like, oh, maybe I'll try some of that right now. Body bag, Newark. I was in the nice part of Jersey. Now you gotta help me out here, body bag. What is the nice part of Jersey? I mean, Bridgewater wasn't bad. It wasn't bad, but I mean, it was like Northern Virginia. It wasn't like fantastic. Where's the garden part of the Garden State, man? What city or county of New Jersey is actually the Garden State? Because I mean, no, I'm with you though. We ended up in Newark because we were trying to go to New York. But this is back before GPS was the thing. So the guy that I went with, he found us like 7 different apartments to look at, which was great, but he didn't get directions to any of them. So we go there, you're able to get to the first apartment. That's like, okay, what's the address of the second one? And he gives me the address. I'm like, okay, where do I go? He's like, I don't know. We just have to find that street. And I'm like, neither one of us know jack squat about New York, and we're just going to drive around looking for the streets. Oh my gosh, it was a disaster. So we ended up, I'm trying to remember what we ended up doing. I think we retreated. We went down like 17 wrong roads, and New York is just not a place that you just want to drive around willy-nilly, haphazard. You're going to encounter some things and situations that you may want to extricate yourself from in an expeditious way. And we did. Oh, how we did. And it looks like Denise is going to win with her Animule, I guess, silence an animal deck. No, I opened my mouth and I said the thing. Oh, gosh. I'm sorry, Denise. I mean, I don't think I legitimately torpedoed the game, but I'm sorry you were this close with the animals and betrayed. Oh. How do I do the tier? How do I do the tiers? How do I? Prize chicken. Sniff. What is the? Inu, you do it all the time. Is it the? Nope, it's not that. It's like the sideways colons, right? So is it that and then this? Oh no, that and then this. No, that and I'm such a boomer. I guess that's gonna work. Maybe she'll get what that means. Sorry, Denise. I'm sad. I'm sad for you. Oh, Brave Carrion decks. Okay, gotcha. Oh, Fury? So close. Do you have a Fury deck? I think that's what you're saying, right? I was talking about Brave Carriod's decks. Okay. When I see that, I think furry. And I'm like, that's probably not. I made legend comfy. Wait. Oh, I don't care. Okay. I don't really care. I made legend comfy. Okay, so nice. Cool. All right. Furry Fury. Okay, so we got both. We've got the furry and we've got the fury. Joseph says Baldric sounds like Alabama would be your paradise then. I guess so. They also have alcohol served with seafood in Alabama. I will say I remember we got some really good Korean food in there. There was where we stayed. There was a little like complex thing, and they had a Korean restaurant, and it was some of the best bulgogi and what was the other one? Gimbap that I've had. It was fan-freaking-tastic. So yeah, Alabama surprised me. It doesn't look like much, at least what we were driving through. But to be fair, neither does Texas. When you're driving into Texas, the first 3 hours, you think you're in the bottom of the barrel of the freaking country. And then you hit a place and it kind of gets cool and becomes more normal. But the first 4 hours, it's just nasty. All right, so we are getting a warning from Denise. She is going to pout if this deck does not draw well tonight, because this beat Evansley loads the other night. This is the one. She was telling me about it in a message. Marco Polo. We communicate with relative frequency or volume. Volume, not always frequent, but lots of volume. And she was telling me that this deck just kind of on a lark. I think this is the one she said was she actually made and tested in friendly matches and then accidentally queued it up and went from rank 2 to rank 1 with it. So I think that's why she's saying she'll be a little upset if it draws poorly, because it actually has had a really good showing, and this is an ideal matchup against it. Don't be a boar. Be a wild boar. Baldric, would it? I'm moving then. If only things were that easy. Where, hey, Baldric, you could be like, you know what? They serve seafood with alcohol in Alabama. I'm going to fly across the world tomorrow and make my move.
Wrong place for a midnight stroll.
So Joe Wielder wanting to keep his stench-smelling Barrow Stalker alive. Joseph Gump Shrimps, there we go. Yeah, brave. Yippee! Not. You do say yippee in quite a few videos, or I can hear you saying it. You're like, yippee! Not. It's a very brave thing to say. Joseph Gump Shrimps, that's right. We were thinking the same thing. Greedy. So well, yeah, I guess if this is Eben Slay, then yeah, Greed is its middle name. Eben, Greed, Heart, Slay. Or perhaps less awkwardly, Eben, Slay, Greed, Heart. Eben, Heart, Greed, Slay. I don't know. It's synonymous with that deck. There is no version of Eben Slay that's not greedy. I don't think. Funny enough, the only Bubba Gump Shrimp I've ever seen was in New York City. No kidding, Joseph. Really? And I'm guessing that came up after the movie. It was just kind of done which seems like a very New York City thing to do. It's like, oh hey, we're gonna capitalize on. It's over there near Broadway somewhere. Well, thank you, Joseph. That near Broadway. Oh boy, there we go with the quick grow. Oh boy, this is not looking good. World Eater's Eyrie. This is not looking fabulous. That doesn't help. Oh, for crying out loud, game. Do what you will with me, but don't screw Brave over. I guess he's an elder. You know, what do you expect? He's not going to be the most articulate. There we go. Oh no! The vulture's like, haha, I get away from the lethal guard. Oh no, I'm back again. I was born in Massachusetts, raised in Alabama. Okay, all right. So that would explain it. So you are Massachusettsan. You're a really game. Exactly right. Oh. I thought she was saying that just based on the guarding situation. I didn't even see. Wow. I'm guessing she runs a Viper in this deck.
This was a worthy contest.
Wow. The spiteful little complete sentence. Yeah, Denise, I'm sorry. What have I done? I asked you to step back into this quagmire of broken dreams. There it is! Yes! I mean, she's still going to heal. There it is! I mean, it still heals for 14, but that was the one and only card that could have bailed her out of that situation, and it finally showed up. We're finally seeing a little bit of love from the game for Denise. For as much as she's persevered through, she damn well deserves it. Body bag. Wait, Schward knows Wegmans? Let's go! Heck yeah, man. Heck yeah. I mean, I can't remember where I saw it. Oh, boy, that's bad. That's really bad. Another Viper game, maybe? Because that's... Well, no, actually it's not as bad as it could be, because if it came down as... I wonder how that would work. If it was big enough, would it come down as a 16 and then get doubled after that? Oh, I think somebody's at the door. All right, you have to excuse me, folks. I think that... Oh, no. Oh, stepdad got it. Yeah, ball. Thank you. Must be the landlord. Sorry, the front door is right there, so I'm just curious who it might be. Yeah. Because we don't get visitors, because it's not our house. Just friendly neighborhood folk? Okay, there we go. Oh, okay, gotcha. I mean, World Eater's already doing good work for Joe Wielder. And Denise is on fumes right now, but... I mean, really not bad. Well, he's going to do a lane change or got a ping. And there it goes. And he's going to put another guard over there. And the only good news is he's out of cards, but... I mean, that's pretty much lethal right there. Ooh! Giant snake. I mean, she's got to go through 2 guards, though. And she can't... Yeah, you need 2 giant snakes. It's not a giant snake is big, but it's not big enough. All right. Joe, I don't know that you need to go that route. You can just, you know. Yeah. Sorry, Denise. That was an uphill battle, a slog. The button was too far away. I wanted to actually mute it so you wouldn't have to hear my sneeze, but it's too far away for me to reach with my little arms. Look at my little arms. I can't hold jump and run at the same time. Anybody? Baldric? Somebody? That reference? You don't have to be that old to get that. And it wasn't exact, but it was close enough that you should know the character and the movie that line came from. It's a classic. Eben gonna slay. Hasn't been a good night, eh? Well, that is ladder greed must be rewarded. Exactly. Yep. That's what it feels like. It really does. It feels like the game wants to reward certain kind of decks and decry others. So Denise, we've got some others. Let's see. And it forces the rest of us to play aggro to get under. Yep. The game's own twisted meta, if you will. Want to go again? Or yeah, Denise, do you want to try again? I mean, we got some other folks playing now, so do you want to keep going, or are you? Cause, I mean, happy to continue spectating, but if that kind of has made you go, all right, you know what, I jumped into the fray and now I'm happy to step out. So we got Carbon. Mark is practicing. Shake Your Babies on. All right, so Inu. All right, tell you what, Denise, thank you again. I know it's late for you, but let's let's go ahead and Inu is also very late for. Let's go ahead and take a look at Inu and see what he's got going on. So Denise, thank you for your brave sacrifice, and for the deck had a good showing. I mean, you 14/14 Dark Seducer comes down. That's a heck of everything to. Yeah, exactly. Bad taste in the mouth. Yep. No, I totally understand. So we will see what Inu is up to. But thank you for taking that bullet, Denise. I appreciate that. What's Wegmans, a seafood restaurant? Baldric. Oh, geez. Grocery store. Yeah. Okay. Body bag. You're underselling it. You can't say top quality grocery store. Well, hopefully, Baldric, you heard my description of it, and that has sufficiently wowed and wooed you, because it really is just fantastic. The market area. The rest of the store is just like a grocery store. It is, but it's got like wood floors, man. It's not just a regular grocery store. It's got wood floors and it's set up really nice, and it's got like these gift shops and stuff in it. I mean, it's not. I mean, I was going to list a bunch of grocery stores, but it's crazy. Like each state has their own. Like Colorado, their main was King Soopers. It's the most ridiculous sounding store ever. King Soopers. In Florida, and I'm guessing maybe Louisiana, they've got a Piggly Wiggly. Virginia, they've got, we used to have like a Basics, but now it's Food Lion. They tried to do, so Food Lion was just kind of like just a basic whatever, but they tried to do, based on the location of the Food Lion, they tried to rebrand it as either I can't remember what it was. There were two different versions, but one was essentially very, very like targeted obviously for like lower income areas where like you brought your own bags and everything, and it really wasn't as nice. And then the other one was like an upgrade of sorts where they kind of replicated a little bit of what Wegman was doing, kind of made it the wood floor. It was almost like a grocery Starbucks version of a grocery store. And then I don't know I don't know why they went and did all of that, because it's still technically Food Lion, but they did away with it and it all just went back to being Food Lion. It's like nobody wants to feel like they're shopping at a store that is catered to, hey, we know you don't have any money, so here's your store. It's like, just leave it as the Food Lion. Like, you don't need to make that distinction, or make it subtly. Like, if you're not going to carry certain food items because people don't buy them, because they want to spend their money on like meat and potatoes versus some elegant spice that costs $6 bazillion. That's why he's wrathful, because you shocked him with a lightning bolt. He would have been amicable. It would have been the love of Sithis if you hadn't shot a lightning bolt in his face. Something you'd like to browse? Absolutely, Baldric. It's just a nice atmosphere. Any fancy cheese there? I'm pretty sure there is. Yep, exactly, absolutely. Yep, nice. All the Italian cured meats. Yep. Nah, the Balkan cured meat is better. More meat, less fat. I'll make a complaint for you, Baldric. Yeah, Baldric, come on, man. They may have Balkan cured meat as well. And Baldric's like, nah, Wegmans is beneath me. Italian cured meats. What's that all about? We're about to have a real food war. All right, so Joe's taking umbrage with some of the comments here. Wouldn't it be a first for this congregation? Not congregation. That sounds like a church. For this community. That's the word I was looking for. For this community to actually get into a disagreement about food. That would be a novel thing. Like, that's just something that doesn't happen ever. Baldric to body bag. Do it. They need to know. So he's very, very emphatic about this Balkan cured meat.
Let kind guide me.
I just Googled. Okay, so body bag. It was not Tim Burton who directed James and the Giant Peach. A guy named Henry Selick. Never heard of him. But okay. Short your math on my core premiums is unnecessary. I get them for free in the events once a week usually. But that's what is it? But is it always core premiums though, Joe? Like you get a premium, but are they always premium core, or are some of them like elsewhere expansions or Clockwork or something? Sounds like a plan. Oh, nuts. I'm sorry, Inu. I didn't see if you won. I think you won. I assume you won because you're awesome, but I didn't actually see it, so I don't want to say GG in game, and you'd be like, why are you congratulating me on a loss? That was okay. So to make it up to you, we'll watch another game. And I, of course, am using the word watch loosely. I know you all are, because you all will congratulate people and make comments on plays far more than I am able to, especially when I get behind like this, and I am way behind. All right. Antoine. Yep. Okay, so I knew you were here, but I didn't. Tomorrow, let's hope for Italy versus Switzerland at Euro 2024. Joseph, is that soccer? Yep, and it's European Cup. All right, so tomorrow we are pulling for Italy to triumph over Switzerland in Euro 2024 for soccer or European football, I guess. Is that the distinction we'd make? I guess in the States you would have to say that. European football or soccer. Inu, that was Shadowmare, Dawn Break. Wait. So yeah, I think Inu got the win with yes. I saw Shadowmare but missed his arming. Smile, darn you. GG. Kept doing a winky smile. It's like, I'm not trying to be sly. I'm just trying to smile. Let's see. So yeah, so Antoine, you'll have to let us know. Since you gave us the knowledge of the game beforehand, you'll have to let us know next Friday if Italy did in fact triumph over Switzerland. And somehow this conversation reminded Baldric that he has beer in the fridge. Joseph said, Baldric, you strike me as an IPA guy. Antoine, so we will see in a moment, I'm sure. Baldric depends on the IPA. Okay, so he is not an indiscriminate IPA. He enjoys IPAs, but not all IPAs, which is interesting because usually IPA, that's kind of, it's almost, I mean, I don't mean this to sound derisive towards IPA, but the people that I know about it, it's like when they go to breweries, they're almost like fanatical, like it's got to be IPA, and as long as it's an IPA, it's good. It's kind of that kind of thing. So it's interesting to have somebody who's like, I do like IPAs, but only certain ones. Antoine adds that it is the second biggest event beside the World Cup. Okay, so for those of us who aren't necessarily savvy when it comes to European football, or just football, I guess. We'll call it American football if it's football. Like those of us, we really only know World Cup, but apparently this event is the next biggest thing to World Cup. So unless you're having the entire world playing, this is the next best thing. So, I mean, does it not include the U.S. in it? Is that like what makes it not quite as like the World Cup, or is it like a European? Oh no, you said Euro. So I'm guessing it means it's a European league. So it's all the countries within the continent of Europe that play. Let's see. Okay, so Joseph is also a discriminant IPA drinker, but he just picks them randomly every so often. Whichever can looks cool. That seems like a very... I am surprised not at all. But hey, it's not a bad way to go, because really, what else are you going to go by? So you just go, hey, this looks great. It looks like people had fun making this. They made it, something fun. I'll give it a try. If you generally like IPAs, you can't really go wrong. It may not be your cup of tea because it's not a cup of tea. It's in fact a can of beer, but you're more than likely to still enjoy it. So Inu up against Riven 18, who I recognize that name. Again, man, I need to start making a list, checking it twice to remind myself who's naughty and nice. Because I recognize the names, but I don't remember if it's because they were a turd muffin or because they just played well. We'll find out, I guess. Because usually people stick to what they know. If they know being a turd muffin, they keep being a turd muffin. They don't just stop because one day they wake up and go, hey, being a turd muffin's kind of a turdy thing to do. And a Kermit type thing to do, apparently. Let's see. Antoine, when I was in the UK, I went in the smallest pub in the world with the biggest welcome. It's located in Manchester. Oh, cool. Cool. Yeah, I like the idea of a pub, like a proper British pub or English pub. Like I said, I was there for a week, I think, or so, and I don't think I ever got into a pub, but it just looks kind of cozy, and it has kind of that at least the pictures that I've seen, certain ones, because it's got like the old wood stuff. It's like the closest you can be to getting into like a medieval type tavern, because a lot of the stuff is older. The structure is older. It kind of has that vibe to it anyway. So I always thought that would be pretty cool. And Antoine loved a kind of IPA. Okay, all right. Baldrick wants to know, what beer did you take there? Old Speckled Hen, a great bitter beer. Okay, so Antoine actually remembered the name of the beer, which is impressive, especially since it's not like your typical thing. Old Speckled Hen. All right. Joseph said, someone told me the locals in UK fight in the streets over soccer. Yeah, I don't know how prevalent it is, but I've very heard that soccer matches or football matches can become very violent on the regular. There's a lot of fervent fans, I guess would be the nice way to put it. Not all fans, of course. That's never the case. But I do remember hearing that it could be a very inhospitable environment, depending on who's playing and what's at stake and everything. But I have heard that. Let's see. Now that's a beer I didn't know about. Whoa! Okay, so the Old Speckled Hen is a beer that even Baldrick is not familiar with. So his IPA lore only goes but so far. We've found a limit. We've found an area that Baldrick is not as familiar with. Antoine endorses it as a nice little company and a very good one. And the name is funny as well. Yeah, Speckled Hen. Old Speckled Hen. I don't know, the speckle, like, would that bespeak to like some kind of plague or virus or something? I don't know. Be speckled doesn't sound appetizing per se, but maybe it means something. An old speckled hen is a type of hen that is commonly associated with drinking alcohol. I don't know. But the more you know, Baldrick, now you know there's a beer out there you need to try. And Baldrick does agree, yes, that there is the fighting, just not in England. It's elsewhere in Europe. Let's see. And Baldrick, if there's a high stake match, there's a high risk fight guaranteed. There you go. Yeah, confirmed. At least in Baldrick's neck of the woods. Antoine, cheers. Good to see you as well. Oh, that's probably in reference to my cheers there. And yep, because that was right after Willpower said you need to be very careful with your first meal off a fast. Yeah, exactly. Pure Willpower. And not even necessarily the hospital like that. I mean, obviously that can happen. I've heard that that's a thing, but also you can just really tie your stomach in knots. Like your stomach can just get like just basic food can really screw you over. That's why it's so hard when, if you've got people like in impoverished countries and you go to there and you want to give them food, if they haven't eaten for a while, you giving them food can really screw them over badly. Whether it's obviously death is a big deal, but even you could get them, they can get all kinds of digestive issues and everything. So yeah, 100%. But I do appreciate you letting me know pure willpower. But my mom she's done, I don't know how many 40-day fasts, and some of her, just pure water 40-day fasts. She's done a lot of those. As well as 21-day fasts of various kinds and everything. So she's an old pro, and yeah, she was saying the same thing. It's going to take you several days of slowly working your way into solids. I mean, that's a good thing about still like drinking other than water, is that I have been kind of keeping my stomach processing things. But no, 100%, I still need to be very careful and thoughtful about what I'm eating, and I can't go super heavy. So that's why I'm saying. So it's part of it is, I can't wait to eat something, but I also have to go, okay, is this have a high chance of screwing me over? Because the last thing I need, in my first day eating food is to have a stomach ache. It's like, gosh darn it. All right. So, and then Inu, we got the hello friend. Oh no, hello Frund. Is it Frund? Is that how you say it? Inu? Frund? Frund? Like, I feel like you wouldn't say Frund. But I think it's saying, hello, friend. I believe. Hello, friend. Hello, friend. I don't know. I'm going to stop saying it in case I'm saying it badly. And he's just like, stop it. Stop it. Every time you say it, it's wrong. Stop it. But he's right in the middle of the game. So I don't think we're going to get there. He might. We have had Inu drop in a chat like, this is actually how you pronounce it. Or how dare you imply that German and Austria are the exact same country. Okay. And there is, and he's answering the call. answering the call, nobly answering the call before she battled the Ebonheart, Greed Ebonheart Slave. Oh. I thought we had just gotten to the bottom, but we were not there. And Inu gets the W. I saw that this time. So I can give him AGG. Back-to-back wins. See, it can happen. Body bag. Sometimes being spectated actually makes you ascend. Oh, Night Dark Wolf. Sweet. Just kidding. I just like seeing his name and clicking on a button next to his name because it feels cool. All right, so Broda is currently playing. Let's see if... Oh, Freund? Freund? Is that it? I think I got that right. Freund? So, Freund? I assumed. Wouldn't be very nice to call everyone turd muffins. Which I don't know that there is a version of turd muffin in other languages. It is kind of unique.
Well, let's see if we can find something.
All right, so let's see if Broad is... I mean, he's ranked number 7, so he's doing all right. We'll see if he's having better fortune now than he was earlier in the evening. Let's see. Antoine, imagine that for the historic semifinal of 2006, Italy versus Germany, I was at the Sigur Rós concert in the castle of... it's just like Tiago's last name, Ferreira. But no, there are no rolled R's. So it's Ferrara. A beautiful medieval Italian city where when we went out, it seemed like a world apart. I was like, I need to read this for the context to figure out what he's saying. But it's a world apart. After the rarefied atmosphere of the music, screams, and chaos in the streets. Oh, wow. Okay, so I don't know historical thing. All right, so there is apparently a word for turd. I don't know how to pronounce it because it involves a character that I'm not familiar with. Scheib? Shine? Shy? I don't know what. It looks like a B, but that is not a B, folks.
Greetings.
But apparently, I'm guessing that is another word for... Oh, double S. Scheisse. Scheisse muffin. Wait, doesn't that just mean poop? Turd is not poop. I mean, technically it is, but when I say turd muffin, I'm not simply combining the word poop with muffin. It is much deeper than that. It's like turd is like, it's like, what is turd? Turd. I mean, yes, it does. It can mean poop, but turd.
I'm ready for anything.
Turd muffin. Because you can call it, used to be, hey, you little turd. But that's how it's said. It's you're not saying, hey, mother. It's like, oh, you little turd. Come here, you little turd. It's kind of a thing like that, which if you think about what it literally could mean, it may sound a little weird, but it'd be like saying, hey, little dingleberry. Right? I think dingleberry, isn't that or am I thinking of something else? Anyway, let's just leave feces out of the conversation. I mean, speaking of which, I don't know why that made me think of that. I'm not sure why, but yeah, it sure did. Huh? One of life's great mysteries. But yeah, so I'm not sure I'm not familiar with the 2006 semifinal, but it's cool. Oh, I think what you're saying. Okay, so you were in the concert, and apparently there was after the semifinal, Italy versus Germany. There was a fallout afterward. So he leaves the concert in a beautiful medieval Italian city, which sounds fantastic. And it was like night and day. I don't know why I'm translating English. I'm translating it for myself. I'm not saying he needed to translate it. He expressed himself very well. I'm just breaking it down for me because I'm not familiar with what happened. But it was obviously the cacophony of a game versus the bliss of the concert that he was in. So Baldric confirms Antoine is from Italy. And he is. And Banana Schwab, again, hello. I might be in bed by now, so I'm going to say good night to you, sir, just in case you go to bed before I get to the bottom of the chat. But hopefully the music is playing you are playing music. Hopefully you're enjoying playing music. Hopefully you're still playing music and enjoying that. I'm proud of myself. I got there. It took me a lot longer than I should, but I got there. Born in Sicily. Awesome. It's always cool. I mean, it's like, especially for folks in other countries where I know fewer of the cities, it's nice when somebody's born in a city that I'm familiar with the name at least. And Sicily, I mean, that's a famous one. And then in Baldric, look at that. I'm across the Adriatic Pond. So if either of you have a boat, I don't know. Do you Baldric? Are you calling it Adriatic Pond like we call the Atlantic a pond? You know, because I don't know about I don't know who started or who still does it, but my understanding. There we go. Broda does get a W even against Movement Assassin. Interesting. But like we say across the pond. I think that had to come from the UK because I don't think Americans would ever call an ocean a pond. Let's see. We still have to. I see. We don't have a word that deep. All right. Back with Inu. Tearing it up, even though it is in the wee hours of the morning for Inu. And also for Brave, which makes her sacrifice even greater. So I don't know if Adriatic is it's the Adriatic Sea, right? I think it's actually the name. So it's a bigger mass of water than you would probably want to take a boat, like you jump in your little rowboat, and Baldric could row over to Antoine's house. Mainly living in Rome, another city that I'm familiar with. Cool, go to the south. It is so beautiful. All right, so we're getting some, just as we had a little bit of restaurant exchange between Joseph and I. Now we've got Antoine and Baldric recommending areas of the country that are splendid to see. Joseph says, speaking of fish in Texel, an alchemy archetype would have been interesting. Okay, what am I missing? What is the connection between alchemy and fish? Apart from, I mean, do you do alchemy on fish in Skyrim? I feel very foolish, but I don't know much about alchemy in general. So maybe there's something inherently associated with alchemy and fish, or Joseph is just coming out of left field, which is not completely unprecedented. But I would be surprised if that's the case. Too bad the game died. Yes, we all mourn. Oh, we mourn the demise. There's the articulate Tazcat. Nice premium Taz from Inu. And looks like another win coming up. Shadowfin can take out guards. Clockwork can give a boost to whatever card remains. So it looks like he is going to walk away with a W over Lotus NGC 55. Honey Badger, hello! Before I forget, I did buy the trilogy you recommended. I can't remember what it's called, but I had to do my research. I had to get back on. I had to go into their video to figure out exactly, because it was all just a whirl of Star Wars. Midi-chlorians were flying at me and all this kind of stuff. So I had to look it up exactly what you were recommending. So I got the trilogy. I almost got paperback from eBay, but one, it would have shipped to a mailbox, which I don't have access to right now, which sucks. But even with the cheap used prices, it was still cheaper to go. All right, so we'll check out Night Dark Wolf. Yes, he is. All right, we're playing. What was it saying? Oh yeah. So I got it on Kindle. So I do have them. I started reading the first page. I had some stuff come up and I wasn't able to finish it, but I bought it. It is on my thing, and I actually have it open to the first page. I am ready to give it a look-see, and I'm looking forward to, some new old Star Wars. And hopefully it'll go well, and then we'll have more common ground to talk about. That does remind me, though. I am going to ask you to watch this video really quick, just because I think we need to as I'm reading this book and expanding my horizons, I think this video will be good for you to watch. Wait for it. Oops. You may have seen this one already, but if you haven't, oh wow, I've actually got a commercial plan.
A standalone World of Warcraft private server
Weird.
that reimagines WoW in a brand new way.
Go away. All right. It's not all that great, but it has a very strong and righteous message that I think you can appreciate. So I'll put that there. Like I said, if you've seen it already, then you know, and you don't have to worry about it. But if you haven't, I would ask you to watch that as I read the books you recommended. And that way, I think we'll just understand each other a little bit better. Boring patrol today? In or out? Or is this a term for perusing Tessel in a less than spectacular fashion? This is for Braves, or animals won't be bullied anymore. a noble pursuit, Inu. Man, yeah, it's this stupid dark seducers, man. I tell you what, they're almost they're not as bad. I don't want to make that claim. They're not as bad as Aelid Guardians, but they seem to fudge up games just about as often. And they can, because in both of them, I mean, as guards, they're just a pain in the butt to deal with. But she's able to gain that health whether she is able to attack or not. So it's oh my gosh. So wind. Oh, playing aggro Dominion. Okay, gotcha. So Dark Night Wolf or Night Dark Wolf saying that he's playing boring stuff, which is aggro, which is fine. Want to reach legend before month end? Yeah, that's the thing. It can be very hard to do that if you're a control player and you're getting one game every 6 days. It can be very hard to climb. So I don't blame you, especially if you're back to the wall and you're just trying to get it done. And I mean, I think it's nice, even if you don't like aggro as in general. It's nice to switch up. I mean, I like to play control every once in a while. I still like to finish within 10 minutes, but I change things up here and there. Could we see a red year? I see that Ring of Namira. So, this is going to be I think I saw Dano do this. This is the Ring of Namira Dramathra Reaper combo, where you throw down the Ring of Namira and then you throw this down and you heal for a crap ton and you do a crap ton of damage. So hopefully we're going to see this go off. Unfortunately, everything's got ward, so a red year isn't even really a good card at this point. And there goes Poopstone. I mean, we will not mourn you, Poopstone, but
I'll scout ahead.
What have we here?
oh well, he's pretty much dead this turn, isn't he? Yeah, I was gonna say I wasn't even paying attention, so I guess he didn't have enough for Dremora to really do its thing. And there's some people that try to get the combo to go off anyway, but I would just as soon not show my opponent what I was trying to do, just in case we end up a rematch. Gotcha. That's fair. Need to see some good old aggro once in a while. That said, let's take a quick look at how Night Dark Wolf is getting along. Let's see here. So, but welcome, Honey Badger. Good to see you, my friend. Good to see you once again. Chat just got volatile. Good call, Joe. That is exactly what happens when Honey Badger steps in. And so Furry Fury is the animal deck. 80% win rate. Okay, there we go. So we're now catching up to... Yeah, it's been a while. All right. So Baldric, talking to Antoine, says, one of the last concerts I was on was Tiho Tirdos. Him and Blixa Bargeld from... Oh my gosh, Baldric, I think you've thrown the most names and words that I can't pronounce and I'm not familiar with into the 2 sentences. Okay, the third one I'm okay with. Him and Blixa have excellent collaborations. Everything else I can't pronounce, and I'm not familiar with. How dare you, sir? How dare you operate outside of the context of my knowledge? Antoine, great. I love them a lot. Okay, so but at least somebody could resonate with what Antoine with what Baldric was saying. So Antoine is able to process and appreciate what Baldric had to offer there. Banana says, has anyone seen K Fluffy playing? I am in game rarely, but I do not see him anymore. No, Banana Schwab. Clevy City's on break. Okay, that makes sense. I didn't know that, but yeah, I would say ever since I found out that K Fluffy had achieved the all premium status, we had a brief conversation, and he pretty much had just said he backed off a little bit. I didn't know he was officially on a break. We were on a break, but I think we can take Joseph's word for it. K Fluffy is on a break. We might not see him around as much anymore. But he told me he'll help prep for that tournament, so he'll be back in some way. And another workshop, okay. Just as I can't win without him. We know that's not true, but it's very kind to say. Pure willpower redacted or retracted. Redacted sounds cooler, doesn't it? I redacted my message. But it wouldn't be accurate because it would have to have a black bar through it. So it was retracted a message. Hopefully it was not we're not missing out on a piece of knowledge or a spicy bit of information. And Baldric expressing love for Denise's animal deck. Pure willpower. Brad Pitt isn't just Brad Pitt in every movie. He's in Fight Club. That was an incredibly nuanced character. Inglourious Bastards, Once Upon a Time, and Fury. Out of all those, the only one I've seen is Fury. So, but even, okay, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, I've only seen one scene with him in there. And it's, I don't know. It can be very hard because you will find very few actors that can completely disappear into their roles because it's your personality. And if you have a very strong personality, it's going to come through in your portrayal. So I can't speak to, like I said, I haven't watched Fight Club or Inglourious Bastards or Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. I've seen a clip from Once Upon a Time in Hollywood when he fights like the Bruce Lee character. And it struck me as very Brad Pitt. Like it's again, that kind of cocky, just very casual cocky is Brad Pitt. And so I cannot speak to his performances in those movies. So it may very well be nuanced characters. I'm just, the typical characters that he ends up playing are the badasses who are just kind of chill about it. That's usually his type. So I don't know if it's him being Brad Pitt in all of them, but all the characters tend to be that. And I think even in Fight Club, isn't he a badass? But he's just kind of like the chill badass. I don't know. I haven't seen it, so I may be wrong. But that's what I'm honing in on. But certainly to claim that somebody can't. I mean, because Will Smith is another one. He's got a very powerful personality. And there's some movies. And here's the crazy thing: like most of the movies where they have the breakout roles aren't movies that interest me. And it's not because they have breakout roles. It's because they have roles that break the mold. It's just those type of movies, they tend to be more the artistic stuff or whatever, and it just doesn't appeal to me as much. But no, I'm willing to concede the point. Perhaps Brad Pitt does play something other than the brash, casual badass on occasion. Like I said, Fury, I liked him in Fury. I didn't feel it was overly Brad Pitty, I guess is a way to put it. Like he didn't take me out of the movie. And that's really, for the most part, that is the best compliment you can give a film or a production or anybody's job in a film or production is if somebody says, I didn't notice X, I didn't notice the sound design, I didn't notice the acting, I didn't notice whatever. That's a good thing because it meant that everything mixed together perfectly. Nothing was too spicy. Nothing was too mellow. You were just able to enjoy it and didn't. Does he have enough? He does not. He's close. He's close. Interesting to see a Dominion aggro deck. I don't think I've ever seen that combination come together, which, I mean, it kind of makes sense. It's, well, no, because Crusader, you'd think you build on Crusader, but no, kudos Dark Wolf making great use of aggro Dominion. fabulous. And Sentinel Reclaimer is going to really help punch through unless things get out of hand with the Dwemer playing. Nope, just old Haskill. Complete turd muffin. Nicely done, Knight. Dark Wolf. And there's Joseph mourning the appearance of the Dark Seducer. Fascinating. I'm on my Spock. All right, we got Inu, Wind, Zen Sky. Let's go back with Inu here. Let's take another look at Inu. Let's see. Yippee, size large. I'm guessing also referring to the Dark Seducer, who's twice the size. Oh yeah, of course, because of the. I was wondering. I was like, what? He didn't buff it in hand. The stinking Irie is what buffed her up to twice her size. And they say the Dark Seducer grew 2 sizes that day. All right. And there we go. The Viper. Yep. It's good to remember. Toy Story. Joseph, thank you. Thank you. Yes, indeed. Okay. Now, there's no timestamp here. How far is there? Is there a way to see? Nope. Wait a minute. Hide, report, pin. Okay. I can't see, Joseph. Has it been 45 minutes since you posted that? But yes, you are right. Even though you spelled right wrong, ironically. Yes, you are. Toy Story. It was Rex, and it's Toy Story 2. But you're close enough. I'm not gonna nitpick too much. But well done. I'll go get coffee in the meantime. All right. Hopefully you've returned back from coffee and are now able to bask in the adulation and appreciation I have of your cinema savvy. Baldric, coffee. That's an idea. Since I've forgotten about the beer in the fridge. Well, clearly you just remembered the beer in the fridge. But Baldric, didn't you say you're not big into coffee, or is it tea? Somebody wasn't big into one of those beverages. Was it Denise not big into coffee? Somebody wasn't big into coffee. And we were talking about coffee tea preference. I believe that was inspired by Honey Badger, who I think was trying to derail my Star Wars rant from the other day. So I was like, please, let's talk about anything but Star Wars. Hey, coffee or tea, folks? What do you like? Double ply or triple ply toilet paper? Anything other than that. Baldric says, did I mention I had to evict frogs when I came home? There were little green frogs in my kitchen when I came home from town. They probably entered through the window to escape the heat. Yeah, you did not mention that you had to evict frogs. Now, Baldric, was your eviction of the more genteel persuasion, or was your eviction swift and gut spattering? I imagine it was the former. I can see you shooing them out with a broom or something, while speaking their language. Like I have in my head kind of like a Radagast the Brown type guy, where you're just like, away with you, little frogs! Do not come into my dwelling. Be gone with you now, and trouble me no more. But that is crazy. That is crazy. Little frogs in the kitchen. I can say I found a scorpion in the kitchen in Florida, Ocala, Florida, my grandmother's place, my grandparents' place, I guess. You open a Tupperware and a little scorpion popped out. Not one of those big ones. It was a small one, but it was still a freaking scorpion. That's probably the strangest thing that I've had in a house. Frogs would definitely, that's Egypt plague type status right there. Like to actually have frogs indoors. Never has happened before, but it must be freaking hot. I know last time you mentioned it was like an oven in there. Hell's oven. So hopefully you're in for a cool, well, I guess not. I mean, if your season's like ours, we're just getting into the heat of summer. Like we're about to enter July, which is pretty darn toasty. Not as bad as August, but it's pretty bad. See, especially for summer season, coffee and almond milk, just fantastic. Strictly cold. Interesting, Antoine. Okay. So cold coffee and almond milk. Baldric is going to take that advice. You'll have to let us know how you find it. Baldric, I have not tried that myself. I have had cold coffee on occasion, but not with almond milk. I have had almond milk before, but never that combination. So, in southern Italy, the almond is the queen of sweets. Really? Are they sweets? Are the almonds sweet, or they just pair with a lot of different sweets? I mean, I know like we have like honey roasted almonds. Oh wait. Yeah, honey roasted almonds. They're really good. So we've got a bunch of almond types that have flavoring added to them, and they're very good. But I don't think I've ever had like a sweet almond on its own. So there is sweetened and unsweetened almond milk, but I don't think it's the nature of the almond that makes it sweet. I think they actually add something to make it sweet. But I could be wrong. Dariloth, oh my gosh, Dariloth, hello, good to see you. Well, that's the first time. I'm sorry you're finding if you hey, yeah, no, it's great to see you, man. A big fan of what you're doing on the channel, and just the eyes that you're bringing to Tesla. You have just incredible charisma, and folks really enjoy watching you play. I haven't seen that level of popularity and success in terms of just views and everything else since the days of yore. I mean, even mine at my peak, I'm getting like 300 or 400 folks. You like easily triple that. So anyway, it's good to see you. Unfortunately, you're finding out from experience that I am very slow on my chat. So I am seeing you now, but I will probably have seen that you have left before I was able to actually greet you. But thank you for stopping by, sir. Greatly appreciated. Baldrick, I don't use sweeteners with coffee, but part of my family is from Bosnia. Their sugar cubes and rat locum are a must with the coffee. Okay, so sugar cubes of a certain persuasion, or sweeteners of a certain persuasion from Bosnia, apparently. Sugar cubes and something that I probably mispronounced that sound delicious. And Antoine is familiar with it. So once again, Baldrick and Antoine able to connect in a way that many of us can only dream of in terms of their familiarity with beverages, locations, and now sweeteners. And okay, let's see. Skip down. Croatia, Bosnia. Okay, there we go. Let's see. And folks, come on now. We had somebody jump in and say hello, and nobody else has said hello. We're more courteous than that. But it looks like we were in the throes of conversation, so it happens. Sorry, Dariloth. Usually chat's very much, hey, hello, and welcome, and all that good stuff. But if you catch them in the middle of a conversational thread, I get that way too. Very, very focused. Let's see. Okay, Banana Schwab, talking about, European. So when we were talking about football, specifying that it is a European championship. So it is on the continent of Europe, countries within the continent of Europe, as would be indicated by the title Euro 2024. I have several friends from Bosnia and have been there for my photographic tour. Oh, interesting. Okay. See, we got some very well-traveled folks here. I'm like, hey, I've been to like a bunch of different states. It's like, yeah, hold my beer or my almond coffee or almond and coffee. Because y'all are actually doing some legit traveling. And Banana Schwab. Oh, and so the tournament is in Germany this time. It's being held, I guess, or in Germany. But it is going to feature Italy versus Switzerland. That is the matchup that we are waiting to hear the outcome of in our next episode. But I love espresso without sugar. Interesting. And sometimes I like long black coffee with alternative milk. I'm not sure what long black coffee is. Maybe that just means, I don't know. What does long black coffee mean? And alternative milk? I need more details here, Antoine. Long black coffee, alternative milk, which I'm guessing almond milk would qualify as alternative, right? We're talking about anything that doesn't come out of a cow's udder. Joseph says, I went to Bosnia once. Even Joe, going from Massachusetts to Alabama and then to freaking Bosnia. Well, that's right. But you served, Joe. Is that what you're talking about? Just through a border checkpoint. We stopped at a rest stop. We were just passing through to some old ruins of Croatia. Once again, I opened my mouth, expressing incredulity, only to find that it was not quite as outside of what I would have expected as I would have thought. All right. And we are now, once again, in the enviable position of having nobody playing the game. Not even, look at all these people. Look at this. Look at this. All these people. All all these people and nobody wants to play. All right, so I guess I'll take one for the team. This game is going to suck. Just to let you all know. This is what you get when you don't... frequency friendship, that sounds good. Friendship sounds good. When nobody's playing, this is what I have to do. And it's not a pretty look, folks. It is not a pretty look. I might have the days mixed up. I was very drunk in my 20s. Come on, Joseph, let's be fair. You still get pretty drunk. But perhaps exponentially more so back in the 20s, when most of us are going through our F around and find out phase of life, which is really what the 20s are for. That's why we're so freaking resilient. It's right before our bodies start getting kind of too old to handle stuff. So I'm up against Mullinator 84, the forgotten hero. But I'm reminded of him being a forgotten hero, which is ironic. Okay, so obviously we got... I don't know how friendly old Salty is. Salty. Well, there we got the mud crab. That's for you. A honey badger.
Luck to your house.
Ankle snapper. He's coming at you. He's coming at you. And this is probably an Empire control, so we might actually ring out our crab. But do we want to do that? We don't have another card to play. We do now, so we will be ringing out our mud crab ankle snapper. Let's see. Joseph, I went to old ruins in Croatia. Let's see. Bosnia is great. I remember, Joseph, I remember listening to Led Zeppelin 1 for the first time on that bus ride. Nice. Music is amazing in that way. No, you know what? We're going to get this guy going. Because we want him to start snowballing. Isn't it amazing how music can stand out like that? Oh, well, that's a lightning bolt target if I ever did see one. And I have. We're going to do that one there just in case it gets a prophecy there. And lightning bolto. Let's see. But yeah, music, like it's a great time capsule. It's a very poignant, and for me, certain smells as well. But I love how music can do that. You can hear a song and it takes you right back to where you were when you first heard it. The only Led Zeppelin song I know is the you know that one. Come for the land of the ice and snow. I think that's Led Zeppelin, right? Oh man, I'm gonna feel like an idiot if that wasn't even Led Zeppelin. It's just a weird name too. Like it's a lead airship. It's very strange. All right, Joseph missing that lethal was missed. So I'm not sure who missed it, but Joseph did call it out, and is one of the few people watching. Did I not do something right? Am I? Okay, nope. We're still online. Okay. Mullinator 84 apparently is just AFK at the moment, which actually works out because. Need to catch up on chat. When I come to Sarajevo, I always visit several... We have a Sarajevo here, don't we? Sarajevo? I'm probably mispronouncing that as well. Great cheap food, sweets, and of course coffee. Gotcha. Okay. So those are his haunts. When he goes to a new place, cheap food, sweets, and coffee. Beer is lacking, though. Okay, fair enough. Can't have everything, right? I mean, you know what? We're just going to mud crab the heck out of this. Go, mighty mud crabs, go! All three of them. Look at that. Fierce little bastards. And now he is ripped and swinging. And I guess our opponent is essentially just checked out. So we get our first W. It could have been a mercy thing. Maybe Mullinator's familiar with my struggles, my difficulties. All right, so we do have. Nope, we can't do it. I was gonna say we could if we had to. I was gonna say we could fear totem one of our mud crab ankle snappers and ping for one, but we'd actually need to if he took this out. We'd be out 2 damage. All right. Okay. I mean, slightly disingenuous. I didn't mean to be a jerk, but it wasn't much of a contest, but not because he didn't play well, just because he just didn't play. What are you going to do? I'm too fierce. Oh, and we're out of the snake. Yay. Been sitting there since friggin' Tuesday night. All right. Please. Inu, thank you. Inu, you are a gentleman and a scholar and just a good gosh darn man. If there is a word that means the opposite of turd muffin, it's you. On behalf of everyone, thank you. All right. Joseph asked Baldric where he's from, and he says Zagreb, Croatia. Fascinating. Wow, look at that. I mean, I think you mentioned that before, Baldric, but for some reason, I don't know, it's resonating with me again. Oh, wait, Antoine said Sarajevo is a magic city with a sad side, unfortunately. What is the sad side, Antoine? I'm guessing you'll tell us. I love volcanic culture. Okay, so I don't see a follow-up there. Is it a tragic side, I'm guessing, Sarajevo? Like it has a sad history? He knew. No, I appreciate you, sir. Trust me. Yeah, no, I greatly appreciate, and like I said, I know it's late for you. So I'm grateful that you're still fighting the good fight. There's somebody that takes my words seriously when I say keep playing. The only one in the entire Tesla world right now. Brave Inu. Fighting the good fight and trying to get through support mage, which is just a fun day for everyone. All right, so let's see. Antoine has studied in Trieste, or is it just Trieste or Trieste? I don't know. I'm so insecure when it comes to foreign pronunciations. Croatia was nearby, so okay. I'm learning that Trieste is near Croatia, and is a big fan of volcanic culture. Joe says, cool. I was in Split. There's a place called Split?
Careful there, friend.
Where the U.S. Navy pulls in. Baldric, in 1 year interest, love the city. Oh, once a year interest. Okay. Look at this. I mean, we've got there's so much overlap here. It's really amazing to watch. I was just about to say I don't appreciate support mage. Yeah, Inu, you and I both. Aside from Shout Scout, it was like my most hated deck back in the day. Before we had multiple houses and everything, it was Shout Scout and support mage. Hated them. And they really were the two dominant, what do you call it? Control decks of the time. Let's see. Joseph says, they told us some cool things on my tour. How Croatia recently had a civil war was news to me at the time. Its mountains being tough choke points for early age militaries. Oh, very cool. All right. Croatia has a lot in common with Sicily. Wow. You know, again, I don't know how much traveling I'll do in my life, but this like, and here's the thing. I would love, like, I've got a friend. We don't talk all that much anymore. But we didn't have a falling out. We just don't talk as much. But she's in Singapore, and it was like I would love to travel, but I only want to do it if I know somebody in the country, so that I'm not like, I can read up on the culture and everything to make sure that I'm not going to do anything that's like offensive or whatever by accident. But even still, I don't want to be, and I would love to learn the language. I'm not very good with it. I'm getting older. My brain matter isn't as squishy as it used to be. But like, but to have somebody there where if I don't know if I'm trying to find the word, if I'm going through my book or whatever, then I've got a native speaker who can just be like, he's trying to ask for this, somebody who's kind of like an advocate, and just somebody to say, hey, like I know somebody here. I'm not just kind of coming in. It's not the end of the world, but I would love to like travel out there and just like and experience all these places, see, exactly what you all are talking about, what you're living. That'd be really freaking cool. But
May the ancestors bless us.
Oh, snap! What a misplay. Admittedly, I missed it as I was pontificating, or not pontificating, as I was meandering about wistfully regarding visiting other places that are so very foreign to me.
That was a mistake. That was a mistake. Eat us all.
But in any case, Inu is going to handily take this victory. Will he do it with the shade? He does not. He does it exact lethal with the Ebon Heart. Does my heart good to see that. The only good thing about tricolors. Yeah. It definitely did introduce some more options for control, so you weren't just coming up against the same two decks over and over and over again. So we got more people on. They overdrew the Jeff. Oh, gotcha. That's what you were saying. Okay, yep. I think you still had lethal, fortunately, but thank you for giving me the context of what you were saying, because I think I saw it, but it didn't register what had just happened. So, if you're up for another one, go for it, my friend. If not, I will jump in once again, and just hope to goodness it's not the worst thing anybody's ever seen. Let's see. And there were like 30 islands out there, small islands. Oh, okay, maybe more. I'm not sure. Now it's probably as hot as Sicily, as in level of Celsius. It's 40 here. Guess it does take a bit of brain to play support mage. Oh, damn. That's a bit of a burn there from Inu. Don't usually see that from him. But that would be one of the many reasons why. Well, actually, I did. I mean, I still have Joe's support, mage support. Well, it was either mage or Guildsworn. All right. I will go ahead and bite the bullet. We'll just play with the same. Oh, you know what? Let's try something different here. O's Triforce Slapper? That sounds cool. Dagoth. I'm down with the Dagoth deck. Denise, good to see you, Banana. Oh, wait. Indeed, I still do. Oh, C City's going to play. All right. We're canceling. Awesome. Do it, Joe. Do it. Sweet. The call has been answered. Gondor comes to our aid. Not that you weren't Gondor, Inu, but oh, and he's playing again. All right, let's see. Well, C City's online. We'll jump in with C City when he's situated there. Let's see. And okay, and Banana is still playing music. That's what he's responding to me. I was like, who asked Banana Schwab? I did, and he's still around. So awesome. And he is still playing the music, still rocking hard. Brodus chat. What a guy. He's definitely very vigorous in terms of expressing himself. That's the way I'd put it. Either Baldric answers Joseph, says, yep, there are a lot of islands here. There's 60 or so inhabited ones. Officially, there's around 1,000 islands, but those are also reefs and so on. Hey, I wonder if that's where we get the 1,000 island dressing from. Maybe that's what they're referring to, because like where are you going to find 1,000 freaking islands? Maybe they're just exaggerating, but maybe that's what it is. Maybe 1,000 islands is a taste of the Baltic or the area, the Croatia and stuff there. Maybe that's what it is. Antoine said, today I made a masterpiece, homemade tagliatelle all'uovo eggs pasta. Again, in English it sounds very drab, but I guarantee you if you could say that correctly, it would sound awesome as heck. You'd be like, oh my gosh, I want to eat that. I want to marry it. And I want it to teach me all about life. And in English, it's like eggs pasta, which is good, but it just doesn't sound as spectacular as what I'm guessing that translates to. With organic butter and sage and lemon zest creamed with salt. You know what, guys? It's almost like you said, hey, Schwartz is starving. Let's just describe how awesome the food is that we eat. Let's just talk about almonds and all the good things that life has to offer when it comes to food. Let's talk about Wegmans. Let's talk about everything that revolves around food. We'll just talk about that in great, vivid, excruciating detail so that we can possibly conjure some dire cravings from Schwartz. 3 days left is still 3 days left, folks. I still got to get through the night, too. It's taking forever. Self-inflicted, doesn't matter. It's still Still stuffs. All right. Baldric says, Joseph, yep, there are a lot of islands here. We were there. We got the masterpiece from Antoine that is making my mouth water and making me cranky at the same time. Joseph says, 1,030 didn't sound right. Very cool. Exactly right. See, the more you know. We're learning all kinds of cool stuff here. Baldric, how can you send us links, but we can't, Schward? What's this devilry? I think, I'm sorry. So I have to have the microphone closer than I want to because of the echo in here. It would be really, really bad if I didn't have it close. It would just sound very hollow. So I do apologize for any of the plosives you're getting. When I move into the new space and it's more confined and I don't have to worry about bare walls, bare ceiling, bare floors and everything, the microphone will be further away. The audio will be just as good, but it will not be less of a risk of peas. But it doesn't help that I'm usually looking here and then I turn my head and there's the microphone. So anyway, apologies. But yeah, Baldric, I think if you're, because they don't want people spamming channels or they just want people spamming stuff. I think the assumption is that if it's your channel, you're the host, if you're going to put anything in the link, that it's safe to do so. So I think that's why. Love ode to a trash compactor. In a manner of speaking, I will sleep. Have a good night, everyone. I wasn't far off, Banana Schwab. You were around just long enough for me to greet you and to ask you a question, and then you were out before I could get to you. Good night, good night. Okay, Schward, that video is funny. I disagree 100%, but it was funny. I laughed. But here's my thoughts about the prequels. If she doesn't like 1, 2, 3, then she is for the streets. Wait, what? But here's my thoughts about the prequels. If she doesn't like 1, 2, 3, then she is for the streets. Okay, I'm missing the joke. It's all in caps, and there's a lot of laughing faces, but I don't know what that is in reference to. And I know you disagree. I do. I thought it was, honestly, that was the first project that I ever, I produced that. I actually paid, because and you had said edited by Jeff Deal. I had never edited before. Like this is back early days in Colorado, 2014, I think, or something. No, it had to be way earlier than that. Colorado was 2009, maybe. So 2007. I don't know. It was a long time ago, but I actually paid the camera guy. I paid the editor. I paid everyone. I think it cost me, and the only one that I would say nowadays I would still need to pay would be the guy who wrote the music. And Don was a great guy, great to work with. I mean, yeah, it was a debacle in a lot of ways. I had a broken leg, but Michael Haskins ended up being a great friend. Actually, both of them, him and Rachel, both. I worked with them on other projects, a few other projects, and just great people to work with. So it was a really good experience, but the short itself, it actually, if you see, like the original version was like 9 minutes long. It's way freaking too long. That's when I realized that when they talk about page count translating into minutes on screen, it's only if you write it in screen in script format. There's a specific format that is used for screenplays. If you write it in Word, it's going to be 2 or 3 times longer. It's like 2 or 3 minutes per page. But a properly formatted script page will be, roughly works out to a minute per page. Obviously, if you have a lot of dialogue on there, it's going to be faster. If there is a lot of action where it's just being described what's happening, it's going to take a lot longer. But I mean, in Hollywood, I think it's a good day if you average 2 or 3 pages produced a day. It may even be less than that now. But GG, so C-City got a bit squished there, but I thank you for jumping in, sir. Thank you very much. We'll see if he's going to jump on again. If not, that's okay. But Honey Badger, let me just thank you, regardless, for taking a gander at it. It certainly was not required watching. I'm not ever trying to hawk videos on this channel. But it did make me think of it. I was like, you know what? Let me just get this barb out there. Cause it's all out there. We already know how we both feel about it, but I just thought it would be a funny thing. But you'd be surprised to know when I submitted it for film festivals. And first of all, again, it was way too long, the original version of it. And at the time I didn't know how to edit, so I couldn't cut it down. But now that I know how, I went back and revised it and took out 3 or 4 minutes of just, and I would probably have gone even shorter if I could, but it was all shot. It's one scene, so it's because it's all one location. It's very hard to make cuts that don't destroy continuity. So that was about as short as I could get it. I think it's better, but I was for some reason surprised when it was not well received at film festivals. Like, I mean, it didn't actually show at any film festivals. But when I submitted it, they're like, "I don't get the joke," and I'm like, because you probably like the prequels, or I mean, but you're submitting it to Hollywood types. Like no Hollywood person is going to be like, oh yeah, let's promote a short that just completely defecates on the prequels. So I get it now, but at the time I'm just like, it's my pain. Like this is me expressing my pain. This is my art. Like, and it is so pronounced that I spent, I think, $3,000 to produce this thing, and I didn't overpay. It could have been a lot better. I could have done much better on my part. The writing and directing could have been better, but that was about a fair price. But that was my first project that I actually spent money on. And it was just because I hated the prequels that much. But anyway, Honey Badger, thank you so much. I won't talk about it anymore, but thank you for taking a gander at it. It is meant to be over the top in terms of its point. Baldrick, he's gaining on us. Quick, write something. I know it's a conspiracy. I know you all are allied against me, that you're trying to keep chat out of my reach. Michael Bailey, hello, good to see you. First chat coming in here. Yeah, I'm just watching now. Probably going to fall asleep eventually. And that's what's great about this. That's kind of what I hang my hat on. We put people to sleep on this stream. So there it is, Baldrick. I knew he was going to come in handy there. Those are the starting tunes from Led Zeppelin's Immigrant Song. I don't know what's more impressive, your ever expansive appreciation of basic of your knowledge of all these songs and media and stuff, or the fact that you were able to get the Immigrant Song out of that little crap whatever that came out of my mouth, whatever it was what I did, my weak imitation of it, you actually were able to figure out what the heck I was talking about. So thank you, sir. Inu carrying the views. Exactly right. Yep, Michael Bailey. Inu held down the fort for us. We now have Sea City, and I think Night Dark Wolf jumped back into the fray. But Michael, and remind me, because you told me before, which one are you on here? Are you guitarist on bass? I don't think so. Remind me which one you are, because I know we were talking. I totally forgot that you were playing, and then you made a comment last week, and I was like, oh crap, he was playing one of the games, but I don't remember which one it is. So just remind me. I will do my best to remember. Honey Badger says, I'm driving to work, so I can't bring up anything controversial yet. So that explains a lot. But Honey Badger, what do you think about sausage gravy on pancakes? Joseph, okay. Feigning surprise that Joseph was trying to instigate a food battle. Can we just hold the food battle off until next week, please? Because I would like to join in with a full stomach. Like seriously, I have not craved food except like for the past week until now. Now I'm like, and the only thing I have to look forward to when I'm done, I'm going to get a nice mug of chicken broth and fat. That is going to be my dinner. That is going to be what satiates me and holds me over till tomorrow morning. So grieve for me, people. Grieve for me. Don't continue to flaunt your food in front of me. In a figurative manner, of course. Let's see. But Joseph is curious. Honey, and let's specify here, though, Joseph. Let's specify. Sea City with the best timing. Wait a second. Sea City with the best timing just had the sickest game against goblins. Did he really? Wait, was that who he was playing it? Was he just playing goblins? My brain is just not, what am I thinking? This is so weird. I will admit, I am a laser focused guy. Like some people, they got a wide spread of stuff they can focus on. Once I'm focused on something, I am zoned in on that to the detriment of anything else in my life. I did edits for the past 2 days, and I was dead to the world. You couldn't know. I mean, like, you would have to get in front of my face and be like, "Hey, what's going on?" Because I just zoned in. Like, I don't even go to the bathroom. I mean, obviously I do if I absolutely have to, but I mean, I can sit at 14, 16 hours editing or doing whatever, and nothing else matters. Which is probably why I haven't been hungry the past few days. Because once I'm sitting down, I don't want to eat even if I can. I mean, it's not that I don't want to eat. I just don't care because I've got stuff to do. Oh no, you. Oh, okay. So Inu just had. Wait a second. Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, so Inu's saying essentially, so Sea City came in and kind of stole Inu's thunder. Inu had an epic game worthy of being commemorated in a VOD against Gobos. But Sea City stepped in just enough to intervene, and so instead of watching Inu's triumph over Gobos, we are seeing Sea City also kicking butt, but just not beating goblins. So the glory was stolen from Inu, but Inu, you still were the one who bridged the gap, and now I am grateful to both of you for providing us with some stellar games here, and looking forward to what Sea City does with this. Well, it's not even hyper aggro assassin. This is not like a burn assassin. This is just a mass mounts. It looks like an item deck, and of course we see the enchanter there. So I would be stupid not to call it a. Is that a premium? It is, but that is like the least spectacular premium. It literally has the gold border. No, it's not a premium. It is okay. Well, the border is glowing, but the card isn't even glowing. Like maybe that's. No, that can't be a premium. What is? It's whatever. I can't imagine that's a premium. That's the most disappointing. Like, there's nothing going on. Oh no, there is. There's a little orb. The little orb over the skull. Like, come on, make the weapon. Translate that. Like, make the weapons glow. It's not that hard. Why is the only thing going? Are the candles even? Okay, the candles are doing a thing, but I mean, come on. That's just. For an epic? That's just sad. Come on, guys. You animated crabs, for crying out loud. You could give the enchanter a little bit more love. I mean, look at this. We got the really scary looking demonic-y cat with the glowing purple eyes thing. That's and the sunbeams. Like, that's something. Joe putting on a weapon clinic here. And a premium ungulum. Also not a very spectacular one. Well, okay, he's got a little shimmer going on there. Okay, anyway, I was close to catching up, so I cannot be deterred now. But let us specify, Joseph, what kind of pancakes are we talking about here? If we're talking about classic buttermilk, fluffy syrup and butter pancakes. Oh, I want some of those. Oh, I think my first meal will be pancakes and hash browns. But I probably can't do that because, as Pure Willpower pointed out, those could probably kill me. They're probably way too heavy. I'm going to have to do something much less spectacular. I'll figure it out, though. Don't cry for me, Argentina. But yeah, sausage gravy on a certain kind of pancake. I will concede, like Baldric, the way he described it. Actually, Denise gave me a nice breakdown of with illustrations and everything of what the different pancakes are. And so I understand sausage gravy on a certain kind of pancake, but not on a real pancake. Even though sausage biscuit or sausage gravy, well, you know what? It might work. It might. I wouldn't want to ruin a pancake with it, but you can put sausage gravy on buttermilk biscuits, and it's fantastic. So, I mean, how much does texture really change it? How much does the flavor change it? I would be reluctant to ruin a good pancake with gravy. Sausage gravy is great on biscuits. Pancakes need butter and syrup. Did I say syrup? I meant syrup. That's what I meant to say. I'm not pandering to Honey Badger. All right. Baldric says, when we're mentioning Sarajevo, I would like to recommend a documentary movie about it. Scream for Me, Sarajevo. When Bruce Dickinson of Iron Maiden came here to hold a concert in the war-torn Sarajevo. Is it Sarajevo? Do we pronounce the J, or is it just Sarajevo? That doesn't sound right. Sarajevo. Neither one sounds right. Probably because I'm the one saying it. Maybe Bug A. Ross. Always fun watching him play. Yeah, but he's not playing. Michael, that's the problem. Like, where is A. Ross? He's online. I guess I could. You're saying I'm like, reach out with a comment. Oh, and Sea City goes down to, I guess, a Silence and Violence deck, huh? That was kind of unexpected. Expect the unexpected. Indeed. I'm going to jump in to avoid dreaded dead space. Or me playing, which is about... And that reminds me, I think I might go back. I might pick up the Friends... All right, so we'll rejoin Inu here since we missed his Gabo battle. We'll rejoin Inu. And Sea City, if you're, oh no, okay, we'll do one more Sea City because he jumped on specifically just to help us out. So we'll jump back there and then we'll jump on back with Inu. But anyway, so Scream for me, Sarah. We'll just call her Sarah for now, since I don't know how to pronounce it properly. Scream for me, Sarah. A documentary regarding Iron Maiden coming to hold a concert in the area. Okay, and Michael, it's a good call. You were actually saying, I think, just to ping him. I guess I could do that if we do run dry before the stream is over. I'll ping A Ross, see if he's active, and ask if he can play a few games with us. Baldrick, the city was almost complete siege by the S-Forces. Okay, that sounds like a Jap anime thing. Is it S-Force? No, S-Force, anybody, if you ever watch Megas XLR, I highly recommend, well, I don't highly recommend it. I recommend it. It's a fun little show. Came on Cartoon Network. It's about giant robots. It's about Megas, which is a giant robot from the future, like a mech, and these two dudes from Jersey find it and do crazy, just funny things with it. But they actually have they do a G-Force spoof called the S-Force. And I think they actually got some of the actual voice actors from the American dub of G-Force to reprise their roles because it just sounds exactly like them. Anyway, very entertaining show. Not the most sophisticated. Certainly not anything that where the plot is going to be really a concern, but it's fun. It's good fun. But that's where S-Force comes from. I'm not sure what S is referring to, unless it's Sarajevo forces. And they sneaked into it and held a concert in a club right under the sniper fire and blackouts. Wow, the gonads on those men for sure. I mean, that's incredible commitment to bringing music to these folks. And you'd like to think that was kind of the thought too, is like, hey, this is when people need this kind of thing now more than ever. Even that said, it's really hard to say life in the balance, play a concert. Like that does take some, either that or they were, inebriated. I mean, I'm not saying that this band was in particular, but we know a lot of bands from back then were on some substances. So maybe they were a little more gutsy than they might have been sober, but not going to imply to assume that's the case. We'll say they were in full possession of their faculties, and they just decided to take the chance because it was worth it. Joe says, queue times, dead game, 32 seconds. Wow. Okay, so that is part of the problem. Okay, so that is we are missing. I guess just nobody's playing tonight. Which I mean, we've seen times where like there's just plenty of people, but apparently, starting at least last Tuesday when I tried to get in, it hasn't been a lot. I don't know if anything has happened, but clearly the game is waning, or is at least temporary waned. Has waned. Maybe people are going on vacation, a lot of vacation or something. I know. I mean, IO's been out for a while now because of that. Maybe because it's summertime. People are now out of school, and so everybody's doing stuffs. Baldrick is correcting my assumption about the Thousand Island dressing. The Thousand Island dressing is probably from Greece. We're not known for dressings that much. Fair enough. Honey Badger says, Joseph, I wouldn't say it's my first choice, but I would definitely try it at least. Right. But, again, pineapple on pizza. So, I mean, if you're willing to do that, you can't really say anything you're not willing to try anything because you're willing to try anything, clearly. And Joseph said something, I'm sure, very witty and very insightful, but he retracted it because burn. Baldrick, getting another coffee? Excellent. Yeah, stay clear of the beer, my friend. Stay clear of the beer. I mean, it hasn't really impacted you. You're still sharp as a tack, but, if you're trying to go to bed, you're trying to wind down, beer might not be the best thing for you. Although coffee doesn't really fit the bill there either. Oh, okay, Michael, you're Edmorn. Okay, fantastic. I will not forget. Michael Bailey, Edmorn. Okay, awesome. That's what I thought. Well, I shouldn't say that. I had no clue. I totally forgot. But I remember there's an E, there are two E's in your name, and your screen name begins with E. So therefore, I will remember. I'm. That's how I do things. Think Inu meant they just played versus goblins. Yep, exactly. Yep. You translated it correctly, Michael. I screwed up, but but you were correct. Joseph, I'm going to lose every game. Well, you already blew that. I know I'm a little late to the party, but you already got your first win. This guy has answers for everything. Heart of the cards, man. Heart of the cards. Sausage in a pancake. Now that's an idea. I mean, we already have bagel dogs. It's not that, that revolutionary. But yeah, I mean, I could see it's almost like, well, I mean, McDonald's has a McGriddle. McGriddle is essentially 2 really sweet pancakes with sausage and egg, or just sausage, depending. So we have something similar. I'm even craving McDonald's now. What is going on? We don't pronounce the J as you do. It's more like a Y. Okay, Sarajevo. So it is Sarajevo. Oh, S is in Serbian. Okay, there we go. There we go. Look, this is the magic of being caught up with chat. A little scary, not going to lie, but being caught up means I'm actually getting... Just so that comment deleted itself? Really? I don't know what happened. Okay, and just for the reference, folks, I do not go for censorship, so I will never delete something. Oh. I used the button. I used the button, and you didn't hear me sneeze. It was a big, loud, nasty sneeze, and you didn't hear it because I used the button. Oh, yep. I am ascending. I am getting better every day, folks. Every day. But yeah, this is the wonderful magic of being caught up with the chat. I can ask a question or say something, and there's an immediate response. It's almost like how it's supposed to be. But yeah, just so you know, I will never delete a comment. I won't censor what folks say. I mean, if it gets really bad, if somebody's being belligerent, which we've never even gotten close to that here, except for Honey Badger saying some of the stuff about the prequels. But for the most part, nobody has. So I don't care what it is. I'd rather people feel free to speak their mind and for us to know their mind, whether it be good or bad, rather than... Ouch. Rather than just be like, oh, pretend somebody didn't say something. So if you do see a comment deleted, just know it's not from my end. Or if it is something so atrocious, somehow, so egregious, and I do have to, I'll let you know before I'm like, hey, I'm removing this comment because it really isn't a good look or something. I don't know why I would do it. But anyway, that's that. Ugnip, hello. Good evening. Good evening. Good to see you. Let's see, where are we at with? Okay, cool. Welcome to the party, pal. It actually got uncharacteristically quiet. I think what we see here is there are certain actors, we'll say, in chat who tend to spark conversation. Vincenzo is one. Honey Badger is another one. Joe's currently playing. Baldric has dynamite drop-ins, but is not an instigator per se. So anyway, when the fomenters of conversational, I wouldn't call it strife, conversational. I'm just going to let that thought just go because I can't think of how to finish it. But that to say, it's noticeable when certain stirrers of the muck are not stirring muck. Oh. But for anybody who has been watching any of the recent videos, how do you guys what do you feel about the Beatrice's shouts? Haven't really seen any feedback on those. I'm just curious what other people think. All right, Inu is back at it, so we will join him once again. So I'm just curious if anybody has seen those, what their thoughts are on them. Do they seem balanced? I mean, I think they're all really pretty original. I mean, that's a lot, and like I said, we've been through probably almost 10 of them now, and there's another 4. I counted them. There's 14 more to go. All right, so this is a soul shred deck, but yeah, like I said, just kind of curious. If people have not been watching, that is totally fine. I just thought I would ask, just as a reference. But oh my gosh, am I gonna sneeze again? I'm allergic to hunger. That's what it is. Edict. That's all right. It's not a cast into time, so it's still gonna do that 5 damage. Hey, and Lord Synth is not. This is not a control deck, to be sure. This is, He's looking to mount a counter assault, but Inu has a well, I would say sizable lead. He's only 2 points ahead and actually behind on board right now, so he's got to tread carefully here. Baldric says, it's the summer curse. Most of the people are swimming now under the moonlight and chilling with the cocktails, except us. And Denise is up. I was about to say, Ugnip, you missed Denise, but she actually is. She is still here. Still here in the wee hours. Was it 1 o'clock now? A little after 1. But Ugnip, always good to see you. But yeah, Baldric, the legendary remnant does not swim under the moonlight with cocktails. We drink copious amounts of beer. We drink Zevia. Let's see. We talk about food. But we're not foodies. And we occasionally have conversations about Tessel. That's kind of the breakdown of Live at 5, I would say. You're making some trades. Oh, please don't have removal. Looking for removal, but even if he finds it, it's not going to get it done. And Inu, we might even see him kill that Prophets here just to prove me wrong. He kills the other one. Darn you, Inu. That's all right, though. He's going to kill him. He's going to kill him. Profiteer. Ah, bam. Bam. Who was the greatest commentator in the world? Who was the one with the most keenest insight? See, even Lord Synth was appreciative of... Okay, well, he's going to play another one.
I smell the stench of the living.
It's you weirdo. You're the weird one. Nobody else stinks. You stink. Vampires smell badly. They're notorious smelly creatures.
I didn't come here alone.
Trying to pretend that she's not the one. That's like somebody breaks wind and they're like, "Oh man, who farted?" It's like, it was totally you. She's like, "Oh, I smell the stench of the living." No, it's the stench of death. I ate? I did not eat. What do you mean I ate? I am? I are. Not easy typing with a cat on me. Ah, Denise, you've been beset by... Oh, which one is the scarf? I can't remember. I don't even... Is it Midnight? Is Midnight the scarf? I know one of your cats is a scarf. And so if so, then that cat is now mutated into something that actually now interferes with your hands. Oh, well, thanks. I think you're saying I'm a cool guy. And even after I confused Germany with Austria. All right. Inu is back at it again. And so we are going to... Oh, Ugnip is battling. So we will check out Ugnip as... Just kidding. Ugnip, that's mean. That's mean. All right. Back in with Inu. Hopefully we'll see another goblin deck. I mean, granted, I could get on here and be like, "Oh, guys, you just missed. I had the coolest game against Invade, and I did the cool things, and it's awesome, but you missed it." So, but I know Inu is a man of integrity, and so if he says he had a fantastic game against Gobos, we indeed miss out on a treat. We're very lucky that we stuck with him that one night. And we got to see him do I think it was the Singleton Dominion invade or something crazy like that. Had like 3 or 4 tries that didn't work out. And we were like, just try it one more time. And we got to see history in the making. Let's see. Oh, Baldric Siamese cats, really? Wow. Several of them, too. Long time ago, I had several Siamese cats. Midnight, who thinks he's a scarf? I was correct. Yes. Scarf is here as normal. Nice. All my cats are black Moogies. Moggies? Yeah, that's one thing I noticed. I was like, oh, they're all black cats. Played this guy 3 times in the last 7 games or so. So yeah, folks, Tessel is... I mean, it's too late to push it's too early to push a panic button. I don't think that's necessary, but at this particular time, Tessel is running dry on opponents and everything else. Sea City had over 30 seconds in the queue. And part of it could be, I mean, the essentially the, well, no, because our friends would still be playing in those, I was going to say the gauntlet pulls people off the ladder all the time, but we would just be watching a bunch of events. So this is a bit of a different situation to find ourselves in, where very few people are playing. But yeah, it's probably just people finding better things to do in these summer months. We'll see what happens in wintertime when they're like, oh, but we want to see people play. It's like, yeah, where were you? Where were you in July, huh? Oh no, we're not in July yet. We're almost in July.
There's always a plan. Preparations have been made.
All 3 Game Course airships on turn 4, by the way. Good gravy. Yeah, see, and that's the kind, I mean, at least it's 2 attribute deck, but that's one of the more obnoxious things I find, is the amount of consistency that some decks seem to be able to have. And granted, Slain 1 or Slaney, however you want to pronounce it, could very well, this is the first game that's gone well for him. It's possible. And so we just happen to be seeing him having the answers that he hasn't had before. This could be, his last ditch effort to get a win before he just quits the game altogether.
I'll profit from your death.
I mean, I'm biased, but hopefully Inu just shuts that down and Slay just goes, okay. But I recognize that name as well. I mean, at this point, I guess it would be more impressive if I don't recognize a name. But I'm still constantly finding people that I've never heard of before, names that are not familiar. So which I guess makes sense, because there's like 1,000 players still in circulation, or 2,000. It's not a huge number, but it's enough that, my friend list of 100 and some people is barely scratching the surface. A lot play less at the end of season. Really, Denise? You'd think this would be everybody's mad dash to get to Legend. I mean, that would be my assumption, but clearly it's incorrect. I never would have thought end of the season. Maybe it's people get to where they want to be and they stop playing so they don't lose ranks. So I remember doing that. When I got to Legend, I maybe played 1 or 2 games in it just to be like, hey, I'm here. And then I didn't play anything, because you lose your ranks faster if you just straight out lose, versus if you don't play, you gradually start losing ranks. And I didn't want to get ranked out of the top 1,000, because then you don't get the nifty premium epics. So that may very well be the strategy that others are employing, and they kind of got where they want to be and they're done. Aldrich, does anyone know the season when it restart, so I know how much I have to spend on going up and down again on the ladder? It restarts on the 1st, if I'm not mistaken, midnight on the 1st. Well, at least midnight. I think it's Pacific time. So for me, it will reset 5 hours from now. Or no, 4, 5, 6 hours. I think 6 or 7 hours from now for me. It'll restart 7 hours from now on Monday morning. So yeah. Okay, Denise confirmed. So not to lose ranks. Yep. Okay, so that makes sense. I can't knock it, because I tried it. That's what I do. But still glad to see. And actually, I'm surprised. Now, I mean, granted, I know you're become very busy, but I'm surprised. I just noticed you're ranked 5. So you haven't really played much at all this season. So hopefully you'll be able to break into 4. Well, you still got 2 days, so yeah, I have no doubt, I guess. Oh, what a whiny little turd. All right, does Inu have a chance? Don't know if you run Unstoppable Rage in this deck, but even if he did, not going to help him out here. Is able to make the trade, and Kano to knock out the 5-2. Still is facing down the 6 from Slain. Inu with a GG being a good sport. Oh, he would have lost to 2 ice spikes anyway. And that looks like how Slade is fixing to finish. Dual ice spikes. Not the fastest, but technically it is a lethal. Pretty much the same loss twice. And that's honestly, you know, that's why, I mean, in my video, when I encountered the decks I lost to the first time around, I was not interested in playing them a second time. Because I just did not believe that I was going to be able to surmount whatever problems, you know, I faced. You know, it's like if somebody's caught fire, then the last thing you want to do is get in the way. And there's Ross. There he is, as if summoned by need and something akin to a metaphorical bat signal. Ross rises after Inu and Sea City carried us through a dark time where all seemed lost. June's exam deadline season. Oh, okay, gotcha. That's what I figured. It was something very, very busy, or something that was keeping you very busy for the month. But the good news, I guess, is that's almost over, right? So you'll be able to get back in the proverbial saddle. Baldric, same here. It took me ages to get past warrior rank. Yeah. Yep. And which is the worst. Oh, McGurk. Oh, that's a name I recognize. But I'm pretty sure it's a dubious recollection. So hopefully Aros running a mono single, not a singleton, just mono deck in the Grand Melee, trying to stave off Alduin and his dragony minions. Oh. Oh, Inu's done with most of the stuff. Fantastic.
Does war truly make a person stronger?
It does, unless you just spam Alduin and reanimate nonsense, in which case war doesn't do anything for you because you're not really having to try. Honey Badger, I'm back to work. Did I miss anything? No, Denise? No. Denise saying hello. No, you have not really missed much. Speaking of Grand Melee, I can't miss out on this alternate art again. I missed it last time. Yeah, for those who don't know, this is Golden Saint. We are seeing the Golden Saint again. After only getting it offered once, I think, in a bundle that you could pay for, we've now had it appear, I think, at least twice since K Fluffy got it as an award at the Best of Joe in our last tournament. That's because Honey Badger hasn't been derailing him with the facts he speaks. Joseph. I like your very liberal definition of the word facts. But to be fair, we derided Honey Badger for his opinions, not his facts. So if he is going to rally, he needs to speak not but facts. But yeah, Baldric, I struggle with Warrior as well. And I gotta believe somehow it's partly psychological, because I know that's the barrier that you really need to get past in order to be able to restart the next season in a good place. And not have to battle up, 9 ranks or 8 ranks to get where you want to be. So there's extra pressure, but it can't be that much pressure, because when I sit down, it's not like I misplay. It just seems like there is no. I didn't realize Dragon Mountain Premium has this little red thingy going there. That's kind of cool. Is that supposed to be like their blood or something? That's kind of creepy looking. I'm kind of weirded out right now. But it's a cool card. And a heck of a thing to have in premium. Aros must be getting close. Although I think Aros said he's dusted so many premiums. Like he gets the premium, he plays them a little bit, and then he wants a different premium, so he dusts the premium and gets another one. Not the most economical way to build a collection, but probably could have had a full collection or something close to it at this point, I would imagine. But yeah, hopefully, Honey Badger, definitely save yourself some time. I know you work this weekend, but save yourself some time to get that alternate art. Just throw out the ticket. I mean, I've done it several times now where I pay the tickets, I get in the games, and I just concede 3 times, get the loss, jump back in, and get them 3 more times, which is probably why I only have like 5 tickets right now, because I burned through them without even trying. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Ross is probably not a pleasant. And who wants to bet that's a freaking call dragon? Maybe not. Glad nobody took me on that bet. I would have lost my shirt. Michael Bailey, also known as Edmund, Edmorn, right? Yep, Edmorn. Good. I knew it. I'm just saying that to help remember. That's all, Michael. Rank 3 is the hardest to get out of when it's your start. When you start getting matched first people already in Legend. Yeah, no, that's a good point. Rank 3 is where you start getting that kind of stuff trickling in. And yeah, it's always discouraging. I mean, anytime I get to go against somebody with a top 10 card back, I'm like, what are my chances? You know, like this person consistently, you know, or at least once has finished in the top 10 at the end of a season. What are the odds that I'm going to be able to do it? That said, we just saw McGurk take down A-Ross. A-Ross is playing neutral, and McGurk did spam Alduin reincarnation nonsense, so wasn't much of a decisive win, but still, you can prevail against top 10 players. It's just not an easy thing to do, and that's a mind game that it's hard to get out of. Let's see. Joseph said the key to ladder is to play aggro. Yeah, I mean, and you had that one. All right, Inu is back in. Let's do it. Yeah, and Joseph, I think that the one that you really rose very quickly with, if I recall, it was a kind of like a burn Dagoth, and you just crushed it. And you were like, yeah, if I want to stay at the top, I just keep playing that. And it makes sense because that's how you get more wins quickly. Even if you lose some to like a control, if you just concede out of it, you're still just the volume of games you're playing, unless you just are like me and you just lose every single game. In theory, you will overcome that. And so we're going to see Inu up against Invade a Tactics. Ironically, playing a deck that requires virtually no tactics. But let's see, is Inu's strategy going to be to burn amount of cards? It would appear so. Yep. Inu is not going to give a tactics any wiggle room. He's going to starve him out of the cards, build that big old board, and then go face. Let's see. Honey Badger says, to Baldric, I was just about to say the same thing regarding rank 5. So rank 5 or rank 3. And rank 3, as Michael points out, is when you get your... Oh, that stings. That stings. And unfortunately, Inu just has nothing but a wardrobe. He's got so many cloaks in the closet. But that's a nice... I mean, for crying out loud, for New Era, like we only have one red year. If we're going to have multiple of New Era, we should have multiple red year. I'm not saying we should, but I think it stands to reason. We only have one red year for a reason. And I mean, in theory, you could have more than one red year. You know, it was the reddest of years. It was not the not reddest of years. But you have, like, because of the impact of the card, you only have one. New Era, we shouldn't have 3 freaking New Eras in a single game. That breaks the lore too. Just one of the many reasons why that card should not be a multiple of. And Joseph, yeah, expanding on the idea of playing aggro. If you lose, it doesn't matter, right? Because you can make up the wins a lot faster. And Honey Badger conceding the point, and the fact remains that Honey Badger is correct in everything he says and believes. Ironically, demonstrating the exact opposite in that one particular statement. Only a midi-chlorian loving Sith deals in absolutes, which is a fun thing, because even that line that is held to be so profound is actually hypocritical. for a Jedi to say a Sith only deals in absolutes is an absolute statement, which would mean Obi-Wan is also a Sith. But that's what writing will get for you. Brain dead writing. I didn't think of that. Wait a minute. If I deal in absolutes while telling people not to deal in absolutes, maybe I'm an absolutist. I'm an absolute moron is what it is. Train the boy. Let's see. Wait, who's gone third person? Oh, Honey Badger's gone third. I was like, I haven't gone third person. Schward never goes in third person. Schward does not have that big of an ego. Schward is a down-to-earth kind of person who does not refer to himself in the third person. Honey Badger don't care. Well said, Honey Badger. Doubling down on the third person. Joseph says, A-Ross purchased some Russian guy's account who has all the cards. Oh, is it? Wait, no, okay. Is this alleged Joseph, or is that actually... I don't know how much you bought it for. Oh, wait, so you're serious. See, one comment from Joe can be taken as a joke, but if he follows it up with something else, it leads me to believe that he actually knows something. Did he really? Was that when he first started playing the game, Joseph, that A-Ross bought that? Because he could certainly have compiled the collection fast enough. Maybe he always goes through it life in third person, probably Skyrim-wise. Yeah, that's very true, Baldric. That could be indicative. Somebody speaking in the third person could show their preference if you have the choice to change camera angles. Enu with the patience of Job just going, I'm not going to smite you. Not even going to take a point of damage off your face. Okay. Now I have to believe Enu is just messing with me. I know he's not. You got to do that because the hand isn't particularly amazing at the moment. Probably going to ditch the dagger just to get some bodies down there. I shouldn't say that because Enu's watching and see, no, that's got to be it. It's got to be. So Enu's watching. He doesn't want to take my advice because he knows that it will look like I'm the one guiding him. So he's purposely doing plays that don't make any sense just to avoid my wisdom defiling his win. I can understand and appreciate that. But I mean, this is what you got to do. Chandler Bing. OTK needed. Do you have the OTK? What is the OTK in this deck, Enu? Is it a rage combo thing? Or no, were you saying this deck needs an OTK? Okay, I think you're saying you need an OTK, not you need to summon the OTK. Like this deck doesn't have an OTK available to it. Although if you do have rage, I mean the problem is attack unless you start hitting face fast and furious, a tactics is not going to have a board enough to do a rage on, even with the belly G. But you knew holding that giant. All right. Luckily, you got rid of that high-level gate. Stack up the board and bam. Okay, there. Okay, yeah. So I guess that is it. I guess it is the Unstoppable Rage OTK. But I don't think we've seen a rage yet, have we? Another belly G. Well, can't have too many breakthrough characters. Let's see. If the melee is going good for me, I'll play. But if I run into the same copy-paste decks that are infesting the ladder and I can't get ahead, I will just concede to get the cards. Fair enough, Honey Badger. Yep. Nope, I understand. Because, or I'm a slow chip. Yeah. I think, isn't that a football term, Enu? Slow chip or chipping? I mean, I know it's also a game thing. Like chip damage. But, I mean, you got chip kicks too, right? I don't know if that alludes to soccer, if that literally is just like chip damage, just whittle away at it. Because, I mean, yeah, he keeps playing stuff. I guess you can bounce, use Belly G to bounce the Golden Initiate. Maybe you take down the... Well, no, I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to say anything. I don't need to coach Enu. Enu, I was just musing aloud. But yeah, this is how you have to play Invade. It sucks. You just have to slow roll. Let's see. But yeah, Honey Badger, I'm the same way. Like if I can get my tickets back without it being a source of frustration for me, I will put in the time and get it done. At least 2 out of the 3. But if I'm just interesting, thought the opponent would really be trying to push that damage. Not that I'm disappointed. All right, so we got 1 rune broken. 2 runes broken. Prophecy, not the worst. We can bounce it back with Belly G. But this is it. The moment of victory is not. I don't think y'all can hear that. There's some raunchy bass going on there. Let's see. Just smash everyone, Honey Badger. Exactly right. That's my strategy. Hulk smash. Joseph smash. Honey Badger smash. Baldric says, at certain situations, he thumbs the objects or people in front of him. Aw, crap. Oh, yeah. Oh, so that's Baldric, I think, referring to Honey Badger in the third person. Honey Badger, if I'm rocking a sword and shield, then yes, I play Skyrim in the third person. If I have a bow, then it's first. Same, because it's really freaking frustrating to try the first person sword battle or melee weapons are garbage. I mean, the weapons aren't, but you can't see what the heck you're doing. All of a sudden, you're just like, you push the button and suddenly you see a swing, but you don't really know what it hits, and then you don't know where yeah, I'm the same way. But that's primarily why I end up. Nicely done, Inu. Nicely done. Gets the win against a tactics invade deck. So nicely done. You have restored a little bit of humanity to the world and a little bit of rightness for all that stands for good and wholesomeness. We thank you. Well, yeah, you must always expect the unexpected. You must expect the worst from invade. Let's see. And Baldric said, "I knew it regarding Honey Badger's the way he breaks down the first. It's first person arrows, third person for sword and shield." Just says, my aggro is lowered to the ground nowadays. Oh, okay, so not. Well, I mean, I didn't think you're. We go. Aros jumps back in. Whew, I thought I was gonna have to log in again. Welcome. I took the same approach in that goblin game. Okay, so Inu did the same thing. So little life lesson there for you. Whether you're fighting invade or gobos, starving them the cards is the way to go, or at least has brought Inu success in these games, which you can hang your hat on if you happen to have one. But yeah, Joseph, I didn't think yours was all that big, right? Your even your Dagoth, burned Dagoth wasn't like high off the ground. It was a lot of low to the ground stuff. But it's even lower now. So Honey Badger tells Joseph, I will do my best, no guarantees, to just smash it. My decks have a lot of 1 to 3 drops. Yeah, there you go. Ultra aggro. Honey Badger says, that's because my character looks freaking dope. Oh, jeez. I'm curious, Honey Badger, what does your character look like? What are you, an Argonian? Are you a Nord? What is your character? You might tell us without me having to ask, but I'm just curious. Not without us having to ask, but like you might have put it on there before I get there. But I'm curious what your dope character looks like. But that's why he plays in third person. So it is vanity. It is vanity that has Honey Badger playing in the third person. Joseph says, but if you lose a ladder game with aggro, who cares? You just queue another game fast. Exactly. Yep. And that's what I mean. That's between aggro. I mean, there's always aggro versus control in terms of like, I think they're the antithesis of each other. The philosophies are different, but I give aggro the nod because it is the most respectful of everybody's time involved. You either win or you lose fast. But that said, if you're in it for the long game and you want to play the long stuff, then aggro obviously is the the enemy. It is the worst possible thing you could play. It's just what you're looking for in the game experience. But I would say for most people, laddering, you want to climb, and once you get there, maybe you'll control the heck out of the game. But otherwise, it's like I need to break in. I need to move through a lot of games fast, and there's a lot of ways to build a successful or relatively successful aggro deck. I mean, Denise has done it with animals, for crying out loud. Animals, making those vicious goats and
I am sworn to protect you.
what other animals are there? Cats and bats and stuff. Lydia, huh? Well, kudos to Sonia Pappet. Or Sonia? Is that Sonia? I think Sonia Pet is funny, but Sonia Pet probably makes a lot more sense to our English-speaking friends. Oh, why does my brain work the way it does sometimes? I'm truly literate, folks. I really am. I just have moments. Pretty fly for a Nord guy. So wait, did I miss that? Honey Badger, do you play as a Nord? And since we're talking about lore breaking cards, Call of Dragon was only for Odahviing and Skyrim. Just saying. Yeah. That's a good call, Honey Badger. And yeah, Call of Dragon needs help. It needs help. Not just from a lore perspective. I think it's strong enough. It doesn't need to level up shots in your hand. Maybe that's a lore thing that they were thinking they could spice it up with that. But I think it does enough at level 2 and 3. Particularly, it does enough. It can still be used with word walls. I don't think it needs to discount every shout forever and always. Let's see. Now it's Obi-Wan's turn. I thought he was safe. Joe. I have nothing to fear. Obi-Wan Obi-Wan is fine. And honestly, Obi-Wan in the prequels isn't bad. I mean, like I said, it wasn't devoid of qualities. As we said, Qui-Gon was a good character. I think Ewan McGregor did a good job. Now, I'm not talking about the TV series, but even Honey Badger would agree with me on that. But Obi-Wan was a good character in the prequels. Yeah, so I don't know why I started poking fun, but I'm just ribbing him a little bit. Speaking of midichlorians, Sword, why are you speaking of midichlorians, Honey Badger? Why is that again? Why are we doing this? I wrote a book for you. It's titled Midichlorians, A Boomer's Guide for Understanding the Force by H. Badger. Oh, well, that is very, very wry, very spry, very, very entertaining. Honey Badger, I appreciate you being willing to educate me, to write a book for boomers such as myself. However, I'm not sure it's a page turner. Well, it is, because okay, somehow that was supposed to be a witty comeback, and I'm not sure. I think I'm starting to get tired. That's what's happening. Something about not being enough to fill a book, but thinking there might be, because people who like the prequels will actually try to make midichlorians a thing. Nope, never mind. Lost it. Gone together. There we go. That is my insanely brilliant repartee for your book. Well, and I would just say this fundamentally, it is not understanding the Force. It is. It's just. I'll let it go. Because I can't. I just can't. My approach in life is to ask, what would yoga do? I thought you meant to do that on purpose, Michael. I was like, wait, what? What would Yoda do? Yes, exactly. Minus speaking in reverse. I think that would create more problems than it would help. But Yoda's got some sage advice. OT Yoda. Prequels Yoda says a lot of dumb things. He really leans heavily into his bizarre way of speaking in a way that doesn't seem as organic as it did in the first one. It sounded like, okay, this is actually a creature talking. When it got into the prequels, it was like he's just saying everything backwards just to be Yoda or yoga, as Michael would say. Inu finally reached 4 and it's almost 3 a.m. So I think he's going to bail. So I'm going to go to bed. Thanks for all who tuned in. See you around. So a good night from Inu to the rest. Congratulations, Inu, on getting into rank 4. Did not doubt you for a second. Like I said, wow, rank 5, 2 days left. But it's Inu. Of course he's going to get to rank 4. No problem. Probably will be at Legend before the month is over with. But a good night to you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining Sea City and really helping us bail us out of a very dry patch, which is the first for Live at 5. So greatly appreciate you. Have a good evening. And you are going to miss the I think he bailed because he knows that there is great wrath coming for prequel lovers out there. And I said this in my Borderlands video, Honey Badger. I just wanted to point this out. There's an analogy I made. Let's say you've got a best friend, right? Your best friend walks up and knees me in the crotch. You don't see that. But what you do see is me immediately looking at your friend and slapping your friend across the face. And so you say to me, hey, you just slapped my friend. And I say to you, your friend kneed me in the crotch first. And that's when you said the last time and you were like, he's killing my childhood. The prequels killed my childhood first. The prequels came out and kneed me in my Star Wars groin. I wept. I mourned the loss of innocence. I mourned the fact that Star Wars was now very fallible. It went from me thinking it was untouchable, that it could do no wrong. I had 3 solid movies. I had the expanded universe. I had not the most amazing toys. I think G.I. Joe still, because of their flexibility, still were the better toys. But in terms of just playability, but had a great toy catalog. Again, expanded universe really had few misses back in those days. Still doesn't really have any. You had the comics, few video games that weren't bad. I was like, Star Wars can do no wrong. And the prequels come up and knee me in my Star Wars groin. And then I looked at the prequels and said, screw you then. And I slapped him hard across the face. So that's what you were witnessing there. So while you saw it as me defecating on your childhood, it was only because the prequels retroactively made my childhood miserable. I despaired for life, I swear. But anyway, let's see. Honey Badger. Yoga would say, breathe, stretch, and release endorphins, Michael Bailey. well done. Making a good use of Michael's slight typo there. But yes, that is what he would say. Stretch you should, yes. Endorphin release. Mixed with midi-chlorians does not. Baldrick, what would Brian Boitano do if he were here today? But there's musical notes, so is that a chorus? Or is that a lyric from a song, Baldrick? Unfortunately, you're usually the one who picks up on those things, so I'm afraid I'm at a loss here. Is that a song? What would Brian Boitano do if he was here today? I don't know. That's my rendering, my rendition. Let's see. Oh wow. Chat took off. Like I was just chilling and there's somebody pointing out that I'm behind on chat. Well, it's not my fault. You guys come to a complete stop, put the parking brake on, turn the engine off, and I'm like, all right, I can kind of just, meander here, and then it's like, oh, bam, we're now at light speed again. Of course, Honey Badger ain't gonna let that slide. No, he's not. Well, maybe one day I will, but but it's not this day. It is not this day. One day, the enemy may take the heart of me, but it's not this day. I can't remember the rest of that speech. Swords will be broken. Shields will be shattered. Horrible trilogies will be praised. It'll be a dark day, a grim day, ere the truth rises. And I don't know why I'm talking like that now. It's fine. This is my evil voice. Baldric, Joseph says, Baldric, holy cow, I know that reference. Oh my gosh, so Joseph did get it. Hey, look at that. So Joseph's stepping up. Oh, jeez Louise. Smacking the mic. Awesome. Wow. That is amazing that you know that reference. And hopefully, Baldric, he made a plan and he'd follow through. That's what Brian Boytland would do. Okay, so yeah, it's definitely a song because he's got the rhyme going. Didn't put the musical notes there, but we know he's still doing a lyric thing. Or either that or a poem. It has to be a song lyric. So what is it, guys? Come on, Joseph, Baldric, you both know what it is. What is it? What are we missing out on? Honey Badger, look at that. Schwartz is behind on chat again. So close, Schwartz, so close. Well, I was until somebody started putting out infuriating, grossly misleading and reprehensible information.
You have my gratitude.
Michael Bailey, man, I am tired. I'm tired even reading names wrong. Oh man, I'm tired even reading names wrong. Hey, that's oh no, that's not Aros. What did I just see? What did we just witness? You bet your bippy it was. Holy crap. Did not see that coming. Wow. Fucking A, man. Yeah, exactly. Glad we were there this time. Jeez. Well, fortunately, you're also one of the few intrepid players tonight. Wait, did I say unfortunately? Fortunately. A perfect scenario. Island one. Oh, only one unite. So that's not even like a really. So not a unite specific deck. Just an extra card for possible win condition. That can't be right though, because no, I'm asking the question, but I'm sure that's not right because you have to build. All right, so we have guitarist on bass. Stars have aligned in our favor, exactly. We are going to check out guitarist, and then we'll rejoin Aros. Wow, it is literally just a what if card. So I mean, I thought for sure it's in here for Dragon Mount. Okay, wow. Well, I'm glad we got to see that, and that is now will live on forever in VOD. Let me see. Oh, for the memes, of course, because that is Aros's jam. This is meant to be a more control-based neutral deck, though, for the memes. Business list. All right, so guitarist on bass with a quick win as we jumped in. So we'll hop on with Aros again. The Shredder. See, the Animal Dwemer neutral Shredder will be on the alt. That's a beautiful mouthful. All right. Doing party business type deal. All right. Wait, what's going on here? Okay, there we go. I was like, why can't I see it? All right. But yeah, Michael Bailey, I'm with you. I mean, I read names wrong even when I'm not tired, but I feel you. Baldric says, good job. We couldn't have done it without you, Honey Badger, our hero. Wait, what did he do? Oh, he put me behind. Yeah, that's very true. Y'all were slacking. Honey Badger really is the good chunk of the volume in chat. Thank you. Insert courteous bow. Joseph Booze. Honey Badger, this was a team effort. Very gracious in victory. You know, Thank you all. You know what? It was a team effort. We all came together. We all did our part. I cannot take all the credit myself. Joseph, you hate us because you ain't us. Oh, damn. Short, I'm glad you asked. Usually it's either an Imperial or Nord just because I can change outfits and not look goofy. But I usually rock light armor. Penitus Oculatus armor with Shrouded. Nice. Okay. It's the Shrouded. I'm not sure what that is. I don't even think I've had the Penitus Oculatus armor either. But does it look like it does on the card where it's like the armor or Roman type looking, like typical Imperial garb? I really like, what is it called? The Black Knight, Dark Knight, the Knight, whatever it is, the Batman looking thing. It doesn't have the ears, but it's like the cowl and everything. Looks really cool. Not exactly in line with my playstyle, but it just looks freaking cool. But then it's a waste because I'm usually first person. So it's like, I'm all excited about it. I'm like, yeah. And I'm like, oh, but unless I want to like play third person, which I don't with that particular armor anyway, because I'm using a bow and arrow, I don't get to see it. But that's good to know. Good to know. But it's funny that we talked about how divisive people are, divided people are, whether or not to join the Imperials or the Nord. So it's funny that you pick either of those when playing. But I also hear you. Like the tail for the Argonian can screw up your aesthetic. Same thing with Khajiit. I think they have tails, right? So hood, glove, and boots. And Joe, inflammatory, just seeking to be inflammatory. Imperial or Nord? The two lamest races. Shake my head. Find more gold? Useless. Dwarven black bow of fate. Harken's sword, shield of solitude, or if I'm going two-handed, ebony blade. So Honey Badger has an armory all set up. He's got the weapons. I don't even know that I've heard of those. They're stupid. Well, they have this. I don't know what that does. See an Orc Lord fights. Orcs are pretty cool too. I actually have been an Orc. Well, yeah, no. Right before I did Argonian the average, I did Argyle the average Argonian archer, I was an Orc. But I didn't have a pithy way to name him, so I think I moved on to Argonians. Honey Badger, calm the angry NPC for 60 seconds. Could be useful. There's a spell for that. There's a spell for everything in Skyrim. There's a spell for learning spells. Okay, don't fact check me on that. I do have a sneaky orc character that I created that I use the bow and long hammer. Everything comes back to using the bow. Complete with backstory. You create backstories for your characters, Honey Badger. Interesting. Okay. No, I mean it's very creative. I've never thought to do that, but that's impressive. Joseph, I've never done a two-handed player. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Nope. You're absolutely right. Two-handed is very clunky, and I've never done very well with it. Honey Badger, in terms of their spells for that, I don't like using spells on the console, at least not too many. It gets frustrating going back and forth between Calm, Fury, Raise Dead, etc. Fair point. And I've really only played on console. I think I tried once on computer, and it did not go well for me. Not because computer's crappy, just I'm not used to it. I'm used to using a controller. So yeah, keybinds help, exactly. Although, Joseph, I didn't picture you as a computer gamer. Although I also didn't think you would be from Massachusetts. So, my misconceptions are all being revealed in their ugly ignorance today. Honey Badger, if I had a PC that could run Skyrim, I would love a battle mage or even a normal mage build, but on the Xbox, it's just too much. Honey Badger, I mean, do you not have a computer? Because I don't think at this point, I got to imagine maybe not. Maybe not with the mods. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Poopstone gonna poopstone. Did that give him the win? Almost. That charge almost gave Coma System the win. And wow. And they pretty much just did. Gave it charge. This is why I hate Poop Zone. But yeah, I would have thought that almost any PC in the past 5 years would be able to run Skyrim because it's an old game. But yeah, with all the mods and everything, I think it does still tax the system pretty heavily. I don't even know if this computer could run it all that well. I'm guessing it could. But maybe not. We don't know. I don't know. I had this mainly built for editing and like Photoshop because I wasn't expecting to I was expecting most of my gaming would be done through consoles, piped in through game cards, not, or through game capture, not me actually playing on the PC. I think Legends is really the only game that I play on the PC. I think. Curse of Monkey Island. I need to play that again. Let's see. Honey Badger says, Conjuration Mage is cool. Summon a couple of Dremora Lords and then summon a Bound Bow. Ooh, dope. And we gave our farewells to Inu. Yeah, but what race would you start with? Imperial, probably. Joseph says, jadedly, Imperial, probably. Well, come on, your other choice is Nords. I mean, come on, there's not really a great option there. For Mage, probably a Breton. Okay. Inu, bye. Well, Inu, we said our farewells. Inu, luckily he hit me in game, so I was able to see it on time. Dark Elf. I can't. Dark Elves just look so weird. Their eyes are almost vertical. They're so weird. But if I throw a helmet on them and don't have to look at them, I don't mind too much. All right, so yeah. A loss there, largely to Poopstone. All right. Thunderstone ruining a perfectly good game is a bit of a shitty feeling, though. Exactly, that's why I call it a Poopstone, because it's a poopy feeling. Just lots of poop. Lots of poop. So guitarist on bass. We'll see what he's doing last time. Okay, once again, we are queuing into guitarist at the very end of the game. Can he close this out? Well, we know he can trigger his sharp-eyed ash can. Kick his ash can, she bash. Just kidding. Why do you all do this to me? Why do you not play the card that I believe you should play? Because we want to win. Oh, okay, we'll win. Fine. Be all victorious and whatnot. Or Dark Elf. I was going with Fire and Destruction. Man, Honey Badger, your Skyrimming is on next level. Like you have plans, you have synergies, you have contingency upon contingencies upon, like, this race. I would play this thing, and that it's impressive. It really is. Makes me wonder how you find time to enjoy other things that maybe shouldn't be enjoyed as much. That's all I'm gonna say. But yeah, no, that's awesome.
I do not fear death.
No Altmer? Maybe, it depends. Watch him high roll his gate and get a board full of charge. Yeah, guitarist, that's sadly a reasonable expectation. Yeah. I think it would surprise no one if, gate at that level, yeah, he's going to get a bunch of mini Dagothers right now.
Let's do this.
He's close. He's close. Hopefully his... Wait, what? Oh, he just cleared it. I was like, wait, what? Look at me. I do things. I'm like, he didn't have any cards. Why did he play that? Oh, gosh. I picked a heck of a day to quick sniff and glue. Honey Badger, I just don't like high elves. Another way we agree. Yep, I agree. I do not like high elves. Nordic racism. Yeah. Nords are turds. Imperials aren't fabulous. Like, there's... Skyrim is populated by a bunch of turd muffins, really. Let's see. Oh, jeez, man. Okay. But sleeping dogs lie. But I could be mistaken. But the answer was right. Dunmers are for Chads. I agree with you. Creative and nuanced playstyle. Really fun. Ooh. I think you got some sarcasm dripping on your keyboard.
Prophecies are but words. I judge by deeds.
Yep. Yeah. And I mean, and you look at it, really, it's just multi-triggering poop stone is all Invade is.
Who goes there? Awaiting your command.
Yeah. All right. If he goes on another hour-long raid, then I take full responsibility. Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. I didn't slap the prequels. Jar Jar would have whooped your butt if you did. Misa gonna beat you up, mister. Okay, he doesn't talk like this, but he should. I would have liked it much better if Misa talked like this. Misa Jar Jar. Misa's the most annoying character. Misa never get old. Misa already old. Misa already annoying. Oh, look, Misa took out my tongue stuck on something. Oh, isn't this funny, little children? It's funny. But yes, I do not fear Jar Jar Joseph. Jar Jar Joseph? There you go. That's your new name. You stuck out for him. Now you're Jar Jar Joseph. Or JJ. JJJ. Not Jana Jonas and JJJ is Jar Jar Joseph. Let's see. Oh. Some people who only play stuff like Balmor, Spy Master, Telvanni, and such literally use this game to feed their gambling addiction, I swear. Like every card in their deck will read, X is random, you're random. If you win, you didn't do it with your skill and you suck, but didn't blow X out. So your wife will still love you. Damn. I mean, I agree. But damn. You are not wrong at all. I'm both of them. What sorcery is this? All right. Jump back in. We'll be the dual spectating somehow. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, Jar Jar is the embodiment of what the prequels are. He represents everything the prequels are. And in short, don't take me so seriously, okay? Okie day. Me's a blight on humanity. Honey Badger, my best friend got in his first fight in middle school because despite the fact that he doesn't like Lord of the Rings or Star Wars even, he's an MMA guy, but he loves Harry Potter. And some 7th grader called Harry Potter a queer. So my best friend punched him in the face and even broke a blood vessel under the kid's eye. Damn! He's mixing Aragorn's speech with Theoden's. Yeah, maybe I am. Honey Badger, just to see who would notice. I knew that Theoden was the shields will be broken, spears will be shattered. It's a dark day, ere the sun rises. That was Theoden. Aragorn's is, but it's not this day. I just can't remember what he says after that. Is what the last thing he says? I see. That's something that would take the heart of me. There are definitely times where, or what's his face? Vigo, his accent. I don't even know that he has an accent. He might be an American, but he has this weird thing. Like when he says that, he's like, the heart of me. He has moments where he sounds very, very bizarre. And that's one of them. Are we watching another invade? Okay, so this is the dregs, folks. We are at the dregs of this is the post-apocalyptic version of Tessel, a desolate wasteland populated by a few heroes going against the evil forces of invade ad nauseum. What a bleak future this is. What can we do to avoid this future? Well, I don't know. We just have to find out what to do. How to stop this from happening. Baldrick says, Brian Boitano song is from the South Park. Really? I would not have expected you to be quoting. I thought that was from some folk song or something. You know, like that's a surprise to me, Baldrick. You surprised me. Your South Park reference is funny. Uh-oh. Okay, so Aros is on a bit of a random stuff. So let's see what he says here. All right. Oh my gosh. He's a fast typer. Like you can actually see their decks, and it's like Tinkering Spy Master, Desperate Conjuring, Altar, probably the least random card in their deck. then a bunch of shit that makes it look like they're running Unite, like Mythic Dawn Cultists, Merchants, Elder Gleam Matrons, name on a random card, and they're probably running it. And like, let's get this straight. I don't mind if someone has a gambling problem or they want to play random shit on the ladder. Sure, whatever. It's annoying to lose to it. But if you're going to get that random shit, head Spy Master out and whip out a 2-cost Marak or Iron Atronach or whatever the fuck and save the game and then start taunting like you outplayed me. Get off my ladder with that attitude. That's the kind of shit that tilts people into quitting the game. Preach. Seriously. That's my thoughts verbatim with a few. I remember you saying similar things during your spotlight, and it was so great hearing it from a baller of a player. A baller of a player, is that? I don't know. We're gonna let that go because yeah, baller of a player. But he's not wrong. He's not wrong. I understand the fury, and he is not wrong about that's what turns people off to the game and has created a lot of the. Could very well be why we're in this post-apocalyptic world at the moment in here. Let's see. Honey Badger, spear should be shaken, shield should be splintered as Theoden right before the Rome charge of Pelennor Fields. Okay, all right. Actually. But it's not this day was Aragorn's speech at the Black Gate. Why did I not assume that you would actually provide the correction? But I beat you to it, Honey Badger. I beat you to it. I knew what the speeches were. I didn't care. I didn't think anybody else would either. But of course, a lover of the prequels would try to call me out on my hodgepodge speechcraft. Joseph Aragorn was such a dweeb. Yeah. In the books, I never pictured him that way. I don't know that he's a dweeb in the movie per se. He's not bad. I would not have pictured him as Viggo Mortensen, but I think Viggo did a good job. Baldrick says, ooh, that was a scene. That's the scene to this day brings chills through me. Oh, no kidding, Baldrick. Which one? We just mentioned the two speeches, Theoden or Aragorn. Joseph, you better watch it. Getting a little hot in here.
Speak.
Joe, your ally is turning on you there. Or, I guess, Honey Badger, your ally is turning on you there. And A. Ross continues, and just to be clear, I say my ladder because it doesn't matter who you are, even if myself included. I will advocate against running those certain cancer lists on the ladder unless the occasion is very, very special. Like the other day, I was doing a stream of these cancer cards and mechanics and stuff, but everyone who watches my stream already knows. And most of the games I concede are just lost from a winning position because it's not worth getting a win that way anyway. And even when I used the shitty cards, I didn't use Spy Master. I had to give him the voice line from the Spy Master. It would fund another one. Yeah, this Tessel has become a grim post-apocalyptic setting tonight. Very few survivors. A couple heroes. And a lot of invasion villains. I think Guitarist has some of the has the worst. So that should tell you the amount of seething hatred I harbor for that card in particular. Like I even played Workshop Support Monk Market. Oh jeez, man, wow. He really does not like more. His animus for Spy Master is probably akin to mine for Poopstone and Invade. Because I've never been shafted by Balmora Spy Master. Never. I mean, yeah, sometimes he high rolls, but I've never been like had a game ruined by where I've had multiple games ruined by Poopstone. But we all have our things that we hate. Like I said, I'm not a big fan of any card that invites more RNG into the game. I think we should have as much control of the game as we can, without ruining the game itself. Like you can't just draw the card that you want, but I think we should be as close to that as possible. That game, Michael says, yeah, that game was worth staying awake for. I was like, Unite? Yes, exactly, Michael. Yeah. It was a fine display. So yeah, I'm glad you were able to keep your eyes open to be able to watch that. That was freaking amazing. Let's see. Joseph, I've seen Lord of the Rings. Honey Badger. GG A-Ross. Yeah, there you go, A-Ross. So if you're watching this or you had watched it, you're getting congratulations and props for a great win from the Remnant. Joseph backing off. Just kidding. Aragorn was cool. I saw him in the theaters when you were in diapers. I was only 1 when Fellowship. Oh my gosh, Honey Badger. Yeah, you are young. I was in college when Fellowship came out. I actually watched it with my college friends. I think I was 19. Yeah. Yep. So yeah, Joe, you're absolutely right. He was in diapers. Well, we can assume. Honey Badger's dad was like, you have my sword and my bow and my axe, which is broken into 5 pieces, but let's not bring that up. Nice guitarist. Looks like he's going to close it out against Yukihana 152. 5 cards, but not enough with no gate on board and the beefy bodies that can attack from both lanes. Force invade. Screw you and your stronghold, you douche. See what I did there? Honey Badger's dad didn't really care about in the third person again. It threw me off. I was like, wait, who's talking about Honey Badger? Honey Badger's dad didn't really care about the movies or the books. He's not into them like I am. Yes, Roman armor, but it's black and red. Oh, nice. Okay, Honey Badger, good to know. Well, so why is it not that in the game? Isn't it like a blue and purple in the game, or like a silver and purple, or like a gray and purple? It's a bit of a bummer, but I'm glad in the game at least it's really cool looking. That's like Knight Rider colors. Joseph says, yeah, the Imperials are such Roman wannabes. It's very true. And Honey Badger says, I'm totally here for the Roman wannabes. They can't even come up with their own brand. Nords are just Viking, you pathetic rebel. Chat disconnected. What? We lost chat, huh? The stream is breaking up for me. Yeah, apparently it did break up. I mean, we look like we're running fine. 0% drop frames. So aside from that one day, but then apparently I guess chat had a hiccup. Could be all of the fantasy violence going on in Skyrim and Lord of the Rings and all this other stuff. You know who else was a rebel? America. Y'all ready for the 4th? Like I said, my date was fixed on the 1st because that's fast day is over. But wow, is he going to get lethal with? He is with the Tree Minder. Nice. Tree Minder lethal against Invade. How sweet it is. Tree Minder of beauty. And it looks like, Danish 04 is in. So apparently, I guess we're getting some of the more maybe European players jumping on. Well, no, because they would actually be, it's much later for them. Maybe they're so far around the other side of the world that they're actually like Pacific side. That would make sense, I guess. But yeah, I don't even know that we're going to be able to do much here on the 4th. But here, I've never been anywhere where they've actually had like American flags almost in every yard. So it's definitely a thing out here, I'm guessing. $110 on fireworks. Good gravy. Nice. Are you going to spend some quality family time, Joe? Is like you got family coming, or you got some buddies you're going to hang out with? Honey Badger says, yes, I create backstories for my characters. Isn't that what you're supposed to do in an RPG? Oh, goodness gracious. Yeah, if you're a nerd, maybe. Oh, I took the words right out of my mouth. I think I'm a Breton portrait for life now. Really like the training grounds off meta. Still does cool stuff. For true, Michael. Yeah, it does. And I think I had been a Breton when I first started as well. I only changed because I liked the Hail Friend. Oh, no, wait. I think the Hail Friend is Breton, isn't it? Hail Friend. I can't remember. I've changed it up, obviously. Now I'm not that guy. I don't remember who I am now. The archer thing. Yeah, I mean, Invader's not hard to beat when you just drag your feet the game out. It's just annoying to flip your entire game plan when you're running aggro. Yup. Yup. All right, so I'm going to have to focus a little bit more on the chat here just because I do need to wrap it up here shortly. Probably in the next 10, 15 minutes or so. But no, Honey Badger, I'm not knocking your creating your backstories. Like I said, it's a great use for creativity and everything. I'm content just to play the heck out of mine. We don't usually have much of a relationship, but they don't last long enough for me to name them, and really get to know them. Baldric, oh, you console peasants. The condescension is real, folks. Baldric really just spurned us console players, as a typical PC player would do. Console players, we're just like amicable with everybody. We love everybody. We just want to play the games. But PC players like, nah, we're awesome and you're dumb. That's how all of them are. Honey Badger, I'm ready for the 4th. Don't know what my family's doing yet, but I'm ready for it. There you go. That's the spirit. Yeah, same here. I'm ready for it. I just don't know what I'm ready for. Maybe just a basic barbecue or something. We'll see. What are the firework laws in Texas, Schward, if you even know? I don't know. I would be surprised if they're not the most, like, free whatever, like, shoot off whatever you can. I mean, like, yeah. But I don't know. I don't know. Alabama, pretty much anything goes. I assume that's the way it is in Texas. Exactly. Plenty of space. Now, here where we're at, I live in a suburb right now, so we don't really have a lot of, it's not your classic Texas vibe. But I would be surprised if they knuckle down on it. I mean, even places like Virginia are pretty loose when it comes to that kind of thing. Honey Badger, replying to Baldric, I think, more or less, says, I can't justify a $1,000 PC right now. Eventually, I will have a nice PC to run any game I want. There you go. Hey, and that's fair, Honey Badger. We're at different places in our life. You're busting your butt working that job. You got a lot on your plate, helping the family out and everything. You buy what you can. And like you said, I mean, you just got your priorities in a right thing. Instead of, hey, I'm going to put myself in $1,000 of debt that who knows if I'm going to be when or if I'm going to be able to pay it off successfully. You're going, I'll wait until I can afford it. So nothing wrong with that. But I mean, but I think that's more actually was in response to my question about the PC. But I didn't know like when the last time you bought a PC or have a PC is. So if it's older than like a few years, it's probably not going to be able to run as much as you would like to anyway. Alabama's just don't kill someone. Fair. I think that really should be what the rule is for most stuff. And, teach your kids to not be stupid. Because that's pretty much like a lot of the stuff that happens are just stupid mistakes. But people don't see it that way. The stupid mistake happens. But they want to feel like they have some control over it, or they can fix it. And so they create a law or a rule that hamstrings non-stupid people and only guarantees that stupid people won't do it if the stupid people are smart enough to not break the rule. So it's a mess, but that's just the world we live in. Jonas, hello Jonas, says, if the PC is built for video editing, then it will likely play games as well. It's true, Jonas, to a degree. There is, because of the way Premiere uses your stuff. I mean, like you need, I can't remember what it is. There's something in there because we actually, the place that I used to work at, they had, before I got there, their video guru guy bought a bunch of PCs, and they look like gaming PCs. They were gaming PCs. They were crap for editing. I mean, not 100%, but they were not great. And so I guess that doesn't necessarily contradict your point. I just know the inverse is not true. You can have a PC that is built for gaming, and it is lacking it can be lacking some of the firepower you need, because it's not so much about the graphics card. I think that's one of the differences with Premiere. It can benefit, but I think they may have changed this, but I know for a while Premiere could not make use of multiple cores. You were better off having 2 or 3 big cores than you were having 15 or 20 smaller ones. I think they have restructured it since then. But there are things like that where it's like some things that would be good for gaming aren't necessarily good for editing. But I mean, in general, you are right. I mean, if you're running 64 gigs of memory and you've got a 4 terabyte hard drive and whatever else, it should be able to play games as well. I just didn't go ham on the graphics card because a really, really good one would be like $4 or $5 grand. And I don't need that in order to do my rendering because I don't typically rely on that. You can, I think you can switch it to a graphics card versus like a GPU versus a CPU. But anyway, I don't get too lost in the weeds. But you're right. In general principle, something that can do a very good job editing should be able to play games. But there are a few little things that are different that you need for gaming that you don't really need, or that you need for video editing that you don't need for gaming and vice versa. But I mean, really, you're talking about your 3 main things: your memory, your video card, your CPU, and your I lost my train of thought. But like, there's only so many variations you can have, and if you upgrade, if you make sure they're all at a pretty high level, yeah, the crossover should be there. So you are correct, Joseph. I'm sure the laws are different in the city, probably, but we're not. I'm not in the city. Well, I mean, we're in Katy, but it's not. We're not in Houston. Honey Badger, my laptop is so small that Tesla even slows it down at times. Whoa, no. Actually, though, I had a, well, I still have it, but it's just not running very well. I had a MacBook Air. Fantastic little computer. I love that thing because it's better than, nice, Aros. Nice. Much of his RAM. Yep, yep. Yes, sir. Spot on. Most modern games with 16 to 32, but video editing. Guitarist knowing his editing stuff. Do you edit? Okay, I guess we're gonna spectate. All right, but I can't. Let's see. But yeah, my MacBook Air can't. It struggles with Tesla as well. But it's also like a 2007 or something. So it's understandable that it struggles. But it can play some older like Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds and things. It can play those pretty well. But yeah, Tesla makes it a little rough. Okay, Joseph, way out in the sticks. So yeah, that's one of the perks of it. You can buy $100 worth of, or that was $100, not $1,000. $100 worth of fireworks, right? Was it $100 or $1,000? $110. $110. Okay, on fireworks, and you can actually shoot them off.
There's nowhere they can
Money Badger, I can't run it on max settings. It's on the lowest. Wow. Okay, so it is an aged laptop, which, I mean, honestly, things get outdated so fast. It may not even be that old in terms of years, but I can see, well, if it came out after Tesla, it probably wouldn't be as underpowered, but it may be older than Tesla is, which, I mean, Tesla isn't that old. Baldrick, meh, even if I had the newest computer, I'd still play 20-year-old games on it. Yeah, I hear you, man. Like we had a really great golden age where you had a lot of games and a lot of great quality. Now you kind of get either when you get a lot of games and very fewer of any quality, or you get, yeah, that's pretty much it actually. Joseph, I've been playing Monster Hunter recently. Interesting. I have not played that. I have it, but I've never played it. I'm on a very slow pace, but I'm making progress. Nice. Yeah, it's a pretty expansive game from what I understand. A very big game, which is why I haven't really started it, because I was like, unless I can finish it. Wow, we got Golden Saints doing Pilfer. That just seems wrong. Recontextualizes what the card looks like, doesn't it? And the Minotaur's like, screw you. Oh wait, no. Oh, because he had the ward. Okay, getting his hits in when he can. That was a smart play there. Great play, but not with a lethal creature there. And this might spell doom for Guitarist, unfortunately. And it does. Yeah, writing was on the wall on that one. Pillaging Golden Saints. Maybe they're golden because they did pilfer. They were Bronze Saints, and then they just started pilfering. Let's see. Honey Badger, a lot of my characters in Skyrim have been inspirations for main characters for book ideas. Okay, nice. There you go. Art begetting art. And that actually makes, if you have utilization beyond the game, I think that makes it a lot more significant and fruitful. Like, it's one thing. It's like, okay, I created this character in Skyrim. Oh, Mighty Blacksmith. All right. We meet once again, Mighty Blacksmith. Number 3 versus 120. Who will win? Place your bets, folks. Place your bets. I like our odds. Joseph loves Monster Hunter. Baldric getting the confirmation there. Perhaps looking into playing the game himself, he thinks. Joseph, it's a great game for me. There. Whoa. Stream is hiccuping again. Gosh darn it. Well, jeez Louise. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Wow. Oh, Vincenzo joined. That's... Oh my gosh. I'm never going to catch up with Shannon again. No. No. Wow. I did not factor in Vincenzo. I thought we'd stabilized with Honey Badger. But oh my gosh. This might be the first time that I don't catch up before the end, because I'm falling down. But what I might do is start next Fridays early, catch up on this chat, and then start at 5. I might do that. Wow. I did not realize you guys had gotten that far away. This is crazy. But I mean, the important thing is that you guys are chatting. It's not like you're waiting on me to chat, like you're chatting amongst yourselves. So that's, you don't need me to comment on everything necessarily. Just the Star Wars stuff. When it shows up. Seems your stream had a hiccup, but it sounded like you were asking if I edit. Yep, I was. I don't do that much video editing these days, but I did in the past. Most of these days I do motion graphics and After Effects. There you go. Yep. Oh, nice.
Speak, citizen. Speak, citizen. Hardly a sound.
In the ways of editing. Or editing. But yeah, apparently our stream is hiccuping. Or not stream, but the chat is hiccuping. It could just be the volume. Because there's so much chatting going on. That's another big perk about like open world, just fun games. Or one of the downsides to some of these bigger games. All you have to do is have 2 times where you have to kind of get back into it after not playing it for a few days. And you're just like, this isn't going to work. I have to start all over again. And it's a daunting task. So I get it. Is it online like multiplayer? Joseph says, yes, but I play solo. I would as well. I'm not a big multiplayer guy myself. But I could log into a public lobby and find people on Discord if I wanted. You just team up to hunt monsters. Seems very straightforward and simplistic. I like it. Honey Badger says, okay, I'm not big into multiplayer games. Hey, there we go. More common ground. I like the solo game. Skyrim, Assassin's Creed, Shadow of Mordor, War. Yeah, Shadow of Mordor is a good game. I might have to try to stream that or play it or something, because I did like it a lot. Tesla is the only online game I play. Yep, exactly the same here. Yep. Well, MH has an RPG element. Monster Hunter has RPG elements like those games, but I can't guarantee you'd like it. I think you would. I think Honey Badger would. Okay, Schwartz, hear me out. If the Nords and the Empire joined forces, I believe that they could defeat the Aldmeri Dominion. I can't argue because I don't know how good Aldmeri Dominion is. I'm guessing that's a controversial take, but I don't know because I don't know the lore well enough. I'm sorry, Honey Badger, I don't know. But I'm gonna go ahead and by default agree with you because you seem to really have a grasp on the situation. So, I concur. No, here we go. You know, interesting. I concur, Honey Badger. I think it would be close, but I do believe the Nords and the Empire joining forces might just be enough to topple the Aldmeri Dominion. There we go. Nailed it. Nords versus Imperials is interesting, which is one reason Ulfric's rebellion is more beneficial to the Dominion than he knows. Yep, there you go. A house divided, as it were. The Nords are justified for not liking the Imperials, but really it's the Dominion banning the worship of Talos. Joseph also coming in with some lore knowledge there. And it looks like there's a back and forth between those who know Skyrim lore. Joseph shaking his head sadly. It's the Dominion that's responsible for the banning of Talos worship. Honey Badger, because with his weakening of the Empire even further than she already is, the Dominion could just swoop in and conquer all of Tamriel. So do we not like the Dominion? I mean, other than it's called the Dominion, I mean, is the Dominion bad? I mean, look, what's her name? Seems kind of nice. Aren. She seems kind of cool. I like her in the 3-color version better. I like her face better. She kind of looks like... who's the actress from Kick-Ass? The girl? Oof. Wow. Mighty Blacksmith with a mighty blow. But you know what I'm talking about. She was also in... well, she guest starred in some episodes of 30 Rock. What else? What other movie is she really known for? That's all I can remember is she played whatever girl in Kick-Ass. Anyway, great actress. Fantastic young actress. But her face, it looks like the character was modeled after her face. But okay. But Ulfric's rebellion comes in and screws up the Empire's plan. So the Empire was going to be able to battle the Dominion, but Ulfric screws it up with his thing. I'm starting to pick it up. All right, Michael Bailey says, the idea of Pooh Stone being the equivalent of a gambling, maybe. That's not why I don't like it. I just don't like it because it's just too much RNG. But Joseph says, I hope in Elder Scrolls 6 we get to see the rise of a dark mage who just shows up, kills everyone, raises a bunch of zombies, and causes a ton of chaos. Are we? Nope, we're still not. It's not showing we lost the stream, but we did. Looks like I got booted out of the game. Is it a sign? I don't know what's going on. I just know chat. There's so much chat. Or at least something super dramatic.
What's the lesson for today?
That actually sounds like doesn't sound like a bad premise, Joe. The dragons coming back never really felt life-threatening throughout the game, even though it was supposed to be the end of the world. Exactly. Yep. World eating and blah, blah, all that kind of stuff. Didn't really... I want to see a real villain who just shows up and fucks everything up. Yep, I concur. All that said, I bought Oblivion yesterday. It's on sale on Steam for like $4 right now. No kidding. Joe, but you were talking, weren't you the one mentioning the other time in our last one that like KOTOR you found hard to get into because the graphics are so dated? I mean, Oblivion is even more dated than KOTOR, isn't it? Like that would be the hard part for me. And I think I'm about to see Honey Badger actually reciting the speech, which is impressive. Here we go. I see in your eyes the same fear that would take the heart of me. A day may come when the courage of men fails, when something's... Okay, so he kind of got... he kind of got there. I was all getting ramped up. I was like, yeah, I'm into it. Here we go. And then... All right, so we'll try it one more time with Honey Badger's rendition. I see in your eyes the same fear that would take the heart of me. A day may come when the courage of men fails, when we something and break all bonds of fellowship, but it is not this day. No, but he doesn't say, but it is not this day. Something along those lines. They may take our lives, but they'll never take our freedom. I haven't seen The Return of the King for a while. Me neither, Honey Badger, at least not to the end. It's one of those things that I'll start. Like I actually have an edit where I put the first 1 through 3 there's only 3 of them. But I put the movies together, took out the credits, and honestly, for me, I did a streamlined version where I took out pretty much all of Sam and Frodo's stuff until the very end. Like I left it in for Fellowship, but I took their stuff, their whole Gollum thing. I used the bare minimum just to keep the story going, and then just kind of skipped the rest of their stuff until the very end where they're in Mount Doom or going up the slopes of Mount Doom. Just because I loved him in the books, but I didn't really much care for him in the movies. Anyway, so I have that one version, which is only like 8 hours. And then I've got the full 11 or 12 hour, just no cuts whatsoever, just buttered all up. So I'll start playing it and kind of just be like, that's going to be just playing in the background all day long. And so like I'll watch it here and there, but I never get to see the end of the movie because usually the day ends before I finish. But I haven't seen it for a while either myself. Honey Badger says to Joseph, Fallout 4 in New Vegas were on sale for like $4 and $0. Wow. And $1. I just couldn't resist. Nice. Okay, so everybody's good. There's apparently great deals on video games. Folks, jump on Steam and get yourself some cheap $4 games. It is a very good price, Baldrick. Joseph, I thought about New Vegas, but decided not to. I bought Forza 4 and Oblivion. I do have Forza and 4. I had it for the old system. I couldn't get the steering thing to work right. Every other game I can steer well, but Forza, for some reason, the steering was really stiff. And I think, I don't know, it was something about it. But I like the cars, I like the graphics, but I just couldn't play it all that well. But Forza for $10, I might pick it up and try it again. That's a damn good price. It's another perfect game for me. Plug and play, no story. Exactly. Yep. That's what we working folks have to really focus on. When you're young, it's like, okay, when you're done from school, you can count on it. I get off of school, I'm going to play for 5 hours, do my homework, play the game for 5 hours, and just keep going. That's how I beat Mega Man 3 back in my day. That was the game. Because, we didn't really have a lot of save abilities and stuff. We had a passcode system, but it still wasn't perfect. So it took you some grinding to be able to beat the old school Nintendo games, but that's a story for another time. Honey Badger says, I used to be into racing games when I had my PSP, but since getting older, I like my single-player games while listening to an audiobook. That's a good call. And that actually, I did think about, Honey Badger, I thought about taking your advice and getting that trilogy as an audiobook, but I'm trying to keep my brain stimulated. That's part of the reason why I like K-dramas, because you have to read the subtitles. You have to like engage with it, and then just so many times I don't feel like it, so it's good to keep me doing that. But it would be good if I was able to game when I'm not like streaming or something. That's a good combination, audiobooks and gaming. And Vincenzo enters the chat. Hello, Vincenzo. I still can't believe Dariloth showed up here, man. That was awesome. And y'all were just like, well, no, Dariloth, no, hello. You need to say hello to Dariloth if he shows up again. I mean, to anybody really, but for those who don't know, he actually does a lot of really good Tesla content as well. Vincenzo, I'm pretty sure, no, because he tag teamed with him to do the card stuff. Vincenzo, hello. Actually, exactly, Honey Badger. That's what I'm saying. Actually, Vincenzo, Baldrick, you survived your drinks, right? Yeah, Vincenzo, keeping tabs on what's been going on here. You saw the first bit of chats there. Get a hail for Vincenzo. Presumably we'll see in the morning. Okay, so Baldrick is going to see how bad the hangover is as to whether or not he survived his drinks. And I'm guessing an adios is an alcoholic beverage, because that is what Vincenzo finished off his night with. So we are joined by an inebriated Vincenzo, which is supposed to mean, in theory, that his gaming powers are now off the charts. Michael Bailey, Khajiit in Oblivion look like Pink Panther or Chester Cheetah, and you can't unsee it now. Oh, that sounds like a good time. Although Chester Cheetah, oh man, all I think of is Cheetos, which is food, which is stuff that you can eat. Honey Badger, which speech? Theoden and Aragorn? Yes. What I specified. I said the swords broken, shields shattered is Theoden, and Aragorn is take the heart of me. Joseph, what is with the hate for Spymaster? I love Spymaster. No, but do you really? Do you really? But yeah, it is funny. It is a high roll. We know, Joseph. And then they roll when you're on turn 15 and they roll a scuttle. Yeah. That is the only mitigating factor about it. And I mean, and that's a problem with Poop Zone. Poop Zone only has like two attributes, two extra things that really kind of suck.
You will fare no better.
And even then, like Breakthrough on the right card is a big deal. I mean, that you now have a rage target, for example, that may not have been one before. So, I mean, a regenerate is really the only big lame-o. Everything else has a pretty darn good function. So your low rolls are limited, whereas with Spymaster, sky is the limit, and the toilet is the toilet thing, bottom. Let's see. Guitarist on bass is playing the Gauntlet, right? Yes, he was, or he is. Joseph, oh boo-hoo, Last Gasp was a combo deck, and it's way harder to play effectively than mid-range decks whose whole strategy is to play big cards every turn. You know, Joe, if I had more time, I would say something intelligent, but unfortunately, I don't have the time, so I have to move on. But just know that someone will avenge my lack of saying this about it. Strategy, because it's not real strategy. It's but yeah, But here's the thing. Anytime you're invoking RNG, you're taking strategy out of it. Because you can't build a strategy around a card you don't have. So if your strategy involves invoking RNG, that's not a whole lot better than figuring out a way to play big bodies, as far as I'm concerned. But like I said, I don't have time to get into it. I'm just going to poke the bear and move on. Joseph, you are correct, but it still feels bad when they roll the one card they need. Yes. Yep. Vincenzo, so how far behind in chat is he today? He was doing well up until Honey Badger showed up. True words, Joseph. True words. Very painfully accurate. He caught up when I got to work. Exactly. Yep. But like Joseph said, I joined the chat, and I'm on a computer at work and not on my phone, which means I can type a lot more and a lot faster. Yeah. Sorry, not sorry. Hey, no, you don't. I'm glad you are not sorry. I'm glad you're not sorry. I just needed to be a little more agile and just understand when Honey Badger says, I'm back, I need to stay on top of chat. I let myself wander a little bit. I let myself meander because for a brief time there really wasn't a whole lot cooking. And then suddenly there was. And now Vincenzo's in there and it just exponentially carries it away. Joseph shouldn't be doing work. I am. No one is here yet. Knock on wood. Yeah, who shows up, Honey Badger? I mean, it's so freaking late. Joseph Nice, those are the best kind of jobs. Yep, where you get some time not to do not anything. Or just not mess with people. Like, I like people. I've said it before. I like individuals, not big on people, don't like drivers, and customers can be the worst. So, but I like people or individuals and to a degree people. But when you get them en masse or you get them in certain roles, they become insufferable. Okay, chat, help me out, says Honey Badger. If someone who plays D&D calls someone who plays RPGs a nerd, isn't that kind of like the pot calling the kettle black? Wait, did I say that? Is that why you're excluding me? I said it in jest. Look up Fudge Muppet and Drew Mora on YouTube. Put on a 1-hour lore video when you're going for a walk, doing house chores or whatever. Let's do a podcast. I don't think I've viewed them yet. All right, Nilsha is in a versus match. So let's go ahead and check that out. But if I was not jesting, Honey Badger, I would say absolutely. Well, no, and it wouldn't be, Honey Badger, if you're talking about me. It's not that you play RPGs. It's that you create characters for them outside of like if you're playing D&D and you create a character, it makes sense because you're interacting with other people. But in a video game, your character and their backstory doesn't really have a huge factor in. But as you said, it inspires creativity in other ways or for your own projects. So if you doing that flexes that muscle or allows you to flesh out a character now that you have a visual for and you have adventures that you can key into, then it's functional. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it otherwise, but like developing a backstory for a video game character doesn't seem like it would have a lot of utility. That's my point. And therefore, it seems kind of dorky. But that's just one awesome, infallible man's opinion. I am really running. Okay. We're not going to queue into another game, or we're not going to play a game. We'll queue. So, you know what, Zen Sky, it's a casual match. You know what? We're cool with casual. Vincenzo says, I am joining a D&D campaign late as a Carnagist wizard time elf thing. I don't know what I'm doing, but apparently I'm a class canon and love it already. Nice, Vincenzo. That's awesome. I have no idea what a Carnagist wizard time elf thing is myself, but I'm not familiar with the lore. Joseph, I start my shift at 6 and my first patient didn't check in until 1. Oh, so this is an overnight clinic, I guess? Perhaps is what we're looking at here. Wow. That's a lot of downtime, which is great. Oh, no. Joseph says, you care for people? And he mentions, I work in the ER. That's awesome, man. You're going to send them to an early grave, says Joseph. No, Honey Badger, no, I checked them into the ER. Michael Bailey says, I am proud of being a nerd. There is no shame in that, man. And honestly, I mean, like, just so that the record would not be left uncorrected. Nothing wrong with nerdom. I, like, some of the guys that I enjoy talking to the most are the ones that will just go on for 5 hours about the lore of a fictional universe, which to me is very nerdy. I do the same thing. I can nerd out on things that I know of. I just didn't do it to a lot of things. I had Star Wars growing up. Kind of Lord of the Rings. Like I read the novels when I was in 7th grade. But there was a guy named Matt. I can't remember his name now, but he was the essence of nerd. We're talking everything from the diminutive stature to the giant braces to the big thick glasses, giant noggin, tiny little body. Like, and he talked like this. He was like Samwise Gamgee. Like he was the first person I know that talked about, instead of calling him just Sam, he always called him Samwise. But we had lore discussions because he knew the books better than I did. I'd read them a few times or a couple times at that point, but he'd read them multiple times. He had spreadsheets and diagrams. He's like very much what I like Honey Badger saying, like he developed so much stuff beyond the scope of what it was of the movie, or that wasn't movies back then, of the books, and did research and had like tomes and stuff. It was crazy. But I mean, we talked Lord of the Rings. It was a lot of fun. So I have absolutely zero anything towards, and honestly, especially in the world we live in today, I find it to be a very appealing thing to get into, a thing to fixate on, because a lot of the real world stuff. All right, here we go. Promise of a better match this time. Thought the other one was pretty good, but here we go. All right. It is Guildsworn, but it is not Invade. It is, in fact, Prophecy Guildsworn. And Nosha is in a bit of a tight spot. Doesn't have a drain in hand, but I need to focus on... Sorry. Keep watching the game, folks. I gotta do this thing here. But that's cool, Honey Badger, that you work in the ER. So, I mean, that's got to be very stressful. When people do come in, although I guess being out in Montana, you're kind of removed, because like most of the ER places that I know, they are busy, pretty much all night long. Like actually, I had to take my mom took my stepdad to the ER not too long ago, and got there at like, I don't remember what time, but he ended up waiting for like 3 or 4 hours to get in there, and then had to wait even longer. It was crazy, and they were just slam packed. Like people were just running by, being like, "Hey, we'll see you in a second." I mean, it was crazy. So you're very fortunate that it is that slow, and also it's just good for humanity. If there are few people in the ER, it typically means people are doing better, and that's always a good thing.
As long as I draw breath.
Oh, and we're back. Okay, so So I saw it happen that time. I saw the game freeze up, and I saw us drop all of our frames, and everything crashed. So we're back, but clearly the system is struggling tonight. Though I guess it's better than what it did that one night where it just crapped out on us altogether. So, but it is heralding the end. We're gonna have a hard stop at 9. I'll see what I can do to catch up on chat if I'm not caught up by then. I'll probably start earlier, do a live at 4, and catch up on chat and just get things started a little bit earlier. And that is how we will catch up with what's been said here that I'm not able to get to. But oh geez, how many patients has Honey Badger killed, Vincenzo? If you had to guess, dude, that is freaking hilarious. Also, Joe, you might find this interesting. I can either learn Spanish, Russian, or Mandarin with a waiver for my next job. Oh man, it sucks. I think Mandarin is probably the more practical. I don't like how Mandarin sounds. There's got too many shush in it.
Formidable display.
Like nothing against Chinese or Mandarin as a language, but I don't like that. Like that those sounds. I don't like them for whatever reason. It's a personal thing, but it's probably the most useful. Next up, I would say Russian, and that would be a fun one to learn. I just think Russian very very good language to learn. Just seems like lots of fun, especially if you can learn what weird characters mean that do not have English counterpart. These are good things to know. I took 4 years of Spanish. It probably has the most immediate proximity, especially now where I live, but still, that's really cool that you get to learn those for your next job. Honey Badger, actually, I think that I have had 3 to 5 patients pass away during my shifts. Oh, and well, I mean, it's the ER. I mean, people that are going there, typically they're in dire straits. So it's probably not, well, it's not your fault, Honey Badger. It's not your fault. You probably checked them in as best you could. It was just that's going to be frustrating though, Honey Badger, because I'm guessing you're the person that people come to if they're not being seen as fast as they want to be. So they're just always coming at you like, hey, are we up next or whatever? I hopefully not the case, but I could see that being the thing. So that would actually be one of the harder jobs, to be honest. Trying to stave off very upset, anxious, impatient patients. Joseph, yeah, I saw you were going into linguistics. Nice. I didn't realize that, but that's really cool, Vincenzo. I'm curious as to which one you're going to go with. On Honey Badger, that's not too bad. 3 to 5 patients in the ER in 4 years. Oh, 2 years. Vincenzo, that's not bad. I've had about 4 people die as a first responder. Wow. In 5 years. Okay, so yeah, not rife with death, but I guess that also means you don't get desensitized to it. Oh, sorry. It was a great game. Alas, I am a bit distracted. Glad we were able to watch you work your magic. Let's see here. Oh, there you go, Honey Badger. Hey, more common ground there. I do Russian. Heaven knows you'll probably need it. Very true. I do think Chinese possibly more so, but I would rather. Joseph, out of those, I think Spanish would be the most useful one. For a job, I don't know. Wait, Vincenzo, aren't you Mexican? You can't speak Spanish? What? Vincenzo, I think Spanish too. The job is in my hometown where Spanish is prominent. I speak a little, but I would love to teach my son Spanish too. See, there you go. Yeah, like I said, proximity-wise, definitely better. But just when you talk about like global economy and stuff, China is definitely a big one. Like being able to speak Chinese would be, in terms of job opportunities, would be huge. But Honey Badger says, for civilian life, yeah, Spanish would be the most useful, but I think I would have to go with Russian or German. Probably German, though. I have friends in Germany. German would be cool to learn. Vincenzo saying does not speak Spanish fluently at the moment. Vincenzo would like to learn German too, but his service doesn't need it, so I won't be able to learn it. That's the bummer. You've got to answer the call for what is needed at the time. Honey Badger quoting me, perhaps scornfully. A good graphics card is like $4 to $5 grand. I can't do that. To be fair, I got a good graphics card, but it is an AMD. Because the guy who built my computer said it's not gonna break or break it, and he said, and you would have to pay $3 to $5 grand. And I checked with a friend who just built a computer, and it was about $5 grand for the NVIDIA, not even the latest and greatest, just a really high end NVIDIA. They're running about that much, and I just can't justify that for what I'm doing. Okay, to be fair, okay, that's why he said that. I spent $3 grand on a short film crapping on the prequels. First of all, money well spent. Money well spent. I stand by it. Second of all, I was working a very, very, very good paying job at the time. I had a really good savings thing going, and I was trying to help kind of kickstart the film thing in that part of Colorado. So I had the money. It was disposable. Great. But it doesn't pay for itself. We'll put it that way. So stream is hiccuping again. Yeah, it's. Ugh. I mean, luckily, I think it's just been a few seconds each time, right, that we lose out. Hopefully, in the new place, when we have the best internet we can get, this will be a thing of the past, and we'll just be able to move through it okay. Vegito says, me and my brother tried playing Galactic Battlegrounds, but we couldn't figure out how to fake a LAN connection, even though we do it for playing Morrowind together. Oh, man. Ah, that sucks. That sucks. It's a fun game though. Well, Vincenzo, you like Age of Empires. You play Age of Empires. It's that exact same engine, just with Star Wars. So pretty cool. Even though it did come out post prequel, there are no midi-chlorians in it or any of the bad dialogue or anything else. It's just you have Duel of the Fates playing as one of the songs, so that's cool. And you got gun guns, but I actually would. You could create your own game. So I would be like the Empire or something, and I would set like 6 computer adversaries, and like 3 of them would be Gungans, 1 would be Confederacy, 1 would be Republic. I never had friendly fire. I never attacked an OT faction. I only kicked the crap out of the prequels. That was how I got my revenge. At last we shall have our revenge. Damn, they have $200 laptops? So that would make sense. That it wouldn't be able to handle as much stuff. It's weird. I remember I sold IBMs at what was it? UVA, University of Virginia. They brought me in to help sell them anyway, and it was weird. It's through like a modeling agency, but yet it was selling laptops. So anyway, it was a pretty cushy job. I did it for like 2 weeks, but they were pretty much IBM. Like the guys who were telling me about the computers are like, yeah, the Celeron is essentially a handicapped regular processor. We actually build the processor and then we nerf it artificially to be able to sell it at a lower price point. Very bizarre. So I don't know, maybe you have a Celeron running, which would explain why it's struggling with the games, because Celerons are not very powerful at all. You pretty much want to do web browsing and word processing with those, and that's about it. Oh geez. Oh no. Oh my gosh. Oh geez. Okay, folks. I am sorry. I didn't think this would happen. I didn't think it would happen, but I am so far behind. It would literally take me, unless I just straight up read the wow. Wow, look at all this wonderful, beautiful chat. And Broken 250, I'm not sure who you are, but I'm looking forward to reading your chat. Jobs that matter without making a mess, at least. Okay, so I am making a note. Wow. Okay. All right. So yeah, unfortunately, I'm skipping down just to see what all's going on. I mean, and I feel bad. I don't want to cut off the conversation that you all are in the middle of, because I mean, this is good discussion right here. But I am crashing pretty heavy. So I'm going to wrap it up. I'm also very hungry for my bone broth, so I'm going to gonna snack out on that goodness, slurp it through a straw and all. Interesting. Fun. The Russian language doesn't have a word for fun. But what I will do, and I'm not expecting anybody to show up for this. I just want to have it for posterity. I'll be there for the VOD if anybody cares. We'll do a continuation on this. So it'll be like a seamless transition. I will be watching going through chat while I'll have a game going. I'll read through the chat. We'll catch up with the last 2 hours, 45 minutes. Goodness gracious, copious amounts. But this is good. Never stop, chat. Never stop. Or Remnant. It's not chat. And if I had the UFA, but it's really there's a lot going on, and it's been kind of taxing. Not in a bad way, not in a poor me way, just in a realistic, like, you know, some days I go to bed and I feel, oh my gosh, hey Ross with another, look at that. Another Unite just to end the night. That's the perfect way. Unite to end the night. So looking forward to reading up on the chat. So like I said, next week we'll be live at 4. I'm still going to call it live at 5, but you will see that I've scheduled it for 4 o'clock. Give myself an hour to catch up on the chat, and we'll seamlessly transition into the live at 5 as normally scheduled. And hopefully I'll be able to catch up by then. And if anybody is curious, then you can just check out the beginning of next week's video, and you'll be able to, you know, catch up on all this good stuff. But I mean, there's just a lot of good chat, a lot of good content here, and I want to make sure it gets some highlights and discussion. So anyway, thank you all very much for a very what turned into a very very energetic and vivacious live at 5. Another one for the ages. And yeah, I will see you a week from now. You will see me far more energetic. I might even be eating. Well, I'm not going to eat on stream because then you're just going to get a bunch of mouth noise. But I will be slightly happier camper with my 21-day hangry fest over and done with. So anyway, until then, keep doing the thing you're doing and do it well. Good night.